Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. Built in 1909, the Naval Hospital in Newport, Rhode Island served the U.S. Navy for many decades. It stood through countless years of military activity, treating sailors, soldiers, and their families, and by the time it reached the late 1980s and early 1990s, it had already become an aging structure filled with history. Eventually, the hospital was shut down, and its operations were moved to a newer naval medical facility nearby. When the building was closed, much of what was inside was simply left behind. Offices were still filled with furniture. Medical rooms still held equipment. Even some operating rooms contained relatively modern surgical tools that had never been removed. It was as if the building had been paused mid-function, frozen in time, waiting for someone to return and turn everything back on again. It was during this transition period that Senior Chief, then a first-class petty officer, E6, was stationed at the Naval War College. At the time, he served as part of the Auxiliary Security Force, ASF, which was responsible for routine patrols and security checks across various base buildings, including those that were no longer in active use. One of those buildings was the old Naval Hospital. It was a place that carried stories. Before he ever stepped inside, Senior Chief had already heard the rumors. Every base has them. Stories passed quietly between personnel during night shifts or break periods, usually told with a half-smile but a serious undertone. The hospital, however, had more than its share. People spoke of strange sounds in empty hallways, flickering lights in rooms with no power source, silhouettes seen at windows that shouldn't have had anyone inside. Some said they had heard footsteps on floors that were completely empty. Others claimed they had seen figures that looked like patients, nurses, or military personnel from long past eras. There were even stories that went further, talk of spirits tied to wartime injuries, or families who had lost loved ones inside the building and never truly left. Senior Chief, however, did not believe in any of it. To him, it was simple. Old buildings made noises. People on night duty got tired. The mind played tricks in low light and long shifts. In his experience, stories like these were just part of military culture, something to make boring watches feel more dramatic than they really were. Still, belief or not, he had a job to do. And one night, that job took him inside the hospital. It was around 0230 in the morning, 2:30 a.m., when he arrived for his patrol. The base was quiet in the way only military installations can be at night, where even the silence feels structured. He met briefly with the building watch at the front desk. This was a routine exchange, a quick check-in before beginning the inspection rounds. Everything seemed normal. No signs of disturbance. No issues reported. So he began his walkthrough. Floor by floor, he moved through the building methodically. Each level was quiet. Dusty. Still. The kind of stillness that made even your own footsteps sound louder than they should. The lights were dim but functional in places, and outside streetlights filtered through old windows, casting long, uneven shadows through the hallways. Nothing unusual happened on the lower floors. No sounds. No movement. No signs of anything out of place. But when he reached the top floor, something changed. He couldn't explain it in logical terms, but he felt it immediately. A sense of awareness. Not fear at first. Not exactly. More like the feeling of being observed, even though everything around him appeared empty. The hallway was quiet, lit faintly by outside lighting that filtered in through the windows. There was no one visible. No movement. No sound. Still, the sensation remained. As he rounded a corner and moved deeper into the upper floor hallway, he saw something that made him stop. In the middle of the corridor, there was a red ball. It was bouncing. Up and down. Slow, steady, unnatural in that environment. At first, his mind tried to process it logically. Maybe it had rolled from a storage room. Maybe it was leftover equipment, or something that had been moved during previous inspections. That explanation lasted only a moment before he noticed something that didn't fit. There was no visible source for the motion. The ball wasn't just sitting there, it was actively bouncing in place, as if something unseen was interacting with it. The movement wasn't chaotic, but controlled, almost deliberate. He stopped walking and observed it carefully. Then he turned his attention to the windows nearby, trying to find a reflection or external light source that could explain what he was seeing. For a brief moment, he thought maybe it was a trick of outside lighting. A signal light from the street. An optical illusion caused by angle and reflection. But when he looked outside, that explanation collapsed immediately. The signal light at the intersection was not functioning normally. Instead of alternating colors, it was flashing yellow in both directions. That detail didn't make sense, and it removed the last rational explanation he had. When he looked back into the hallway, the red ball was still there. Still bouncing. But now it had changed. It stopped. It settled onto the floor. Completely still. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, it began to roll. Not randomly. Not from wind or vibration. It rolled forward. Directly toward him. Not fast, but steady, as if it had intention behind it. As if something had decided he was the target of its movement. That was enough. He didn't wait to see what would happen next. He turned and left the hallway immediately, moving quickly back toward the building watch at the front desk. When he arrived, he was clearly shaken, even if he tried not to show it. The watch on duty looked at him and made a casual comment, something like, "You look like you've seen a ghost." Senior Chief didn't answer with humor. Instead, he insisted that the remainder of the tour be completed together. And after that night, he made one thing very clear. He did not want to patrol that building alone again. What made the experience more unsettling for him wasn't just what he saw, but what he learned afterward. When he began speaking quietly with others who had also done ASF patrols, he discovered that he was not the only one who had encountered something unusual in that hospital. Some had seen the red ball too. Others described something entirely different, a small blonde girl wearing an old-fashioned blue dress, appearing on the upper floors and disappearing when approached. A few mentioned faces in the windows. Not reflections, but distinct human-like faces staring outward from inside empty rooms. The details varied, but the pattern was the same. Something was being seen there. Something that multiple people, independently, could not fully explain. Knowing this didn't necessarily make Senior Chief feel better. If anything, it made the experience more real. He now understood that what he saw wasn't just a moment of confusion or imagination under night duty conditions. It fit into something larger, something other people had also experienced, even if none of them could agree on exactly what it was. And even though he continued his duties like before, one thing changed permanently after that night. Whenever the hospital came up again in rotation, he never volunteered to walk it alone. This happened when I was about 5 years old, sometime before I started school. I don't remember the exact age, but I know I was still small enough to be sleeping in my grandmother's bed during that time, which says a lot in itself. We lived in an old cotton mill house back then. It was one of those older homes where the layout didn't really make sense by modern standards. There were no proper hallways the way newer houses have them. Instead, the doors opened directly into rooms. My grandmother's bedroom had 2 doors, one opening straight into the kitchen and the other leading into the living room. That living room is where the Christmas tree was set up that year. I can still picture that night clearly. It was sometime close to Christmas, because the tree was already decorated and lit up. The lights were soft and colorful, glowing in a way that made the whole living room feel warm and quiet. I was lying in bed beside my grandmother. She was already asleep, breathing slowly and deeply, completely unaware of anything around her. The house itself was quiet too, except for the faint sense of someone else still awake somewhere in the house. My great-aunt, or maybe one of my cousins, moving around earlier in the night before finally going to bed. I remember lying there, just staring into the living room through the open doorway, watching the glow of the Christmas lights. Everything felt normal at first. Safe, even. The kind of quiet night a child doesn't think much about. Then I noticed something on the ceiling. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. There was a dark spot forming slightly to the right above the bed. It looked wrong immediately, like something that didn't belong there. I kept staring at it, trying to understand what I was seeing, and that's when it started to change. It wasn't just a stain or shadow. It looked like something was forming. A dark, thick liquid seemed to appear out of nowhere, almost as if it was gathering inside the ceiling itself. Then it began to drip downward. Slowly at first, then more clearly, it fell from between the ceiling tiles and landed on the floor beside the bed. I remember freezing completely. The liquid was dark and heavy-looking, almost like blood. That was the first thought that came into my mind, even at that age. I didn't understand where it could have come from. The ceiling was just white tiles, plain and flat. There was no visible source, no crack that explained it, nothing that made sense of what I was seeing. And yet it kept dripping. Not fast, but steady enough that I could see it was real. It landed right next to the bed, forming a small dark patch on the floor. I didn't move. I didn't wake my grandmother. I just lay there, staring at it, trying to understand how something like that could happen in a room that was otherwise completely still. What made it worse wasn't just what I saw, but the feeling that came with it. The room didn't feel normal anymore. It felt like something had changed in the space above us, something unseen pressing down from the ceiling. I remember thinking, in a strange childlike way, that maybe a star had died and somehow that was what I was seeing falling into our room. It didn't make sense, but at that age, it was the only explanation my mind could form. Eventually, I pulled the blanket up and hid under it. I didn't scream or call out. I just stayed there until I fell asleep, as if hiding was enough to make it stop. The next morning was washing day. I woke up to the sound of the old Ringer washing machine running in the kitchen. It was one of those heavy, loud machines that filled the whole house with its rhythm. The morning light was coming in, and everything looked normal again, as if nothing had ever happened during the night. When I got out of bed, I noticed my grandmother, my great-aunt, and my cousin gathered near the foot of the bed. They were all looking down at the floor, talking quietly to each other with confused expressions. On the floor, in the exact spot where I had seen the liquid fall, there was a small brownish red stain. They didn't know what it was. None of them could figure it out. They speculated briefly, trying to make sense of it, but there was no obvious answer. No one mentioned anything unusual happening during the night. Eventually, someone fetched an old rag and wiped it up. There were no paper towels in those days, just cloth rags that were kept for cleaning. After that, the matter was dropped. No more discussion. No investigation. Just gone, as if it had never mattered. I never told them what I had seen. I don't know why I kept it to myself. I think I was afraid of how it would sound if I tried to explain it. Even as a child, I had a sense that adults didn't always take things like that seriously, or worse, that they might react in a way that made it feel more real and more frightening than it already was. So I stayed quiet. One thing that always stayed with me, though, was that there was no stain on the ceiling afterward. No mark. No crack. Nothing that showed where the liquid had come from. The ceiling looked completely normal, just like it always had. I still don't know what that was. There are a lot of possible explanations someone could try to come up with. Something in the structure of the house. An animal hidden somewhere above the ceiling. A leak that only happened once and left no trace afterward. But none of those explanations ever fully match what I remember, especially the way it appeared so suddenly, or how quiet everything was while it happened. And then there was the second moment. That one is harder to think about even now. It happened in the same room, during the same general period of my life. I was lying in bed again, facing my grandmother while she slept. The iron bed frame had vertical bars at the headboard, the kind older furniture used to have, strong and cold-looking in the dim light of the room. The house was quiet again. The kind of quiet that makes small sounds feel louder than they are. I remember lying there, just looking across at her sleeping, when something caught my attention near the edge of the bed. At first, I thought it was part of the bedding shifting. But then I saw something move. From underneath the bed, something pale began to rise. It wasn't a full form at first, just something thin and elongated. It came up slowly, threading itself through the iron bars of the headboard, moving between them like it was searching for space. What I saw looked like an arm. But it wasn't a normal arm. There was no hand at the end of it. It was too long, too white, and too incomplete in a way that made it feel wrong to look at directly. It extended between the pillows, coming up onto the bed and resting there, motionless, as if it had always belonged there. I remember not screaming, not calling out, not waking my grandmother. I don't know why. Maybe I was afraid of what would happen if I broke the silence of the room. Maybe I didn't fully understand what I was seeing in that moment. I just watched it. It lay there for a few seconds, completely still between us. I remember sitting up slightly, leaning on my elbow, trying to make sense of it. My mind didn't immediately register fear in the way I would expect now. It felt more like confusion mixed with a strange kind of curiosity, as if I was trying to decide whether it was real or not. Then I reached out. I touched it with my finger and pushed it gently back through the bars. The moment I did that, it reacted. It didn't snap or strike. It simply withdrew. Slowly, it pulled itself back down beneath the bed, disappearing out of sight as if it had never been there at all. After it was gone, I stayed still for a while, watching the space under the bed, waiting to see if it would return. But nothing else happened. The room went back to being just a normal, quiet bedroom. It wasn't until later, when I thought about it again, that the fear really set in. Not in the moment, but afterward, when I understood what it meant to see something like that and not have any explanation for it. Since then, I've always had a habit of making sure there is no gap between the pillows when I sleep. It's something I don't even think about anymore. It just happens automatically. The idea of open space there, especially in the dark, has always stayed with me in a way I can't fully explain. And even now, all these years later, I still don't have a clear answer for either of those moments. Only the memory of what I saw, and the certainty that, at least to me, it felt completely real. Mrs. Mackenzie, our next-door neighbor, had lived on our street for as long as I could remember. She was one of those familiar, steady presences in the neighborhood, the kind of person who made a place feel lived in and safe just by being there. In her later years, as she became more frail, she was moved into an assisted living facility about 5 years ago. With her went her beloved dog, Frank. Frank was a large dog, the kind that immediately caught your attention when you saw him. He had a thick coat and a strong, almost lion-like build that made him look more imposing than he actually was. But despite his size, he had the gentlest temperament imaginable. Everyone who knew him said the same thing. He was sweet, calm, and deeply attached to Mrs. Mackenzie. After she moved into assisted living, Frank went to stay with her son. But something changed after that separation. Not long after being taken away from her, Frank passed away, just about a month later. The family said it was as if he had simply lost the will to continue. They described it as a broken heart, a quiet decline that no medical explanation could fully capture. Whether that is literally what happened or just the way they made sense of it, it fit the emotional reality of the situation. Frank and Mrs. Mackenzie had been inseparable for years. After that, the house next door stood empty. For about 2 years, no one lived there. The windows stayed dark, the yard went quiet, and the life that had once been around it seemed to fade into memory. We still visited Mrs. Mackenzie a few times during that period, though her condition was declining quickly. Each visit made it more obvious that she was slipping further away from the present moment. Her memory weakened, her awareness faded, and eventually she reached a point where she no longer recognized people who came to see her. The only thing she consistently spoke about was Frank. Even when she could not remember names or faces, she remembered him. That detail stayed with us more than anything else. Eventually, she was moved into a skilled nursing facility, where her condition continued to deteriorate. Not long after that, we were informed that she had passed away. The news came on the Sunday before a new family moved into the vacant house next door. We attended her visitation on Monday evening, while at almost the same time, the new neighbors were already unloading moving boxes into the house she had once lived beside. It felt like a strange overlap, one life ending, another beginning, with no space in between. A week later, I baked brownies and went over to introduce myself to the new family. They were warm and friendly, a husband, wife, and their children, a 16-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 4-year-old. They seemed like a normal, settled family, and there was nothing unusual about them at first impression. A few days after that, the husband, Mark, came over and knocked on our door. When we invited him in, he seemed polite but slightly uneasy, like someone trying to decide whether what they were about to say would sound ridiculous or not. After a bit of small talk, he finally asked a question that caught my attention. He wanted to know if anyone had ever died in the house. We told him that we weren't aware of any specific history of deaths in the home, though given its age, built around 1920, it was always possible that something like that had happened long before any of us lived there. I asked him why he was asking. That's when he explained what had been happening. The house, according to him, had been experiencing small but strange disturbances. Things being moved slightly. Unexplained noises. Nothing that initially alarmed him too much, especially in a household with children, where normal activity can sometimes create confusion. But there was one thing he couldn't dismiss. The barking. Every morning, around 6 a.m., he would hear the sound of a dog barking near the back of the house. At first, he wasn't sure where it was coming from. Sometimes it seemed like it was inside the house. Other times it felt like it was outside, nearby. It was consistent enough that it eventually stood out as something unusual rather than random noise. To confirm it, he set his alarm one morning. His wife stayed inside the house while he went outside to listen from the yard. She heard it clearly from inside. He heard nothing outside. There was no dog present. That detail changed the tone of the conversation. When we told him about Mrs. Mackenzie and Frank, his expression shifted. It wasn't fear exactly, more like recognition mixed with uncertainty. The idea that the sound might be connected to a past presence, something tied to the house's former occupant, and her dog, seemed to give him a framework to place the experience into. It eased his mind, at least temporarily. The idea they settled on was simple. Perhaps Mrs. Mackenzie and Frank were still present in some way, not in a harmful sense, but as something lingering, watching over the place they had once known. Something protective rather than threatening. After that, life continued. But not for long. A couple of months later, the family lost the house. Financial difficulties forced them out, and the property went back to the bank. We didn't even realize they were leaving until the moving truck showed up one day. It happened quickly, without warning or explanation beyond the fact that they had fallen victim to circumstances beyond their control. And then the house was empty again. Not long after they left, I had my own experience. It was early morning, around 7 a.m. I stepped out of my house to go to work. The two homes sit very close together. Only a narrow driveway and a small strip of yard separate them. My truck was parked in the driveway, and the vacant house stood right beside it, dark and silent as always. As I walked toward my vehicle, I suddenly became aware of something that I couldn't easily explain. It felt like I was being watched. I stopped for a moment and looked around. The street was quiet. Nothing moved. There were no visible signs of anyone being there. Then I heard it. A sound like a dog whining. It was faint, distant, and soft, like a dog seeking attention or comfort. It didn't sound aggressive or loud, just a low, emotional sound that carried strangely in the morning stillness. I looked again toward the vacant house. At that exact moment, I heard the front door slam. Hard. The sound echoed sharply in the quiet morning air. I turned immediately toward the house, expecting to see movement, someone stepping outside, or at least some explanation. But there was nothing. The house stood exactly as it had moments before, dark, still, and clearly empty. I tried to rationalize it. Wind, pressure change, something loose in the structure. Anything that would make sense. But none of those explanations felt convincing in the moment, especially not combined with what I had just heard. I unlocked my truck and opened the door, trying to ignore the unease settling in. As I placed my briefcase on the seat, the sound came again. The same dog-like whimper. This time it felt closer. I looked up, drawn instinctively toward the neighboring house. That's when I saw them. On the enclosed front porch of the vacant home stood a woman. She was small in stature, around 5'2", with medium-length dark hair. Beside her was a large animal on a leash. Its shape was not quite a dog in the usual sense, but something larger, heavier, more wolf-like in appearance. Both figures were still, completely motionless, and they were looking directly at me. I blinked, and in that instant they were gone. There was no fading, no gradual disappearance. Just absence, as if they had never been there at all. My breathing changed immediately, and I got into my truck, locking the doors without hesitation. I sat there for a moment, trying to steady myself, telling myself it had to be some kind of visual mistake, a trick of light or mind. But the feeling didn't settle. Instead, it grew. As I sat there, I lowered my head and began to pray, not out of habit, but out of instinct, asking for protection from anything harmful or unknown. When I looked up again, I saw something else. At the second-story window of the vacant house, there were two figures. A woman and a man. The woman appeared older, around 60, with graying hair and a tall, upright posture that made her seem almost imposing even from a distance. Beside her stood a man in his late 20s or early 30s with shoulder-length blonde hair and broad shoulders. He looked even taller than she did, filling part of the window frame in a way that made the space feel smaller than it should have. They were both staring directly at me. Not casually, not passively, but with a fixed, focused attention that felt intentional. I stared back, unable to fully process what I was seeing. It felt like time slowed down in that moment, like everything else had dropped away except that connection across the yard. And then, just like before, they were gone. No fading. No movement away from the window. Just emptiness where they had been seconds earlier. Since that morning, I haven't seen them again. There have been no more sightings, no further noises, nothing that I can point to as confirmation of what I experienced. The house has remained quiet, just as it always was when empty. But the feeling hasn't gone away. It's not fear in the traditional sense. It's more like awareness, an understanding that something was there, or still is there, even if it chooses not to show itself anymore. Something tied to that place in a way I can't fully explain or prove. And even now, when I pass by it, I can't help but notice how it feels different than other empty houses. Not just empty. Watched. This happened about 4 to 5 years ago, though I still remember it more clearly than most things from that time. I was with 3 of my cousins, M, T, and S. The situation around us already had a heavy emotional weight, because of what had happened to T's husband. T's husband had died in a car accident. She had been the one to pick him up from work that day, and somehow everything went wrong in a way nobody expected. He had already been sick at the time, running a very high fever, around 105, from what we were told, and he was also a large man, which made the situation even more complicated in a small car. The crash ended up taking his life. After that, T was never really the same. She carried the blame heavily, even when everyone around her tried to tell her it wasn't her fault. That sadness stayed in the background of everything for a long time. And eventually, a few of us, mostly me and my cousin M, who always shared the same strange curiosity about scary stories and supernatural ideas, started talking about him in a different way. Not in a disrespectful way, but in a curious one. We had this idea that maybe communication was possible in some form. We had heard somewhere that if you wrote a question on paper, and focused on the person it was meant for, you might receive some kind of answer. At the time, none of us fully believed it. It felt more like a game, something people talked about online or in stories, but nothing real. Still, we decided to try it. T's room was the kind of room that already felt heavy in the dark. When the lights were off, the door closed, and the curtains drawn, it became almost completely black. Not just dim, but the kind of darkness where depth disappears and everything feels flat and unknown. Em and I had always been the ones talking about strange things, ghosts, death, unexplained experiences, anything that made the mind question reality. In the nights leading up to this, we had even struggled to sleep properly because of how much we had been talking about it. Eventually, we were sleeping during the day just to avoid lying awake at night thinking about it. When the night of this incident came, the four of us were together in that room. I still remember the layout clearly. When you entered, there was a large dresser with a mirror and a TV to the left. On the right side, another large dresser with a mirror. Straight ahead was a dresser unit with drawers and small cabinet doors. The bed was positioned along the wall where the window was, and near that was a door leading out to the porch. We all positioned ourselves in different spots around the room, sitting in the dark. I was leaning with my shoulder near the closet, my back against the dresser. T was next to me, then M, then S closer toward the bed. It wasn't arranged deliberately. It just happened that way as we got comfortable in the dark. Then we began. We wrote a question on a piece of paper. We spoke the name of T's husband 3 times. And then we tossed the paper into the air. At first, nothing happened. It landed near my foot. And we waited. The silence that followed felt heavier than normal silence. It wasn't just quiet, it felt like the room itself had paused, like even the air was waiting to see what would happen next. A few seconds passed. Then something changed. At the edge of my vision, I noticed movement. A shadow. It wasn't like normal darkness or the way light shifts in a room. This was darker than the darkness around it, like a dense shape forming out of nothing. It began to approach slowly, moving toward the area near my foot where the paper had landed. I remember feeling my attention lock onto it immediately. My body didn't react at first. It was like my mind was trying to process what it was seeing before I allowed myself to respond. The room itself was already pitch black, but this was different. This had form, direction, presence. It reached the end of my foot. Right there. Just a shape, close enough that I was fully aware it was there, but not detailed enough to define properly. It didn't feel like something physical in the normal sense, but it also didn't feel like imagination either. The others were still there with me, but in that moment, I don't think any of us were speaking. Eventually, the tension became too much. We moved. The moment we shifted positions, the shadow was gone. Not slowly fading, not stepping away, just gone. Like it had never been there. We immediately turned on the lights. The sudden brightness made everything feel normal again too quickly, as if the room was trying to reset itself. We picked up the paper. The question we had written was simple. Do you forgive me? It was something T had suggested, because she carried guilt about what happened. We weren't trying to provoke anything, we just wanted an answer, any kind of reassurance, even if we didn't fully believe we would get one. What we saw on the paper changed the mood completely. There was writing. The answer read, "It's not your fault." The handwriting looked shaky, uneven, almost like it had been written in a hurry or under strain. The sentence trailed off slightly, but the meaning was clear enough that none of us had to interpret it further. It felt like an answer, even if we couldn't explain how it got there. T, however, didn't believe it. She said we must have done it ourselves, that it wasn't possible, that it had to be some kind of trick or misunderstanding. But the strange part was that all of us had been together the entire time. No one had left the circle. No one had separated. We were all right there when it happened. Even more confusing, T said she hadn't seen the shadow at all. She was the only one. We never really understood why that was. Whether it was perception, fear, attention, or something else entirely, we never got an explanation that made sense. After that night, we tried to repeat it. once with M's parents, then later with friends and family. But nothing ever happened again. No movement. No shadow. No answer. It was like whatever we experienced that night had only happened once, under very specific circumstances that we couldn't recreate no matter how much we tried. Eventually, we stopped trying altogether. Not because we proved anything either way, but because it didn't repeat itself. And that, in a strange way, made it feel even harder to understand than if it had simply been explained away. For the longest time, I was blamed for waking up my younger brother. He is 11 years younger than me, and our rooms are right next to each other. Because of that, once he goes to bed, everything in the house has to quiet down. Lights off, TV off, radio off, basically everything. Only when he is asleep can I quietly go back to doing anything I want, and even then I have to be careful. It got to the point where my parents were convinced I was the reason he kept waking up. They said I must be moving around too much, or bumping into something, or making noise without realizing it. I even got to the point where I was sent to bed at the same time as him, just so they could make sure nothing I did was disturbing him. The thing is, I honestly didn't think I was doing anything wrong. My room is right beside his. At the foot of my bed, there's a bookcase that sits against the shared wall between our rooms. That detail matters because it was often blamed as part of the problem, that I might accidentally kick it or knock it during the night and disturb him. I was always being careful, but it didn't seem to matter. In their eyes, I was still the cause. After a while, I got tired of being blamed for something I wasn't sure I was even doing. About a month ago, I decided to test it. I told myself I would sleep out in the family room. That way, if my brother woke up, it would prove I wasn't the one causing it. I wanted my parents to see that I wasn't anywhere near his room, and therefore couldn't be responsible for whatever was happening. So that night, around 10 o'clock, I stayed out in the living room instead of going to my bedroom. The house was quiet. The usual nighttime sounds had settled in. My parents had already gone to bed, and my brother was supposed to be asleep too. I remember lying on the couch, half awake, half just listening to the silence of the house. At some point, I must have drifted off slightly, because the next thing I remember is waking up suddenly. His door was open. The light from his night light was shining out into the hallway. It was surprisingly bright, much brighter than I usually remembered it being. The light formed a triangular shape that stretched across the floor, and it landed directly across my face. That was what woke me up. I remember just lying there for a moment, trying to understand why his door was open. I waited. I expected him to walk out into the hallway, maybe looking for one of our parents, or maybe just going to the bathroom or something normal like that. But he didn't come out. After a while, I got up and walked toward his room to check on him. When I reached the doorway, I stopped. He was still in his bed. The room was unusually bright for that time of night. It almost felt like the overhead light should have been on, but it wasn't. The only light was his night light, yet the room looked clearer than it normally did. My brother was lying there, awake now, rubbing his eyes like he had just been disturbed. He looked tired and confused. I asked him what was wrong. He didn't answer me right away. Instead, he just kept looking around the room, as if he was trying to focus on something I couldn't see. Then he spoke. He said he was trying to sleep, but someone kept bothering him and telling him to be quiet. That caught me off guard immediately. I asked him who he was talking to. He didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and pointed toward the left side wall of his room, the exact wall that connects to my room. The same wall where my bookcase sits on the other side. And he said very simply, "Him. He wants to play." I looked at the wall. There was nothing there. No movement. No sound. No sign of anything or anyone on the other side. Just a plain wall. For a moment, I just stood there trying to process what he had said. I remember feeling a strange mix of confusion and concern, because he wasn't laughing or pretending. He looked completely serious, like he genuinely believed someone was there. I climbed onto the bed beside him and put my arm around him, trying to calm him down. I told him it was okay, that there was nobody there, and that he needed to go back to sleep. He eventually did settle down. He fell asleep again after a while. But I didn't. I stayed awake for a long time after that, just sitting there, thinking about what he had pointed to. The wall between our rooms suddenly felt different to me after that night. Not physically different, just harder to ignore. Because whatever he had seen, or thought he saw, was coming from the exact same place I had always been blamed for disturbing him. And even now, I still don't have an explanation for it. For the longest time, I was blamed for waking up my younger brother. He is 11 years younger than me, and our rooms are right next to each other. Because of that, once he goes to bed, everything in the house has to quiet down. Lights off, TV off, radio off, basically everything. Only when he is asleep can I quietly go back to doing anything I want, and even then I have to be careful. It got to the point where my parents were convinced I was the reason he kept waking up. They said I must be moving around too much, or bumping into something, or making noise without realizing it. I even got to the point where I was sent to bed at the same time as him, just so they could make sure nothing I did was disturbing him. The thing is, I honestly didn't think I was doing anything wrong. My room is right beside his. At the foot of my bed, there's a bookcase that sits against the shared wall between our rooms. That detail matters because it was often blamed as part of the problem, that I might accidentally kick it or knock it during the night and disturb him. I was always being careful, but it didn't seem to matter. In their eyes, I was still the cause. After a while, I got tired of being blamed for something I wasn't sure I was even doing. About a month ago, I decided to test it. I told myself I would sleep out in the family room. That way, if my brother woke up, it would prove I wasn't the one causing it. I wanted my parents to see that I wasn't anywhere near his room, and therefore couldn't be responsible for whatever was happening. So that night, around 10 o'clock, I stayed out in the living room instead of going to my bedroom. The house was quiet. The usual nighttime sounds had settled in. My parents had already gone to bed, and my brother was supposed to be asleep too. I remember lying on the couch, half awake, half just listening to the silence of the house. At some point, I must have drifted off slightly, because the next thing I remember is waking up suddenly. His door was open. The light from his night light was shining out into the hallway. It was surprisingly bright, much brighter than I usually remembered it being. The light formed a triangular shape that stretched across the floor, and it landed directly across my face. That was what woke me up. I remember just lying there for a moment, trying to understand why his door was open. I waited. I expected him to walk out into the hallway, maybe looking for one of our parents, or maybe just going to the bathroom or something normal like that. But he didn't come out. After a while, I got up and walked toward his room to check on him. When I reached the doorway, I stopped. He was still in his bed. The room was unusually bright for that time of night. It almost felt like the overhead light should have been on, but it wasn't. The only light was his night light, yet the room looked clearer than it normally did. My brother was lying there, awake now, rubbing his eyes like he had just been disturbed. He looked tired and confused. I asked him what was wrong. He didn't answer me right away. Instead, he just kept looking around the room, as if he was trying to focus on something I couldn't see. Then he spoke. He said he was trying to sleep, but someone kept bothering him and telling him to be quiet. That caught me off guard immediately. I asked him who he was talking to. He didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and pointed toward the left side wall of his room, the exact wall that connects to my room. The same wall where my bookcase sits on the other side. And he said very simply, "Him. He wants to play." I looked at the wall. There was nothing there. No movement. No sound. No sign of anything or anyone on the other side. Just a plain wall. For a moment, I just stood there trying to process what he had said. I remember feeling a strange mix of confusion and concern, because he wasn't laughing or pretending. He looked completely serious, like he genuinely believed someone was there. I climbed onto the bed beside him and put my arm around him, trying to calm him down. I told him it was okay, that there was nobody there, and that he needed to go back to sleep. He eventually did settle down. He fell asleep again after a while. But I didn't. I stayed awake for a long time after that, just sitting there, thinking about what he had pointed to. The wall between our rooms suddenly felt different to me after that night. Not physically different, just harder to ignore. Because whatever he had seen, or thought he saw, was coming from the exact same place I had always been blamed for disturbing him. And even now, I still don't have an explanation for it. I remember that Halloween night more clearly than most days from that year, even though at the time I didn't understand why it felt different from the others. My husband and I had not planned anything special beyond the usual routine of taking our 5-year-old out for trick-or-treating. He was at that age where everything still felt like discovery, where even something as simple as choosing a street felt like making an important decision that could shape the entire night. We gave him options because we thought it would make him happy. A few nearby towns, nothing too far, nothing too crowded. He sat in the back seat while we drove, his small legs swinging, his costume slightly wrinkled from excitement and movement. He had insisted on being a futuristic police officer, which meant a plastic badge, a toy belt, and a flashlight he treated like a real duty tool. Every few minutes he would tap the glass and point. "This one," he would say. Or, "Not that one." Or sometimes just, "Keep going." When we reached Middlebury, it didn't look like anything unusual at first. Small towns always look a little softer on Halloween nights. The streetlights feel warmer, the houses seem closer together, and even the trees look like they are leaning in to watch. We parked near Main Street, and before we could even fully explain the boundaries, our son was already out of the truck, waiting for instructions like a soldier ready for assignment. We told him he could choose the direction. That was our first mistake, though at the time it felt harmless. He didn't run like most kids would have. He just walked, slow and certain, looking from house to house like he already knew where he was going. At first, we laughed. Kids sometimes get into moods like that, where they pretend they're guided by invisible rules. But after a few streets, something changed in his behavior. He stopped reacting to the candy, stopped rushing up to porches with the other children. Instead, he began pausing at intersections, tilting his head slightly as if listening for something we couldn't hear. We had to remind him more than once to actually go up to the houses. It was on a narrow street just off the main route when he suddenly stopped completely. There were no other children nearby at that moment, just the three of us and the soft rustle of leaves against the pavement. He turned his head slightly, as if recognizing something far away. "This is it," he said. My husband laughed lightly and asked what he meant. He repeated it, more confidently. "This is the street." We looked around. There was nothing special about it. The houses were older, sure, but so were many in town. A few porch lights, a carved pumpkin or two, nothing unusual. But he refused to move until we followed him. He walked ahead now, slower than before, not excited anymore but focused. As we passed one house, I noticed something odd. A plaque above the door, slightly faded, reading something about the home being listed on hauntedhouses.com. My husband joked about it under his breath, but I noticed he wasn't smiling the same way anymore after that. We stood there watching our son climb the porch steps with other children. Costumes moved around him, laughter drifted in and out, but he seemed separate from all of it, like he was standing slightly outside the moment. That was when he turned his head and looked toward the house's front door. At first I thought he was looking at someone dressed up, maybe part of the decorations or a host playing along. But then I saw his expression change, not fear exactly, but recognition. "There's someone inside," he said. A woman dressed as a pirate and another adult nearby exchanged a glance. I couldn't hear what they said to each other, but the mood on the porch shifted immediately. Our son continued calmly. "He's an Amish man." That word caught everyone off guard. The woman asked, "Who?" He pointed toward the inside of the house, not the porch. "The man in there. I thought he was dressed up, but he isn't." Silence fell in a way that felt heavier than it should have for a Halloween night. The other children had already moved on, the streets slightly emptier now, as if the world had taken a step back. My husband started forward instinctively, protective mode kicking in, but I stopped him. Something about the situation didn't feel dangerous, not in the usual sense. It felt more like interruption than threat, like we had accidentally walked into something already happening long before we arrived. Our son wasn't scared. If anything, he looked curious. "He wants to talk," he said. The people on the porch looked unsettled now. Not because of fear exactly, but because children that young are not supposed to say things like that with such certainty. The next half-hour passed strangely. We ended up staying near the house longer than intended, partly because our son refused to leave, and partly because something about the situation made it difficult to simply walk away. It was as if the street itself had narrowed around that house. Eventually, he came down from the porch again, satisfied in a way we didn't fully understand. "He's looking for his family," he said quietly as he reached us. We assumed it was imagination, the kind of deep role-playing children sometimes do when they blend stories and reality. But there was something too structured in his explanation, too consistent, as if he was repeating information rather than inventing it. Later, when we were invited back to the house the following week, things became even harder to dismiss. The homeowners were kind enough to let us return, and I remember thinking how unusual that was, to be invited back to a place like that simply because a child had said something odd. But there was also a pride in their tone, like they were used to unusual experiences happening there. When we entered again, the house felt different in daylight. Less theatrical, more ordinary. Wood floors, older furniture, a lived-in workshop feel to the space. Yet our son didn't behave like a guest. He behaved like someone continuing a conversation that had already begun. He moved through rooms slowly, sometimes stopping without explanation. In the living room, he paused and stared at an empty corner as if watching movement we couldn't see. In the kitchen, he ran his hand along the edge of a table and asked softly, "Is this where he sits?" No one answered him directly. It was in the garage that things shifted again. There was an unfinished car project there, tools laid out, parts organized. Our son walked around it carefully, like he was following someone's footsteps rather than exploring a space. Then suddenly he ran out, faster than before, shouting for us. "He's leaving," he said. "We have to go now." We followed him outside, confused and slightly alarmed, but still not fully understanding the urgency in his voice. He led us down the driveway and then further into town, stopping in front of buildings without explanation. A small store. A bank. A hardware shop. Each time, he would look up, then wait. We stood in the rain for what felt like a long time. No one else seemed to notice anything unusual. Cars passed. Lights flickered. The town continued its normal rhythm while we stood in the middle of something we couldn't name. Eventually, he stopped walking. Then he cried out. It wasn't like normal crying. It was sudden, sharp, like something had passed through him rather than something external happening to him. He dropped to the ground, holding his head, rolling slightly as if overwhelmed by something too large to process. My instinct was to run to him, but my husband stopped me again, firmer this time. "I still don't fully understand why," he just said. "Wait." And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Our son stood up slowly, breathing heavily, and said, "He made it home." After that, everything softened. The tension in the air seemed to release, like a held breath finally exhaled. When we returned to the house, the people there were quieter, more reflective. It was as if they understood something had happened even if they couldn't fully describe it. Our son sat with them and spoke in short sentences. Not like a child performing a story, but like someone summarizing something already completed. "He misses them," he said. "But he knows now." The adults exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. That night, when we finally left, there was no celebration, no dramatic goodbye. Just a kind of quiet acknowledgement, like everyone had agreed not to question what had happened too closely. Over time, I learned pieces of what the house was believed to be in local history. A man who once lived nearby. A sudden accident. A life interrupted mid-motion, mid-intention. A walk that never finished. A family that moved forward while he remained mentally tied to where he thought he should be. But what stayed with me most was not the story itself. It was my son's certainty. The way he spoke, not like he was guessing, but like he was translating. Children that age are often said to be open to things adults forget how to see. I don't know if that's true in any literal sense. I only know what I observed. Years later, I still think about the way he said, "This is the street," as if he had been there before. Or the way he spoke to someone we couldn't see without fear or hesitation, as if the boundary between what is real and what is remembered had briefly loosened around him. And I think about how sometimes, when places are heavy with unfinished stories, people don't just visit them. They are noticed by them too. This happened recently, just last week, and I still think about it because I cannot fully explain it in a simple way. I was walking with my small dog, Faith. She is my usual walking partner, and I take her almost everywhere I can. We went out for a long walk around the heliport area. I live about 12 minutes away from it, and the route I usually take is a dirt trail that stretches for around 3 miles. It is not a busy place, and most of the time it feels quiet and open, with only wind, birds, and the sound of your own steps keeping you company. That day started like a good day. The weather was nice, sunny, around 84 degrees, and the humidity was lower than usual. Around here that kind of weather feels like a gift. My body felt light, my legs felt strong, and even my mood was better than normal. Faith was happy too. She likes this trail because there are many smells for her to explore along the fence line. She often runs a few steps ahead, then slows down to sniff something interesting, then runs ahead again. It is her usual rhythm. As we walked, I noticed something I am used to seeing in this area but still never really get comfortable with. Sometimes, along the brush near the fence, there are dead pig carcasses. I know it sounds unpleasant, but it is something that happens more often than people would expect. I assume they come from local food preparation or gatherings, maybe thrown out improperly after cookouts or events. I do not really know the full reason, but they appear often enough that I have learned to recognize the smell before I even see them. The smell is strong and unpleasant, especially when the wind changes direction. On that day, there was a light breeze, and at times it would carry that smell straight toward me. It was not constant, but every time it came, it was sharp enough to make me wrinkle my nose. Even Faith reacts to it. She will pause, sniff the air, and then move away from the source. Despite that, I was in a good mood and walking at a steady pace. I was not thinking anything serious. I was just enjoying the walk, watching Faith explore the sides of the trail. Everything felt normal, like any other day. At one point, Faith moved a little further ahead than usual. She was maybe 10 steps in front of me when she suddenly stopped near a thick bush that grew along the fence. I did not think much of it at first. She often investigates bushes because small animals sometimes hide there. I assumed it was a cat, or maybe a lizard or something small moving inside. Then suddenly she jumped back. It was not a normal reaction. She did not just step away. She actually jumped back quickly, like something had startled her. Her body went low, and she turned around fast, running straight toward me. I could see fear in her movement. It was not playful or curious. It looked like she had been frightened. When she reached me, she did something she rarely does unless she is really uncomfortable. She turned her body so I could pick her up. I laughed a little because I thought maybe she had scared herself over nothing, like she sometimes does when she surprises herself with a sound or movement. I picked her up and held her close for a moment. Her body was shaking slightly, and she kept looking back toward the bush. I whispered to her that it was okay and there was nothing to worry about. I even smiled a little, trying to calm her and myself at the same time. Then I placed her back down on the ground near the fence and told her to stay. She obeyed immediately, which again told me something was off, because she usually needs a second command when she is excited or curious. This time she did not move. She crouched low, almost pressing herself toward the ground, staring intensely at the bush. That made me finally take it seriously. I walked slowly toward the bush, trying to see what could have scared her. At first I expected to see movement, maybe a cat or a snake or even a bird. But there was nothing obvious. The bush looked normal. Leaves were still, no sound came from inside, and I could not see anything moving. I stood there for a moment, listening. The trail around us was quiet. No footsteps, no animals, nothing unusual. I was about to call Faith back when I noticed something on the ground near the base of the bush. It was a black plastic bag. At first I thought it might be trash, which is not uncommon in some parts of the trail. I stepped a little closer and used my foot to gently move the edge of the bag. It shifted easily, and that is when I saw something that made me pause. Inside were bones. Not just one or two, but several. I could see what looked like a jawbone first, and then other shapes that I could not immediately identify. The bag was partially open, and it was clear that it contained multiple animal remains. I remember feeling a sudden drop in my stomach. It was not just surprise. It was a deep discomfort that came quickly and strongly. I did not expect to find something like that there. I took a small step back, trying to understand what I was looking at. As I stared at the bag, something strange started happening in my mind. It is hard to describe clearly, but it was like my thoughts were being filled with images that were not physically in front of me. At first, I thought I was just imagining things because of shock. But the images felt too structured, too detailed, like scenes forming on their own. I began to see cattle, like cows, and I felt as if I was witnessing something that had happened to them. I saw flashes of movement, heavy force, and distress. I heard sounds in my mind that felt connected to what I was seeing, like echoes of struggle and impact. It was disturbing, and I did not try to focus on it. I actually tried to push it away because it was too uncomfortable. I do not know how long I stood there. It might have been seconds or a few minutes. But during that time, my attention was fully absorbed by what I can only describe as mental imagery connected to death and slaughter. I was not physically hearing anything, but my mind was creating a full scene that felt very real in the moment. Then something else happened that shifted the experience. The mental images began to change. Instead of just destruction and death, I started seeing something different. I saw shapes that looked like the outlines of animals, but they were no longer in distress. They seemed calmer, almost grouped together in a peaceful way. It felt like the scene was transitioning from chaos to order. Then I saw figures appearing in my mind's eye. They were not solid like physical people, but more like outlines or forms of light. They looked human-shaped but not fully human in detail. I could not clearly define their features. They seemed calm and purposeful, moving through the space I was imagining. They were guiding or organizing the animal shapes, almost like a herding motion. It did not feel violent. It felt structured and controlled, like they were helping the animals move from one state to another. I remember thinking the word shepherd in my mind, even though I was not actively trying to label anything. It just came naturally as a description of what I was seeing internally. These figures did not feel threatening. In fact, they felt calm and neutral, almost comforting in a strange way. The entire mental scene felt like it was shifting from confusion into some kind of order or transition. At the same time, Faith remained very still behind me. I glanced back at her briefly. She was still crouched low, watching the bush, but now she was less frantic and more alert than scared. It was like she was observing me more than reacting to anything in front of her. Eventually, the mental imagery started to fade. The sense of movement slowed down, and the figures I was seeing in my mind became less defined. It was like watching a scene slowly dim until it disappears. When I fully came back to normal awareness, I was still standing near the bush, looking at the black bag on the ground. The bones were still there. The wind was still blowing. Everything physically was unchanged. The only thing that had changed was my perception of it. I stood there for a moment trying to make sense of what I had just experienced. I am not someone who easily jumps to explanations that are not grounded in reality, but I also cannot ignore what I felt and saw internally during that moment. It felt too strong and too structured to dismiss as simple imagination, but also too unusual to fully explain in a normal way. After a while, I made a decision. I did not want to leave the bag there, partly because it felt wrong to just walk away from it, and partly because I wanted to end the experience in a more grounded way. I tied the bag carefully and carried it with me. It was heavier than I expected, and the smell was unpleasant, but I kept going. Faith walked beside me again, no longer frightened, just quiet and observant. We continued back toward my truck. The walk back felt different. The trail looked the same, but my mind was not in the same state anymore. I kept replaying what I had experienced, trying to separate what was physically real from what my mind had added on top of it. When I reached my truck, I placed the bag carefully inside. I knew I would not leave it there, even though I did not fully know what I was going to do with it yet. I just felt it needed to be moved away from that place. Later, I drove to a quiet hillside area that I sometimes visit. It is peaceful there, with a wide view of the valley. I brought a shovel with me that I usually keep in the truck for emergencies or outdoor situations. I dug a small area and buried the contents of the bag there. It was not a complicated process. I just wanted to finish it properly and respectfully, even if I did not fully understand what I was dealing with in that moment. When I was done, I stood there for a while and looked at the view. The wind was softer there, and everything felt calmer again. Faith sat beside me quietly. I remember looking down at her and feeling like she approved in her own way, even if that is just how I interpreted her behavior. As I drove back afterward, I kept thinking about the entire experience. I still do. I cannot say exactly what was physical, what was coincidence, and what was perception. But I know what I saw, what I felt, and how real it seemed to me in that moment. And even now, when I think about that bush on the trail, I remember not just the bones in the bag, but the strange way my mind tried to turn something disturbing into something structured, almost meaningful, before letting it go. I start work at 6 a.m., so I'm up well before the rest of my family. Most of the time the house is completely quiet when I wake up. It's that deep kind of silence where even small sounds feel louder than they should be. I can hear the fridge humming in the kitchen sometimes, or the house settling as the temperature changes, but other than that everything is still. My wife and children are usually fast asleep when I leave the bedroom, and I try my best not to disturb them. Because of my work schedule, mornings have always been my quiet personal time. I don't rush around making noise or switching on every light in the house. I've gotten used to moving carefully, almost like I'm trying not to wake up the house itself. I prefer to shower in the morning because it helps me fully wake up and feel ready for the day, but I also try to be respectful to the rest of the family. So I developed a habit over time. I shower with the bathroom door closed, and I keep all the lights in the hallway off. The only light I use is inside the bathroom itself. That means the hallway outside stays mostly dark, except for a faint glow that leaks out from under the bathroom door or around the edges. Our bedrooms all open onto that same hallway, so it becomes a narrow strip of darkness with a soft light at one end. Over time I got used to that setup. It felt normal to me. I would go in half asleep, take my shower, get ready, and step out into the quiet hallway before leaving for work. The house always felt peaceful in those moments, even a little comforting in its silence. I never thought anything unusual about it. That bathroom and hallway, though, ended up being the setting for everything that happened to me. At the time I didn't realize it, but looking back, all three of the strange experiences I had in that house were connected to that exact small space. It's strange how something so ordinary can become the center of something you never forget. The first time it happened, it was just like any other early morning. I had woken up before everyone else as usual, got ready for my shower, and stepped into the bathroom while the rest of the house was still asleep. I remember the routine very clearly because I had done it so many times before. I closed the door quietly behind me, turned on the bathroom light, and started my shower. The sound of the water always made the rest of the house feel even quieter. When you're standing in the shower early in the morning, there's a strange feeling of isolation. It's like the rest of the world doesn't exist yet. I usually take my time, letting the water wake me up properly before I step out. That morning was no different at first. I finished my shower, turned off the water, and reached for my towel. I remember standing there for a moment, drying myself off, still half in that sleepy state where your thoughts aren't fully sharp yet. The bathroom was warm and slightly fogged up from the steam. That's when I thought I heard something. At first, it was very faint. Just a small sound near the door. I paused with the towel in my hand and listened. For a second I wasn't even sure if I had actually heard anything or if it was just my imagination. Houses make all kinds of small noises in the morning, and I had always told myself not to overthink them. But then I heard it again. The bathroom door rattled slightly. It wasn't a loud shake. It was a very clear, small movement of the handle, like someone had grabbed it and tested it from the other side. I stopped moving completely. My body just froze without me even thinking about it. I looked directly at the door, trying to process what I had just heard. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the handle shook again. This time it was more obvious. Not a random movement, but a deliberate try, like someone was trying to open the door. My first thought was simple confusion. Maybe one of the kids had woken up early. Maybe my wife needed something. But then my mind quickly shifted. If it was one of them, why would they be pulling the handle like that instead of just calling out? I stood there holding my towel, not sure what to do. I remember feeling a strange mix of calm and alertness. Calm because I was on the inside of the locked bathroom. Alert because someone was definitely on the other side. Then another thought hit me. My wife and children were still asleep. I knew their routines. I knew they were not supposed to be awake yet. That changed everything in my mind in an instant. The handle shook again. This time, I felt something else. A sense of responsibility. A protective instinct. I started thinking about my family sleeping in their rooms just down the hallway. If there was someone in the house, I needed to deal with it. I stepped forward slowly. My hand reached for the door handle. For a moment I hesitated. I don't know why, but I remember that pause very clearly. It felt like the air in the bathroom had changed somehow, like everything had become heavier. Then I grabbed the handle and pulled the door open quickly. The hallway was dark, just like always. The light from the bathroom spilled out into it, lighting up the floor and part of the opposite wall. At first I saw nothing unusual. Just the empty hallway. And then I realized something. There was nothing there. No one standing. No movement. Nothing at all. I stood there for a few seconds, looking left and right, trying to understand what I had just experienced. The hallway was completely still. The bedrooms were quiet. Everything was normal. I eventually told myself I must have imagined it. Or maybe the door handle was loose. I tried to rationalize it because there was no other explanation that made sense at the time. After a moment, I closed the door again and finished getting ready for work. I didn't think much more about it that day, but I did remember the feeling of it. That stayed with me. A few mornings later, something happened again. This time there was no warning at all. I had just finished my shower and opened the bathroom door like usual. As I stepped out into the hallway, I immediately stopped. My body froze before my mind even had time to understand what I was seeing. Right in front of me, just a couple of feet away, was a small figure sitting on the floor. It looked like a child wrapped in a white sheet. For a split second, my mind couldn't process it. It didn't make sense. The figure was completely still, sitting there in the hallway. The white covering made it hard to see any detail underneath, but the shape was clearly human. I remember my heart dropping instantly. It was the kind of shock where you don't even breathe properly for a moment. The hallway light from the bathroom behind me illuminated the figure softly. It was just sitting there, facing slightly away from me. Not moving. Not reacting. My first instinct was fear, because the image looked unnatural in that moment. A white-covered figure sitting silently in a dark hallway at an early hour is not something your mind accepts easily. I stood frozen for what felt like a long time but was probably just seconds. Then suddenly, the figure shifted slightly. That movement broke everything. My mind snapped into panic. I stepped back quickly into the bathroom and pulled the door partway, still looking out. My breathing was heavy. I didn't understand what I was seeing. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. The hallway was empty again. No movement. No sound. Nothing. I closed the door fully and stood there trying to calm myself down. My thoughts were racing. I tried to make sense of it, but nothing fit. I stayed in the bathroom for a while before finally gathering myself enough to leave. I didn't tell anyone that morning. I kept it to myself because I didn't even know how to explain it properly. After that, I became more aware of the hallway every time I used the bathroom. I started noticing small things I had never paid attention to before. Shadows, angles of light, little changes in how the door moved. I don't think I was looking for something, but I was definitely more alert. Then came the third incident. This one happened not long after I had just given my daughter her bath. It was one of those normal evenings where everything in the house was winding down. Because we had a new puppy at the time, we started closing doors more often. The puppy liked to explore everywhere, so we tried to keep certain rooms off limits. The bathroom door was one of them. After finishing my daughter's bath, I opened the bathroom door and stepped out with her. I remember clearly pulling the door closed behind me. My daughter was still with me, and the hallway was quiet. The moment the door clicked shut, we both heard it. 2 knocks. They came from the other side of the bathroom door. It was instant. Clear. Distinct. I stopped immediately. My daughter looked up at me. I looked at the door. The bathroom was empty. We had just left it. There was no one inside. I remember feeling a mix of confusion and caution. I slowly looked back at the door again. It was still. Nothing was moving. I had that same feeling I had experienced before. That sense of something that didn't fit. Sometimes being a father changes how you react to things. You don't just ignore strange sounds anymore. You investigate them. Even when you don't want to. So I reached for the handle and opened the door again. Inside, everything looked completely normal. The bathroom was empty. No movement. No explanation. That moment stayed with me for a while, but eventually I learned what had been causing it. The first incident, the shaking handle, turned out to be my young son. He had woken up early because he heard the shower running. His bedroom is right next to the bathroom, and he had gone to the door to try to get my attention. When I opened it suddenly, it startled both of us. The second incident, the figure in white, was also my son. He had pulled one of his small chairs outside the bathroom door and sat there waiting for me. He had placed one of his crocheted blankets over his head, which made him look like a small covered figure in the dim hallway light. He wasn't trying to scare me. He just wanted to surprise me and see his dad. The third incident, the knocking sound, had a simple explanation as well. In the corner behind the bathroom door, there was an expandable shower rod that we were no longer using. It had been leaning there for a while. I had also hung a towel on a nearby rack. When I closed the door, it pushed everything slightly. The rod lost balance and rolled across the door surface. Because the door had recessed panels, the rod bumped into them as it moved across, creating 2 distinct knocking sounds. Once I understood all of that, everything made sense. I do believe there are things we don't always understand, and I do believe people sometimes experience things they can't explain right away. But I also learned that sometimes the truth is much simpler than it feels in the moment. Not everything that happens in the quiet hours of the night or early morning is something unknown. Sometimes it's just life, family, and ordinary things lining up in a way that feels strange until you see the full picture. Previously, I shared some of the unusual events that happened in our home and around us, and those experiences seemed to become even more frequent in the months after my brother passed away. It wasn't just 1 or 2 isolated moments. For a period of about 3 to 4 months, it felt like things were happening almost all the time. At first they were small, easy to dismiss, but over time they became harder to ignore, especially because different members of the family started noticing similar things. My oldest daughter worked night shifts, so she would usually come home late, often somewhere between 12:30 and 1 a.m. Coming home that late meant the house was always quiet when she arrived, and it would take her a while to settle down after work. Most nights she would take a shower first, then come out to the living room, turn on the TV, and try to relax until she got sleepy. One night she told me something that happened while she was sitting in the living room. She said she noticed the pictures on our mantel starting to move. At first she thought maybe it was her imagination or maybe something vibrating the house, but she became more and more certain that the movement wasn't normal. It unsettled her deeply. In that moment, she said she got emotional and shouted out, telling her uncle to stop. According to her, the movement stopped right after she spoke. That in itself frightened her even more, because it felt like whatever was happening had responded to her. After that, she said she would sometimes hear footsteps coming from the hallway at night. She would try to ignore them, but it wasn't easy. On a few occasions, she even came and woke me up because she didn't want to be alone with it. I remember one night clearly when she came into my room, very shaken. We both went into the living room together. She told me again that she could hear the footsteps and asked me to speak out loud. She said something like, "Mom, tell Uncle that we love him, but he needs to stop scaring us." So I did. I spoke out loud and said that we loved him, but asked him not to frighten us and to let us know if he needed anything. Not long after that, there was a very loud bang. It sounded like someone hit the back of the television very hard. It wasn't a small sound. It made both of us jump. I asked my daughter if she had heard it too, and she confirmed she had. There was no explanation we could find for it at the time. As the months went on, more things like this continued. One of the most common was the doorbell ringing when no one was there. It didn't happen just once. It happened several times over a period of time. Each time we would check the door immediately, but there was never anyone outside. At first, I tried to explain it away logically. I told my husband it might be kids playing tricks, but he didn't agree. He pointed out that it didn't make sense for someone to ring the bell and run away so quickly and repeatedly without being seen. One day something happened involving my granddaughter that I will never forget. She was very young at the time, only about 20 months old when my brother passed away. One afternoon she suddenly ran to the front door and started trying to open it. We asked her what she was doing, thinking maybe she just wanted to go outside or see something. She looked up at us and said that Uncle wanted to come in. Hearing that from someone so young was deeply unsettling. She was so focused and determined on opening the door that, in the end, we actually opened it for her, even though there was nothing there. She still seemed convinced that someone was on the other side. There were also moments in the car that my daughter mentioned later. While she was driving with the children in the back seat, my granddaughter would sometimes talk to someone who wasn't physically there. On one occasion, both my daughter and the children's father heard her clearly say, "No, Uncle, I don't want to play anymore." That moment stayed with them because it felt like she was responding to something they couldn't see. After some time, I eventually decided it was time for me to return to work. It had been a few months, and I work in the health field, so I have to wear uniforms every day. I usually wash all my work clothes together, making sure everything is clean and ready before my next shift. One day, while sorting through my uniforms before washing them, I noticed something on one of my shirts that didn't make sense. There was a hospital name tag attached to it, and on it was my brother's old room number. I was completely shocked because there was no reason for that badge to be on that shirt. I always checked my uniforms carefully, and I would have noticed something like that. It wasn't something that could easily end up there by accident, especially since I wear identification badges myself at work. I showed it to my family, and they were just as surprised as I was. None of us had an explanation for how it got there. Even though things have slowed down since then, there are still occasional moments that stand out. Recently, I was leaving the house when I went to open the front door and felt resistance. It felt as though someone was holding the door from the other side, pulling it back slightly as I tried to open it. It happened more than once, like a push and pull against me. There was no one visible outside, and I could not explain it. In the dining room, I have a framed picture of my brother taken when he received his first communion. He was 12 years old in that photo. One day, my grandson accidentally broke the frame while playing. I put the picture aside, planning to replace it later. About a week after that, I was standing near it, looking at the photo and thinking about getting a new frame. In that quiet moment, I clearly heard a very soft female voice say, "I'm sorry." It startled me deeply. I looked around immediately, but there was no one else in the room. My mother passed away on March 2nd, 2008. My brother passed on July 2nd. When my mother died, I told my family that I was curious to see if the unusual experiences would increase again the way they had after my brother's passing. They didn't increase in the same way, but I did notice something new. The voice I heard recently did not sound like my mother's. That is something I am certain about. Another experience happened one morning while I was in my kitchen drinking coffee. From where I was standing, I could clearly see the front door through the window. As I was watching, I saw a woman step out of my front door. The strange part was that the door itself never opened. It remained closed the entire time. At first, I thought I was mistaken, so I rubbed my eyes and even went outside quickly to check. There was no one there. 2 days later, I saw something similar again. This time, I saw the same woman appear as if she was walking into my home, but again the door never opened. I saw her hand reach toward the doorknob, but she never actually entered. She looked well dressed, with light brown curled hair just above her shoulders and a purse over her shoulder. I could only see part of her face from the side, never fully. I told my daughter about these sightings, and she suggested it might have been my mother. I don't know if that is true. My mother was 67 when she passed away, and the woman I saw looked younger. The hairstyle and appearance also didn't match what I remember of my mother. Around the same time, a close friend of mine passed away in October. We had lost touch over the years, and I only found out through her daughter, who contacted us after the service had already taken place. I couldn't attend the funeral, and that affected me deeply. She was 60 years old and had a very gentle voice that I still remember clearly. Sometimes I wonder if the woman I saw could have been her, or even the voice I heard. Over time, I have come to believe that when one loved one passes, their presence can sometimes remain in a way we don't fully understand. I also wonder if that connection can open the door to other experiences that are harder to explain. On occasion, when I am sleeping, I can feel pressure on the mattress, like someone is sitting or leaning on it. My husband has felt it too at times. These moments are brief, but noticeable enough that we both acknowledge them. There is one more experience that is difficult for me to describe. One morning, I got up and went straight into the bathroom to take a bath. At the time, I didn't notice anything unusual on my body. After I finished and was drying off, I saw something that shocked me. There were scratch marks all over my stomach. They looked fresh and spread in different directions, as if caused by sharp nails or something similar. I was extremely upset. I showed my husband, and he was shocked as well. He said it looked like someone had scratched me badly. We checked everything, including the bed and surroundings, but there was no clear explanation. I do not have long nails, and they are always kept very short. I also remember having a dream a couple of nights before that incident, where I saw someone scratching my granddaughter. In the dream, I was screaming and trying to stop it. I don't know if there is any connection, but the timing has always stayed in my mind. I had another dream shortly before Halloween. In that dream, I saw my mother and brother together. They both looked healthy and the same as I remembered them. I was sitting on a couch in a bright white room, and my mother was trying to tell me something, but I couldn't understand her at first. Then she suddenly called my full name and told me to pay attention. She said something about where they were, that everyone stays young there. Then she gave me a phone, and I noticed the number 3 kept appearing. Then it changed to 4. Those numbers stayed with me because they connect to my birth date and my son's phone number. In the dream, I also remember my mother and brother lying down in a strange position, and later I heard her crying and saying she missed me. I reached out and held my brother's hand and told them both that I loved and missed them. Then I woke up. A few days later, my son had a wrestling match at school. While watching, I noticed something that made me freeze. The way the wrestlers were positioned during the match matched exactly what I had seen in my dream, including the moment where one is on the floor with their head turned sideways. That connection made me question the meaning of the dream even more. Shortly after my brother passed, I also had another dream where I saw him outside near my front door. It was foggy, and he looked calm and healthy. I asked him if he was okay, and he said yes. I then asked him if he had seen God yet, and he said no, but that he would. When I asked where he was, he told me he was in a waiting place, and that everyone goes there. That dream felt very real, and I have carried it with me ever since. This happened in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, when I was working as the operations manager for a Marriott hotel. I had been in the job for about 4 months at the time. My main responsibility was to oversee housekeeping and maintenance, making sure that every room and all public areas were clean, safe, and up to standard. Most of my day was spent walking the floors, checking rooms, and signing off on reports. One afternoon, I was doing my usual rounds. I was on the 3rd floor, about halfway down the hallway. I had just stepped out of room 312 after inspecting it. Everything was in order, so I marked it on my clipboard as VR, meaning vacant ready. I remember lifting my head after writing it down and looking to my left down the hallway. That was when I saw him. About 2 doors down, I noticed a man standing in the doorway of room 320. He was leaning slightly out of the room, as if he was checking the hallway. I could only see him from about the waist up. For a moment, our eyes met directly. It was a brief but very clear moment. As soon as I noticed him and looked straight at him, he quickly pulled back into the room and disappeared from view. At first, I didn't think too much of it. My first assumption was that maybe it was a guest who had not checked out properly or someone who had been given the wrong room. Hotels always have small issues like that, so I continued my walk. But something about the moment stayed in my mind. The room he had been in was listed on my report as VD, meaning vacant dirty. According to the system, no guest should have been inside. Still, I wanted to be sure, so I walked straight to room 320. I knocked on the door and identified myself clearly, more than once. There was no response at all. I knocked again, louder this time, and announced myself again. Still nothing. Finally, I used my key and opened the door. The room was completely empty. There was no one inside. No movement. No sign that anyone had just been there. Everything looked like a standard vacant dirty room waiting for housekeeping. I stood there for a moment trying to understand what I had just seen in the hallway. I knew clearly that I had seen a man leaning out of that exact doorway, but now there was no explanation for it. It left me feeling uneasy, though I tried to convince myself it was just a strange mistake, or maybe I had seen someone from another room. After that, I went back to my duties, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Later that day, I decided to mention it to my housekeeping team. Most of my staff spoke Spanish, and only my housekeeping manager, Lourdes, was comfortable speaking English with me. I went up to the 4th floor where the staff was working and asked Lourdes to step aside so I could talk to her privately. I explained exactly what I had seen on the 3rd floor, including the man in room 320, and how the room had been empty when I checked it. As soon as I finished telling her, she didn't react with surprise the way I expected. Instead, she immediately turned and spoke to a few of the other housekeepers in Spanish. They listened carefully, then looked at each other and smiled a little, like they already knew something about it. That reaction made me more curious. Lourdes then explained that I was not the first person to mention strange experiences on the 3rd floor. She said that several of the housekeeping staff had felt uneasy in that hallway before and had experienced small things they could not explain. She also mentioned that before the hotel and the Burger King next door were built, there had supposedly been a graveyard in that area that was later moved. I don't know how true that is, but after that conversation I started paying more attention whenever I was on that floor. Not long after that incident, I began experiencing other strange things during my shifts. One of the most unsettling was with the PBX phone system. On more than one occasion, the console would alert me that a 911 call had been made from a room on the third floor. Every time it happened, I would immediately go to check the room, expecting to find a guest in distress or some kind of emergency. But every single time, the room would be completely empty. There would be no guest, no staff, nothing out of place. The rooms were always listed as unoccupied, and there was no sign that anyone had entered them. Still, the system had clearly shown a 911 call coming from that floor. It was confusing and honestly very unsettling. What made it worse was the feeling I would get when I arrived. Every time I stepped into those rooms after the alerts, the temperature felt noticeably different. The air would feel much colder than the hallway outside, almost unnaturally so. I would check everything carefully, but there was never any explanation for it. Over time, I learned to double-check everything and trust the reports more than what I thought I had seen or heard, but that experience on the third floor always stayed with me. I never saw the man again after that first moment, but I never forgot how clearly I saw him, and how impossible it felt when the room turned out to be empty. When I was a young girl, my family moved often. We lived in different places before eventually leaving the tropics and moving to California. When we first came to the United States from the Canal Zone, everything felt very different. Even simple things stood out to me, like how close together the houses were built compared to what I had been used to before. At one point, we moved into a new development called Santee Lakes. Our house was surrounded by older neighborhoods, and I really liked it there. One of the best things about that home was its position overlooking a large canyon. At night, we would sit outside and look out into the darkness. Because there were no city lights in that direction, the sky was incredibly clear. We could see thousands of stars, and even the smallest falling stars were easy to notice. It felt peaceful and almost magical to sit there under such a wide, open sky. The event I still remember happened when I was about 6 years old. It was late in the evening. My parents were still busy inside the house. My mother was cleaning up the kitchen after dinner, and my father was helping manage my brothers and sisters, who were all still active and noisy. I had quietly slipped outside on my own. I often liked doing that. For some reason, being outside alone always felt better to me than staying inside with all the noise of a big family. There was always movement and sound inside the house, someone talking, someone calling, someone singing. It was never truly quiet. Outside, even though it was dark, I felt calmer. I remember sitting there for a moment, just glad that no one had noticed I was gone. The night air was still, and I felt safe in the silence. After a while, I walked closer to the edge of our yard and looked down into the canyon below. From that height, I could see the dark shapes of trees and brush in the valley. Small animals often moved around down there, and I usually assumed that was all it was, rabbits or squirrels or birds moving through the night. But then I saw something that made me stop completely. At first, it looked like a face floating above a small grove of trees far below. The trees were quite a distance away, maybe a quarter of a mile down the slope. In the dim light, my first thought was that it might be an owl or some kind of bird. But as I kept watching, the shape moved closer, and I realized it was not an animal at all. Slowly, the figure became clearer. I could begin to see the outline of a neck, then shoulders, then arms. It was as if the shape was forming as it approached me. The figure looked like a ghost, but not frightening in the way people usually imagine. It was dressed in a long, flowing pale blue dress. On her head, she wore a soft cotton hat with lace around the edges, tied neatly under her chin with a bow. As she came closer, I realized she looked like a little girl, possibly a bit older than me, but not much. She had a gentle expression on her face, and she smiled as she floated past my line of sight. I remember feeling completely frozen, unable to move or even call out. Without stopping, she continued moving forward and passed right by me, heading toward my house. I stood there watching until she disappeared from view. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Then I suddenly ran back inside the house, looking for her. I checked rooms quickly, opening doors and looking around, but everything inside seemed normal. My family was still going about their evening, and no one had seen anything unusual. I didn't say anything to anyone at first, but my father noticed me searching and asked who I was looking for. I didn't answer. I just kept checking rooms until I was sure she wasn't hiding anywhere. Eventually, I stopped looking. The rest of the family went back outside again, and I was the last one to follow them. I remember feeling determined that I would see her again. I don't know why, but I felt like she was still nearby. And she was. She appeared again later that night, when it was time for bed. I saw her inside my room, quietly playing with some of my toys on the floor. She wasn't doing anything harmful or frightening. She just seemed calm, as if she belonged there. I remember sitting up in bed and watching her for a moment. Then, just as quietly as she appeared, she slowly faded away. After that, we only lived in that house for a couple of years, but during that time I saw her regularly. It wasn't every day, but often enough that I became used to it. She would appear near the canyon and somehow find her way to our home. I sometimes wondered who she was and why she was connected to that place. I even thought she might be someone from the past, maybe a child from long ago, possibly from the time when wagons moved west and families lived very differently than they do now. One day, I looked through old history books and saw pictures of children dressed in old-fashioned clothes running alongside wagon trains. It made me wonder if the girl I saw could have come from that kind of time, or if something from that past still remained in the canyon where we lived. Many years later, I returned to the area. Everything had changed. The canyon and surrounding land were no longer open and quiet. Houses and buildings had been built everywhere, and the landscape looked completely different from what I remembered. Even our old home looked unfamiliar, almost lost in all the development. But I still remember that girl clearly, and the feeling of seeing her move silently through the night as if she belonged to another time that I could never quite reach. When I was a young girl, my family moved often. We lived in different places before eventually leaving the tropics and moving to California. When we first came to the United States from the Canal Zone, everything felt very different. Even simple things stood out to me, like how close together the houses were built compared to what I had been used to before. At one point, we moved into a new development called Santee Lakes. Our house was surrounded by older neighborhoods, and I really liked it there. One of the best things about that home was its position overlooking a large canyon. At night, we would sit outside and look out into the darkness. Because there were no city lights in that direction, the sky was incredibly clear. We could see thousands of stars, and even the smallest falling stars were easy to notice. It felt peaceful and almost magical to sit there under such a wide, open sky. The event I still remember happened when I was about 6 years old. It was late in the evening. My parents were still busy inside the house. My mother was cleaning up the kitchen after dinner, and my father was helping manage my brothers and sisters, who were all still active and noisy. I had quietly slipped outside on my own. I often liked doing that. For some reason, being outside alone always felt better to me than staying inside with all the noise of a big family. There was always movement and sound inside the house, someone talking, someone calling, someone singing. It was never truly quiet. Outside, even though it was dark, I felt calmer. I remember sitting there for a moment, just glad that no one had noticed I was gone. The night air was still, and I felt safe in the silence. After a while, I walked closer to the edge of our yard and looked down into the canyon below. From that height, I could see the dark shapes of trees and brush in the valley. Small animals often moved around down there, and I usually assumed that was all it was, rabbits or squirrels or birds moving through the night. But then I saw something that made me stop completely. At first, it looked like a face floating above a small grove of trees far below. The trees were quite a distance away, maybe a quarter of a mile down the slope. In the dim light, my first thought was that it might be an owl or some kind of bird. But as I kept watching, the shape moved closer, and I realized it was not an animal at all. Slowly, the figure became clearer. I could begin to see the outline of a neck, then shoulders, then arms. It was as if the shape was forming as it approached me. The figure looked like a ghost, but not frightening in the way people usually imagine. It was dressed in a long, flowing pale blue dress. On her head, she wore a soft cotton hat with lace around the edges, tied neatly under her chin with a bow. As she came closer, I realized she looked like a little girl, possibly a bit older than me, but not much. She had a gentle expression on her face, and she smiled as she floated past my line of sight. I remember feeling completely frozen, unable to move or even call out. Without stopping, she continued moving forward and passed right by me, heading toward my house. I stood there watching until she disappeared from view. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. Then I suddenly ran back inside the house, looking for her. I checked rooms quickly, opening doors and looking around, but everything inside seemed normal. My family was still going about their evening, and no one had seen anything unusual. I didn't say anything to anyone at first, but my father noticed me searching and asked who I was looking for. I didn't answer. I just kept checking rooms until I was sure she wasn't hiding anywhere. Eventually, I stopped looking. The rest of the family went back outside again, and I was the last one to follow them. I remember feeling determined that I would see her again. I don't know why, but I felt like she was still nearby. And she was. She appeared again later that night, when it was time for bed. I saw her inside my room, quietly playing with some of my toys on the floor. She wasn't doing anything harmful or frightening. She just seemed calm, as if she belonged there. I remember sitting up in bed and watching her for a moment. Then, just as quietly as she appeared, she slowly faded away. After that, we only lived in that house for a couple of years, but during that time I saw her regularly. It wasn't every day, but often enough that I became used to it. She would appear near the canyon and somehow find her way to our home. I sometimes wondered who she was and why she was connected to that place. I even thought she might be someone from the past, maybe a child from long ago, possibly from the time when wagons moved west and families lived very differently than they do now. One day, I looked through old history books and saw pictures of children dressed in old-fashioned clothes running alongside wagon trains. It made me wonder if the girl I saw could have come from that kind of time, or if something from that past still remained in the canyon where we lived. Many years later, I returned to the area. Everything had changed. The canyon and surrounding land were no longer open and quiet. Houses and buildings had been built everywhere, and the landscape looked completely different from what I remembered. Even our old home looked unfamiliar, almost lost in all the development. But I still remember that girl clearly, and the feeling of seeing her move silently through the night as if she belonged to another time that I could never quite reach. That night, before I turned off my light to go to sleep, I took a moment to look around my room carefully. I wanted to make sure I knew exactly where everything was. Lately, strange things had been happening in that room. I had seen shadows moving in ways they shouldn't, and I had even felt unexplained touches during the night. Because of that, I had started to feel uneasy every time I had to turn off the lights. When I was finally ready for bed, I flipped the switch and quickly moved around to the left side of the bed. My boyfriend was already asleep on the right side. I lay down slowly and pulled the blanket slightly down from my face as my eyes adjusted to the darkness. That was when I felt it. A cold wave of air seemed to move in from my left side. At first, I couldn't see anything, but I immediately felt a presence beside the bed. It felt close, closer than I had ever experienced before. On other nights, I had sometimes felt something near the foot of the bed, like a distant pressure or a light touch, but this was different. This time, it felt like it was moving toward me. Then I saw it. A shadow formed above me. At first it was faint, but it quickly became darker and heavier, almost like a solid mass hanging in the air. It didn't behave like normal darkness. Shadows don't usually gather like that or stay in one place, but this one did. The darkest parts of my room suddenly didn't feel dark enough compared to this shape. I was completely frozen. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I kept thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, but the darkness kept shifting closer. As it moved down, I noticed something strange about its shape. The top of it looked slightly rounded, almost like a head. Then, suddenly, it dropped down toward me. In that moment, I knew something was about to happen, even though I didn't understand how I knew. My mind was screaming in panic, but my body wouldn't respond. I kept repeating, "No," in my head over and over again, unable to stop it. Then everything went dark. After a few seconds, there was a sudden flash of light. Then darkness again. Then another flash. The pattern repeated, like a strobe light switching on and off rapidly. The light was so bright it hurt my eyes, and between flashes I could see that I was still in my room. But something was wrong. Everything looked different in those moments. The lighting felt unnatural, almost like it was coming from inside my own vision rather than the room itself. In between the flashes, I realized something even more disturbing. Everything appeared in black and white, as if color no longer existed. I tried to move, but I couldn't. My body felt heavy and weak, like I was stuck in place. My arms and legs would not respond. It felt like I was restrained, even though I couldn't see anything holding me down. I panicked, trying to understand what was happening. My mouth felt strange too, like something was there. It felt like tiny pieces of something rough, almost like cork, were on my tongue and throat. I was afraid I might choke, but I couldn't even spit it out. The feeling was overwhelming, and I couldn't tell what was real anymore. I also noticed that my body felt different. It felt like I was smaller, and my bed seemed larger than usual. My feet didn't reach where they normally would. My hair felt different against my skin, even though I didn't remember changing anything about it. Everything felt wrong, like I wasn't fully in control of my own body. I tried to move again, but I still couldn't. My arms and legs felt completely locked in place. My eyes moved on their own toward the right side of the room, where I usually looked when I lay in bed. I saw my dresser, but it wasn't the one I remembered. It looked different, smaller, and placed in another position. Other objects in the room also seemed wrong. Framed pictures were on walls where I didn't remember placing them. One of them showed a photograph of a Kaaba, something I would never have put up in my room. Everything felt unfamiliar, like I was in my room, but not my version of it. There was no sound at all. It was completely silent, like everything was muted. But at the same time, I felt like sound should have been there. That silence felt unnatural and heavy. My gaze shifted toward the bathroom door. It was slightly open. Even though I couldn't hear anything, I felt a strong sense that something was happening in there. It was as if I knew someone had passed through the bathroom and into the adjoining space beyond it, even though that door had been sealed for a long time. The flashing light grew faster and brighter, almost painful now. Then, suddenly, I saw a man. He appeared in the doorway of the bathroom and leaned against the frame. At first, I thought he was just a shadow, but the more I looked, the more I realized he was something deeper than that. He didn't look like a normal silhouette. He looked like a void, like a space where light couldn't exist. It felt like if I reached out, my hand would disappear into him completely. He stood with his arms crossed, watching me. Even though I couldn't see a face clearly, I felt like he was smiling. Slowly, he walked toward the side of the bed. As he sat down next to me, the flashing lights became even more intense. A buzzing sound filled my ears, growing louder and more painful. My heart was racing. I felt trapped, unable to move or escape. I remember thinking I just wanted to run, to get away, to leave the room completely. But I couldn't move at all. He tilted his head slightly, as if speaking to me in a calm way. I couldn't hear words, but I felt like something was being communicated. Then he reached toward my neck. Something long and thin was in his hand, and everything went black again. When I suddenly gasped and opened my eyes, I was back in my room. I was fully awake, lying in my bed, back in my own body. I immediately brought my hand to my mouth, thinking something was there, something I had felt before. But there was nothing. My tongue was normal. My throat was clear. I started shaking violently and crying without control. My boyfriend woke up beside me and tried to calm me down, but I couldn't explain what had just happened. I couldn't even form proper words. I just held onto him tightly, trying to stop myself from falling apart. Afterward, I kept thinking about what I had experienced. I began to wonder if it was somehow connected to the presence I had been feeling in that room before. I started to believe that maybe it was not just random, but something tied to a memory that didn't belong to me. As if I had been shown something that had happened there before, through someone else's experience. That idea scared me more than anything else. It made me feel like I had no control over what I was seeing, and no way to understand it fully. Even more frightening was the thought that whatever I experienced had a real source behind it, something that had once lived through that same fear. For a long time after that, I avoided thinking too deeply about it. I didn't try to investigate the history of the house or ask questions about what might have happened there. I was afraid of what I might find, or even more afraid that I might not find any answers at all. Looking back now, I sometimes wonder if I should have been braver. But at the same time, I also understand that some experiences change you without needing explanations. And that was not the last thing that happened in that house. A year later, after I had already moved out, I returned briefly to collect some belongings. I was not alone. A close friend came with me, someone who had never been to that house before and had never experienced anything unusual in her life. While I went into a room to gather my things, she stayed in the living room near the pool table. When I came back out, I noticed she looked uncomfortable. She seemed pale and unsettled, as if something had disturbed her deeply. Only when we were in the car did she finally tell me what she had seen. While she was standing there alone, she had noticed a woman near the entrance to the kitchen. At first, she thought it was just someone else in the house. But then she realized something was wrong. The woman she had seen did not have a full body. She only appeared from the chest upward. When she looked again, the figure was gone. That was when I understood that it wasn't just me who had experienced something in that house. It had followed others too. This happened to me in the early 1980s when I wasn't even expecting anything unusual. It was a clear summer day, sunny and warm, with no clouds in the sky. I was on my way home from work, feeling completely exhausted. Normally, I would have wanted to enjoy a day like that outside, but that day all I could think about was sleep. I was so tired that rest felt more important than anything else. As I pulled into my driveway, I noticed a truck parked near the chicken shed. For a moment I forgot that my landlord had mentioned someone would be coming to repair the roof. I didn't see the worker at first because he was on the other side of the shed roof, hammering nails. The sound of the hammer was steady and loud. I remember thinking that it was going to be impossible to sleep with that noise going on outside. I went into the house and down into my small basement apartment. The house was an older one, with the basement rented out as a separate living space. I went into my bedroom, changed into a pair of shorts, turned on the fan, and lay down on the bed. I pulled the sheet over me and tried to relax. The hammering from outside continued without stopping. The clock showed 10 to 4 when everything started. I was lying flat on my back, trying to fall asleep, when I began to feel something strange. It started with my eyes. It felt like they were being pulled upward, almost like they were being drawn into my head. My eyelids started to flutter slightly, and at the same time I felt a strange tension building throughout my body. My muscles began to tighten, including my arms, legs, and even my stomach. It felt like my body was clenching itself, yet at the same time I was completely relaxed. It was a confusing and almost impossible combination of sensations. I was aware of both states at once, which didn't make sense physically, but it was happening. I could still hear the hammering outside, and I wondered if that sound had something to do with what I was feeling. Then something even stranger happened. I felt like I was getting out of my body. At first, I wasn't sure what was happening. I thought maybe I was falling asleep or dreaming, but it felt different from any dream I had ever experienced. It slowly dawned on me that I might be having an out-of-body experience, even though I wasn't completely sure what that meant at the time. I had never heard anyone describe the strange combination of tension and relaxation I was feeling. I also noticed something else. I never looked back at my physical body, which I had heard was something people usually did in experiences like this. I simply moved forward, as if I was still myself, just not inside my body anymore. I found myself in my apartment, but everything looked normal and solid, not distorted like a dream. The living room looked exactly the same as always. I walked over to the window in my small office area and looked outside. Even the sunlight looked different somehow, brighter and clearer than usual. The air itself seemed more visible, as if I could see more detail in everything around me. At that point, I became fully convinced that I was outside my body. I felt like my awareness was floating rather than walking. I moved toward the door and somehow made my way outside the house. I still don't fully understand how I passed through the door or moved from inside to outside, but suddenly I was there. The moment I stepped outside, everything felt more intense. The sunlight felt warmer and more alive than usual. It was like I was experiencing the world in a deeper way, seeing and feeling things I normally wouldn't notice. The air itself seemed clearer and more present. I could still hear the hammering from the shed. I turned and saw the man working on the roof. He was on the same side as me now, and I could see him clearly. He was an older man with short gray hair and a gray beard. He was heavy-set and wearing a red shirt with denim overalls. He was focused on his work, pulling up shingles and hammering nails. I moved closer, floating right beneath him. At least, that is how it felt. I remember looking up at him and realizing he was completely unaware of me. At first, I found it amusing. I even tried to get his attention. I said things like, "Hey, could you keep it down? I'm trying to sleep downstairs." But he didn't react at all. He kept working as if I wasn't there. I laughed at the situation because it felt so strange. I even moved around a bit, almost playfully, but he still didn't see or hear me. That was when I realized something deeper. If I could move around and interact but not be seen or heard, then this wasn't normal in any way I understood. That's when I truly believed I was experiencing something beyond normal reality. As I continued observing him, I suddenly heard a truck approaching. At that moment, I felt a strong sense of urgency. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt the need to return to my body. It was almost instinctive. I rushed back toward the house. I saw the landlord arrive and get out of the truck. Something inside me panicked slightly. I remember thinking that I needed to get back quickly, even though I didn't fully understand why. I tried to focus and return, but at first it didn't happen. I started to feel fear, like I might not be able to return at all. That feeling was brief but strong. Then everything changed. I felt my body again, as if something was gently pulling me back into it. The tightness in my muscles released. The strange tension faded. My arms and legs relaxed completely, and the strange sensation I had been experiencing disappeared. My awareness snapped back into place. I opened my eyes and realized I was lying in my bed. I looked at the clock. Only about 10 minutes had passed. I immediately sat up, overwhelmed with excitement and disbelief. I felt completely refreshed, as if I had slept for hours instead of minutes. I could still hear the roofer outside hammering, the same sound I had heard before everything began. That was when I realized something important. I had not seen the roofer until after the experience, even though he had been working there the entire time. When I went outside later, I saw him exactly as I had seen him during the experience. Same clothing, same appearance, same everything. That moment felt like confirmation that what I experienced was real in some way I still can't fully explain. I thought about going to talk to him about it, but instead I went back inside, got a beer, and wrote everything down while it was still fresh in my mind. I didn't want to forget a single detail. Even after all these years, I have never experienced anything like it again. I was about 25 years old at the time, and I still sometimes wonder if the man ever felt anything unusual that day, like someone was watching him or nearby without being seen. I guess I will never know. but I do know one thing for sure. Whatever happened that afternoon, it changed the way I think about reality, and I do believe I experienced something that most people never do. This happened to me in the early 1980s when I wasn't even expecting anything unusual. It was a clear summer day, sunny and warm, with no clouds in the sky. I was on my way home from work, feeling completely exhausted. Normally, I would have wanted to enjoy a day like that outside, but that day all I could think about was sleep. I was so tired that rest felt more important than anything else. As I pulled into my driveway, I noticed a truck parked near the chicken shed. For a moment I forgot that my landlord had mentioned someone would be coming to repair the roof. I didn't see the worker at first because he was on the other side of the shed roof, hammering nails. The sound of the hammer was steady and loud. I remember thinking that it was going to be impossible to sleep with that noise going on outside. I went into the house and down into my small basement apartment. The house was an older one, with the basement rented out as a separate living space. I went into my bedroom, changed into a pair of shorts, turned on the fan, and lay down on the bed. I pulled the sheet over me and tried to relax. The hammering from outside continued without stopping. The clock showed 10 to 4 when everything started. I was lying flat on my back, trying to fall asleep, when I began to feel something strange. It started with my eyes. It felt like they were being pulled upward, almost like they were being drawn into my head. My eyelids started to flutter slightly, and at the same time I felt a strange tension building throughout my body. My muscles began to tighten, including my arms, legs, and even my stomach. It felt like my body was clenching itself, yet at the same time I was completely relaxed. It was a confusing and almost impossible combination of sensations. I was aware of both states at once, which didn't make sense physically, but it was happening. I could still hear the hammering outside, and I wondered if that sound had something to do with what I was feeling. Then something even stranger happened. I felt like I was getting out of my body. At first, I wasn't sure what was happening. I thought maybe I was falling asleep or dreaming, but it felt different from any dream I had ever experienced. It slowly dawned on me that I might be having an out-of-body experience, even though I wasn't completely sure what that meant at the time. I had never heard anyone describe the strange combination of tension and relaxation I was feeling. I also noticed something else. I never looked back at my physical body, which I had heard was something people usually did in experiences like this. I simply moved forward, as if I was still myself, just not inside my body anymore. I found myself in my apartment, but everything looked normal and solid, not distorted like a dream. The living room looked exactly the same as always. I walked over to the window in my small office area and looked outside. Even the sunlight looked different somehow, brighter and clearer than usual. The air itself seemed more visible, as if I could see more detail in everything around me. At that point, I became fully convinced that I was outside my body. I felt like my awareness was floating rather than walking. I moved toward the door and somehow made my way outside the house. I still don't fully understand how I passed through the door or moved from inside to outside, but suddenly I was there. The moment I stepped outside, everything felt more intense. The sunlight felt warmer and more alive than usual. It was like I was experiencing the world in a deeper way, seeing and feeling things I normally wouldn't notice. The air itself seemed clearer and more present. I could still hear the hammering from the shed. I turned and saw the man working on the roof. He was on the same side as me now, and I could see him clearly. He was an older man with short gray hair and a gray beard. He was heavy-set and wearing a red shirt with denim overalls. He was focused on his work, pulling up shingles and hammering nails. I moved closer, floating right beneath him. At least, that is how it felt. I remember looking up at him and realizing he was completely unaware of me. At first, I found it amusing. I even tried to get his attention. I said things like, "Hey, could you keep it down? I'm trying to sleep downstairs." But he didn't react at all. He kept working as if I wasn't there. I laughed at the situation because it felt so strange. I even moved around a bit, almost playfully, but he still didn't see or hear me. That was when I realized something deeper. If I could move around and interact but not be seen or heard, then this wasn't normal in any way I understood. That's when I truly believed I was experiencing something beyond normal reality. As I continued observing him, I suddenly heard a truck approaching. At that moment, I felt a strong sense of urgency. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt the need to return to my body. It was almost instinctive. I rushed back toward the house. I saw the landlord arrive and get out of the truck. Something inside me panicked slightly. I remember thinking that I needed to get back quickly, even though I didn't fully understand why. I tried to focus and return, but at first it didn't happen. I started to feel fear, like I might not be able to return at all. That feeling was brief but strong. Then everything changed. I felt my body again, as if something was gently pulling me back into it. The tightness in my muscles released. The strange tension faded. My arms and legs relaxed completely, and the strange sensation I had been experiencing disappeared. My awareness snapped back into place. I opened my eyes and realized I was lying in my bed. I looked at the clock. Only about 10 minutes had passed. I immediately sat up, overwhelmed with excitement and disbelief. I felt completely refreshed, as if I had slept for hours instead of minutes. I could still hear the roofer outside hammering, the same sound I had heard before everything began. That was when I realized something important. I had not seen the roofer until after the experience, even though he had been working there the entire time. When I went outside later, I saw him exactly as I had seen him during the experience. Same clothing, same appearance, same everything. That moment felt like confirmation that what I experienced was real in some way I still can't fully explain. I thought about going to talk to him about it, but instead I went back inside, got a beer, and wrote everything down while it was still fresh in my mind. I didn't want to forget a single detail. Even after all these years, I have never experienced anything like it again. I was about 25 years old at the time, and I still sometimes wonder if the man ever felt anything unusual that day, like someone was watching him or nearby without being seen. I guess I will never know. But I do know one thing for sure. Whatever happened that afternoon, it changed the way I think about reality, and I do believe I experienced something that most people never do. It had settled into my home, or at least that is how it felt at the time. At first it was only my bedroom that seemed affected, so I stopped sleeping there and moved to the couch, and sometimes to the spare room. I told myself it was just easier that way, that I was overthinking things, and that I simply needed rest. But even after I changed rooms, the feeling did not go away. It still felt like something was present in the house, moving in ways I could not explain. That night I was in the spare bedroom again. My bedroom, the one I used most of the time, was still the place I avoided. It felt like whatever I had been sensing preferred that space, like it had chosen it for itself. I tried not to think about that too deeply. I kept telling myself that a house is just a house, and that sounds at night are normal, and that tired minds can play tricks. But around the early hours, when everything was quiet, I started to notice it again. I was lying there, trying to sleep, when I heard movement in the hallway. It was not a loud sound, nothing like footsteps running or doors slamming. It was more like something pacing slowly back and forth outside the spare room door. It would move one way, pause, then move back the other way, always staying in the same narrow stretch of hallway. At first I did not get up. I just listened. I told myself it could be the house settling, or maybe pipes, or even something outside reflecting sound in a strange way. But the longer I listened, the more it felt like intention behind it. It did not sound random. It sounded like something aware of where it was going. What stood out most was that it never came inside the room while I was awake. It stayed just outside, moving back and forth in the hallway, as if it was circling the space rather than entering it. That detail stayed in my mind. I kept thinking, if it were just noise, it would not behave in such a pattern. The next night I decided to stay up a bit longer. I went into the kitchen, keeping the house dark except for the light coming from the living room television. The rest of the house was mostly shadow. My bedroom door was visible from where I stood, and I kept looking at it without really wanting to. I was making a simple bowl of cereal, mostly because I did not feel like cooking anything, and also because it gave me something normal to do while I listened to the house. I remember standing there with the spoon in my hand, watching the hallway area and the bedroom door at the same time. The longer I stood there, the more I felt like something was there again, just out of sight. It was not something I could clearly see. It was more like a pressure in the air, a feeling that the space was not empty. I kept trying to convince myself it was imagination. I even looked directly into a hallway several times, focusing hard, expecting my eyes to adjust and show me something solid. But nothing appeared. Still, the feeling stayed. At some point, I had what felt like a strange idea. I do not know why I thought of it, but I did. I held the plastic spoon in my hand and looked toward the hallway and my bedroom door. I remember thinking, almost half joking in my mind, that if something was really there, it should react somehow. I was not angry, just tense and curious and honestly a little unsettled by my own thoughts. In a calm voice, I spoke toward the empty hallway. I said something like I was going to toss the spoon forward. I did not really expect anything to happen. It was more like testing the idea of presence versus imagination. I tried to keep my tone steady, even though I could feel my own nerves rising. I threw the spoon lightly in the direction of the hallway. It fell normally. There was no reaction, no movement, nothing catching it or stopping it. It just landed and slid slightly on the floor. For a moment I stood there, waiting like something might still respond afterward. Nothing did. The hallway stayed still. The house stayed quiet. I remember feeling a mix of embarrassment and relief at the same time. Part of me had been expecting something dramatic, and another part of me had been hoping nothing would happen at all. When nothing did, I felt both slightly foolish and also strangely comforted. I even muttered a few frustrated words under my breath, not directed at anything specific anymore. Then I just picked up my cereal bowl and went to the living room and turned on the television like normal, trying to push the feeling away. That night, surprisingly, nothing else happened. The house felt quiet again, and I was able to sleep without interruption. For a while after that, things stayed mostly the same. The presence, or whatever I thought it was, did not feel as strong. It did not go away completely, but it was less active, less noticeable. It was more like a background awareness than something directly interacting with me. Then came the night I started hearing voices. It happened when I was again getting ready for sleep in the spare room. My bedroom was still the one I avoided, and the spare room had become my default place to rest. I remember lying there and noticing how quiet the house was, the kind of quiet that makes even small sounds feel larger. At first it was very faint. I thought maybe I was imagining it, or that it was coming from outside. But then I focused more carefully, and I realized I was hearing something like voices. Not one voice at first, but two. A male and a female. They were talking, but not directly to me. It sounded like they were talking to each other, or possibly to someone else nearby that I could not hear. The tone was strange because it was calm and steady, almost professional, like people speaking in a workplace or on a broadcast. It reminded me of voices you might hear from radio presenters or news anchors, controlled and measured. The volume was very low. I had to strain to listen, and even then I could not clearly understand the words. Sometimes it almost sounded like English, and then it would shift into something I could not recognize. It lasted only a short time, maybe a couple of minutes at most, and then it faded completely. When it stopped, there was no follow-up sound. No footsteps, no static, nothing. Just silence again. The strange thing was that I remembered hearing something similar earlier in the week, though at the time I had not paid much attention to it. I had dismissed it as tiredness or background noise from electronics. But now I was thinking about it differently, trying to find a source. I went through everything in my mind carefully. All the televisions were off. The computers were off. Nothing in the house should have been producing sound like that. The neighbors were far enough away that it did not make sense for their noise to carry in that way, especially not in a structured conversational form like I had just heard. I even thought back to childhood memories, trying to make sense of strange audio interference I had experienced before, like old radios picking up signals in unexpected ways. I considered whether something like that could be happening again, even though none of my devices were actively running. I was trying hard to find a normal explanation before jumping to anything else, but nothing fit properly. Still, I told myself not to assume anything unusual too quickly. I had learned over time that the mind can fill silence with patterns, especially when you are already on edge. So I did not act on it. I simply noted it and tried to move on. After that, the feeling in the house shifted again, but not in a threatening way. It felt less intense, more like something observing quietly rather than interacting. I did not feel as disturbed by it as before. In fact, I started thinking of it in a different way, almost like a presence that was just there without clear intention. Some nights felt completely normal. Other nights I would still sense something in the hallway, or feel that slight awareness that I was not alone in the space. But it was not as active as it had been earlier. I stopped confronting it. I stopped testing it. I stopped trying to provoke any response. I just lived around it, the same way people sometimes adapt to unfamiliar sounds in a new home. Eventually I reached a point where I was no longer constantly focused on it. I still noticed things occasionally, but I was no longer waiting for something to happen. The tension slowly reduced over time. Looking back, I still tried to separate what might have been real physical causes from what my mind may have created in response to stress, lack of sleep, or expectation. I do not fully commit to one explanation. I leave room for uncertainty. What I do know is that during that period, everything felt very real to me. Every sound, every silence, every moment of waiting felt significant at the time. And even now, thinking back, I can still clearly remember how it felt to stand in that kitchen in the dark, listening to a house that seemed to have its own quiet life. Nothing fully proved what it was, and nothing fully disproved it either. For about 6 months, my son went through something that most people would describe as night terrors. It started when he was around 2.5 years old, and continued until just after he turned 3. During that time, it became a regular part of our nights, and at its worst it was happening almost every single night. He slept in a small twin bed placed in the corner of his room. His younger brother, who was about 1 year old at the time, also slept in the same room in another twin bed placed diagonally across from him. The room was simple, nothing unusual about it, just a normal children's bedroom. At first, everything seemed fine. He would go to sleep like any other child his age. But then, without warning, the nighttime episodes began. The first few times it happened, it was very frightening for us as parents. He would suddenly wake up in the middle of the night screaming at the top of his lungs. The sound was intense, full of fear and panic. We would rush into his room immediately, thinking something had happened or that he was hurt. But when we got there, he would not respond to us the way a normally awake child would. His eyes would be open, but it was clear that he was not fully aware of us. It felt like he was somewhere else mentally, not really present in the room. We would call his name, try to talk to him, and try to comfort him, but he would not react in a normal way. Sometimes he would even push us away, crying out, "No!" as if we were frightening him instead of helping him. That was the hardest part for us. As parents, your instinct is to comfort your child immediately when they are scared or crying. But in those moments, nothing we did seemed to reach him. It was as if he could see us but could not recognize us. Eventually, after about 10 to 15 minutes, he would slowly calm down. His crying would fade, his body would relax, and then he would go back to sleep as if nothing had happened. The next morning, he would not remember any of it. At first, these episodes happened about once a week. We thought maybe it was a one-time phase or something that would pass quickly. But over time, they became more frequent. Instead of once a week, it became several times a week. Eventually, it reached the point where it was happening almost every night. That was when we started to become more concerned and decided to look into it more seriously. We spoke with his pediatrician and also talked to other parents who had children around the same age. Most of the advice and opinions we received pointed toward night terrors. The signs matched what we were seeing. The sudden screaming, the lack of awareness, the resistance to comfort, and the fact that he would not remember anything the next day all fit into that explanation. So we tried to accept that this was what was happening. We adjusted how we handled it, and focused on making sure he was safe and would eventually settle back down without too much disturbance. Even though we understood it better intellectually, emotionally it was still very difficult to go through night after night. During the day, my son would sometimes talk about his room. He would mention shadows in the corners that made him feel uneasy. At first, I tried to explain it in simple ways that a child might understand. I showed him how the teddy bear sitting on his bookshelf could cast a shadow depending on the light in the room. I tried to show him that shadows are just shapes created by objects and light. But even after that, he still seemed unsure. It was like he felt there was something more to it that he could not explain. He was very young, but he was sensitive in a way that made him notice things more deeply than other children might. At the time, I did not fully realize how much of that sensitivity he might have inherited or developed. I had my own awareness of unusual things in the house, things I could not always explain logically. What I did not understand then was that he might also be picking up on similar feelings, even if he could not express them clearly. One night, after many weeks of these episodes repeating, something happened that changed how I responded. He had another night terror episode, and I rushed into his room like usual. He was screaming, disoriented, and pushing away comfort. This time, something in me reacted differently. Instead of just trying to hold him and wait it out like before, I held him firmly in my arms and stayed with him. In that moment, I also felt something else in the room. It was not something I saw clearly, but more like a strong presence in the corner of the room. It felt heavy and unsettling, like something was there that should not be. I reacted without thinking. I raised my voice and told whatever it was to leave my son alone and get out of the house. My voice was loud and firm, filled with emotion and fear at the same time. I did not think about how it sounded or what it meant. I just reacted as a parent trying to protect a child. After I said that, I stayed with my son until he slowly calmed down, just like before. He eventually settled back into sleep. What stood out was what happened after that night. That episode was the last time he ever had a night terror. After that, they completely stopped. There were no more episodes, no more screaming in the middle of the night, and no more disoriented awakenings like before. For us, it felt like a sudden change. After months of dealing with it almost daily, it simply ended. We were relieved, of course, but also a bit surprised by how quickly it stopped. Eventually, we moved to a different house for reasons that had nothing to do with anything unusual or unexplained. It was a normal life change, unrelated to anything we had experienced before. But over time, I began to notice that in the new house as well, there were moments that felt slightly unusual. It was not the same intensity as before, but there were small experiences that made me pause and think. My son grew older, and as he did, he became more aware of things around him in his own way. He started to talk more about what he felt or sensed, especially at night, or when he was alone in a room. Sometimes he would describe things in ways that reminded me of how he used to talk when he was very small. As a parent, it made me pay closer attention, but I also tried not to jump to conclusions too quickly. Children's minds are very open, and they often interpret feelings and imagination in ways that feel very real to them. I kept that in mind while still listening carefully to what he said. Looking back now, I still think about those 6 months very clearly. It was a stressful time, and at the same time, it was also a learning experience. I saw how powerful night terrors can be, and how real they look from the outside. I also saw how quickly they can come and go without warning. Even though I once felt there was something more happening in the room during that final episode, I also understand that there are many possible explanations for what we experienced. Sleep, especially in young children, is complex. The brain is still developing, and the line between dream, fear, and reality is not always clear. What matters most to me is that my son eventually stopped going through those episodes and returned to peaceful sleep. Over time, the fear and confusion of those nights faded, and life moved forward normally again. Still, when I think back to those nights, I remember how real everything felt in the moment. The fear, the helplessness, and the strong instinct to protect my child were all very real. And those memories stay with me, even now, long after everything has passed. I always knew, even from a very young age, that I could see and feel things other people around me did not seem to notice. It was not something I learned from anyone else, and it was not something I was trying to do. It just felt like part of how I experienced the world. The difficult part was that nobody around me really understood it. When I tried to talk about it, I was usually met with the same responses. My parents would tell me things like ghosts are not real, or that it was just my imagination. But I knew what I was experiencing did not feel like imagination in the normal sense. My imagination was something I used when I was drawing, or when I was playing as a kid, like when I had wrestling matches with my G.I. Joe figures or made up stories for fun. That was different. What I was experiencing in certain moments was not something I controlled or created. It felt like something that happened to me, not something I was inventing. At the same time, I learned very early that talking about it made people uncomfortable or dismissive, so I mostly kept it to myself. When something strange happened, I would try to handle it quietly on my own. I learned how to cope with it internally, even when it frightened me. When I was about 19 years old, my friend Kathy's mother had just bought a house. For us, this was a big event. We all grew up in apartment buildings in New York City, so the idea of someone we knew owning a full house was exciting and new. Kathy invited me and another close friend, Corey, to come see it shortly after the purchase. We went over one day and walked through the entire house together. It felt like a normal, happy visit. We checked closets, rooms, corners, everything the way people do when they are curious about a new place. The downstairs area was going to be where Kathy's mother lived, and the upstairs was going to be rented out to another family. Everything downstairs felt fine and normal. There was nothing unusual or uncomfortable about it. But when we went upstairs, something about the atmosphere started to shift for me. It was subtle at first, nothing obvious, just a feeling that I could not quite explain. We walked through the upstairs rooms one by one until we reached the master bedroom. Inside that room was a long walk-in closet. Even now, years later, I still remember that closet very clearly. The layout stuck in my mind in a way that most places do not. The closet door was in the back left corner of the bedroom when you walked in. When you opened it, you would turn left and walk along a long narrow space that ran the full length of the room. At the far end of the closet there was another door, and that door led to the attic. There were no stairs or normal access to the attic, just that door at the end of the closet. When we first looked at it, the girls went in without hesitation. I followed them toward the closet as well, but the moment I got close to the doorway, I stopped. I cannot fully explain why, but I felt something strong and unpleasant in that space. It was not just fear, it was more like a heavy pressure in the air that made me feel like I should not go any further. They continued inside and even opened the attic door. The moment that door opened, the feeling I had already noticed became stronger. It felt like something about that space was not right for me to enter. I stayed right where I was, just outside the closet, and did not move forward. They called for me from inside, joking and asking why I was not coming in. They laughed a little, saying things like it was just a closet and there was nothing to be afraid of. They teased me because I was much bigger than them physically, and yet I was the one refusing to go in. But I did not care about how it looked to them. I just knew I did not want to step inside that space. I told them I was fine where I was and that I would wait outside. Eventually, we all went back downstairs, and things seemed to return to normal for a short time. But not long after that, something else happened that made the situation feel even more serious. A priest and a group from the church arrived at the house to bless it before the family moved in. There were around a dozen people with him. They went through the house room by room, saying prayers and blessing each space with holy water. Everything downstairs was done normally, and nothing seemed unusual. But when they went upstairs, things changed again when they reached that same walk-in closet. The priest opened the closet door and suddenly stopped. He did not walk inside like he had with the other rooms. Instead, he stood at the entrance and began blessing the space from outside, using holy water but not stepping in. That alone made everyone notice something was different. One of my friends quietly asked why he was not going inside like he had with the other rooms. There was a sense of confusion among the group. The atmosphere in the hallway felt heavier, more serious than before. When the blessing was finished, the priest asked everyone to gather together. He asked us to form a circle and hold hands for prayer. Then he said that there was something there that he described as evil trapped beyond that door, and that they needed to pray for it to be removed. When he said that, it felt like the attention in the room shifted. My friends reacted immediately and looked at me, remembering that I had refused to go into that closet earlier. I could see the surprise and concern on their faces. I also noticed that the people from the church were looking in my direction more than before, which made me very uncomfortable. The prayer continued, and after it was finished, everyone slowly moved back downstairs. I stayed for a short time, but I did not feel comfortable anymore. I kept noticing people glancing at me in a way that made me feel like I was being silently observed or judged. Eventually, I told my friends I needed to leave and went outside. As I was leaving, the priest came after me and stopped me briefly on the porch. He asked me what I had felt upstairs. I tried to explain it the best way I could, telling him that I had felt something heavy and unpleasant, and that I did not want to go into the closet because of it. He listened and then told me something that stayed with me. He said he believed I had a gift from God and that I should not reject it, but instead learn to understand and accept it. The way he said it was calm, like he was not trying to scare me, but I was not comfortable with the direction of the conversation. I was not ready for anything like that, and I was not interested in exploring it further in that moment. I nodded politely, not knowing what else to say, and then I left. After that day, I never went back to that house again. I do not know what other people experienced there after we left, and I do not know what they believe about it now. I can only say what I felt at the time, and how real it seemed to me in those moments. Even now, looking back, I still remember that closet clearly, and I still remember the feeling I had standing outside of it. Whether it was something external or something internal, I cannot fully explain. But I know it felt real to me, and it left a lasting impression that I have never forgotten. I was aware from a young age that I could sense, and sometimes experience things that other people around me could not. It was never something I learned from books or stories, it was just something that was always there. Growing up like that was not easy. There was no one I could really talk to about it in a way that made sense. Whenever I tried, people around me would brush it off. My parents were the first to do that. They would tell me ghosts are not real or that I was just imagining things. I tried to accept that explanation because it was easier for them, but deep down I always knew that what I was experiencing did not feel like imagination. I was not confused about imagination itself. I knew exactly what imagination felt like. It was something I used when I drew pictures or when I played with my Joe figures, creating battles and stories in my head. That was fun and controlled. What I experienced outside of that was different. It felt like something outside of me, not something I was creating. It would come unexpectedly and often made me uncomfortable or scared. I learned early on that I had to deal with it mostly on my own. When I was 19, something happened that I remember very clearly. My friend Kathy's mother had just bought a house. For us, that was a big deal because we all grew up in apartments in New York City. Houses were something we only visited, not something we lived in. Kathy invited me and another close friend, Corey, to come see it after the purchase was complete. We were all excited just to walk through a real house and explore it. We did what anyone would do in that situation. We walked through the entire place, checking every room, every closet, and every corner we could find. It was a normal, light-hearted visit at first. Everything downstairs seemed fine. Nothing felt unusual or out of place. After that, we went upstairs where Kathy's mother planned to live and also rent out part of the space to another family. That was where things started to feel different, although I did not fully understand it at first. The upstairs layout was normal in most ways, but when we reached the master bedroom, there was a long walk-in closet that immediately caught my attention. I still remember how it was positioned. The door was at the back left corner of the room when you walked in. Once you opened it, you turned left, and the closet stretched along the entire length of the room. At the far end of that closet was another door that led to an attic space. There were no stairs, just a door separating the closet from the attic. Kathy and Corey walked in first, talking and laughing like everything was normal. I started to follow them, but as soon as I stepped closer to the closet entrance, I felt something I did not like at all. It was not fear in a normal sense. It felt more like a strong warning or pressure in the air that told me not to go in. It stopped me in my tracks. I just stood there while they continued inside and opened the attic door. The moment they opened that attic door, the feeling got stronger. It was like something inside that space reacted to them. They called out for me to join them, joking and teasing me when they realized I was not coming in. They laughed and said things like I was too big and strong to be scared of a closet. I remember just standing outside and saying I was fine where I was. I did not care how it looked. I just knew I did not want to step into that space. What happened next made the situation feel even more serious. About 15 minutes later, a priest arrived with a small group from the church. They were there to bless the house before the family moved in. I watched as they moved through the house, room by room, saying prayers and using holy water. Everything seemed normal until they reached the upstairs again. When they got to that same walk-in closet, the priest stopped right at the entrance. He did not walk in like he did with the other rooms. Instead, he stayed outside and sprinkled holy water into the closet from where he stood. That alone made me feel uneasy because it was clear he was treating that space differently. Kathy whispered that it was strange because he had gone into every other room without hesitation. After finishing the blessing, the priest asked everyone to gather and hold hands for a prayer. Then he spoke in a serious tone and said that there was something evil trapped behind that door, and that they would pray for it to be removed. When he said that, the atmosphere in the room changed completely for me. It felt heavier, like everyone suddenly became aware of something they had not noticed before. Corey reacted immediately, and said out loud that it was exactly what I had said earlier, referring to my reaction to the closet. Everyone turned and looked at me. It was uncomfortable, not because I wanted attention, but because I felt like I was being singled out for something I did not fully understand myself. After the prayer, I stayed only a short time longer. I did not feel comfortable anymore. I noticed people from the church glancing at me during their conversations, which made me feel even more uneasy. I eventually told my friends I was leaving and went home. On my way out, the priest stopped me briefly and asked me what I felt in that room. I tried to explain it, but it was difficult to put into words. He told me something I still remember. He said I had a gift and that I should learn to understand it rather than ignore it. I was young and not ready for that kind of idea, so I just nodded and left. After that day, I never went back to that house again. Years later, I had another experience that made me think about how these kinds of things can affect people, especially when they do not understand them. It involves something I regret deeply, the use of a Ouija board. I started using a Ouija board when I was about 13 years old. At that age, I did not really understand what it was supposed to represent. To me, it felt like a game, something you did with friends out of curiosity or boredom. I knew I was sensitive to certain things, but I still treated it lightly, almost like a joke. That was my biggest mistake. At first, nothing strange seemed to happen. We would sit around and ask questions, and the responses felt simple and harmless. It was usually things like names, basic answers, or messages that did not mean much. I convinced myself that it was either someone moving in on purpose or just subconscious movement from everyone involved. But over time, things began to change. The sessions became more frequent. Instead of occasionally using it, we started doing it several times a week. That is when things started to feel different. The atmosphere during those sessions would sometimes shift in a way that was hard to describe. It felt heavier, more serious, even when the questions were not. Eventually, a spirit introduced itself as Sam. That was the first time things started to feel uncomfortable in a real way. Sam did not seem playful or neutral like the earlier responses. The message that came through was disturbing. It claimed to be in a dark place and made threatening statements. I laughed at first because I still wanted to believe it was not real, but something in the room changed during that interaction. It did not feel like a joke anymore. After that, strange things began happening around us even when we were not using the board. Objects moved slightly, doors would close on their own, and electronic devices would behave oddly. At the time, I tried to find logical explanations, but I did not always know where to look or what to check. Another presence eventually came through, identifying itself as Anna. At first, she seemed different from Sam. She appeared more consistent, more focused on communicating rather than threatening. But even that changed over time. The messages became more personal and unsettling. She claimed a connection to me that I did not understand and would often say things that made me uncomfortable. Eventually, I stopped using the board with that group, but the experiences did not stop in my mind. Even after I left that phase of my life and went to college, I felt like something was still with me. I cannot fully explain it in a way that sounds normal to someone who has never experienced anything like it, but it felt like a constant awareness of presence. Not always strong, sometimes very subtle, but there. Over the years, I moved several times, and for a brief period in a new place, everything felt normal. There was a strange sense of relief, like whatever I had been dealing with was gone. But after a few months, that changed again. The feeling returned. It was similar to before, like a presence that I could not see but could sense. At this point, I started to recognize patterns. The feeling would come and go, sometimes stronger in certain places than others. I also began to notice that it felt familiar, almost like a specific signature or energy, especially in one case that reminded me of Anna. I cannot prove any of this in a way that would make sense to others, but it is what I experienced. Now, even today, I still occasionally feel these things around me. I do not always talk about it because I know how it sounds to people who have never experienced anything similar. Most would dismiss it immediately, and I understand that reaction. At the same time, I know what I feel, and I cannot ignore it. I do not claim to fully understand what any of it is. I only know my own experiences and how they have affected me over time. I also know that my early curiosity and choices, especially with the Ouija board, led me into situations I did not properly understand at the time. Whether it is something spiritual, psychological, or something else entirely, I have learned to live with the uncertainty of it. I do not seek it out anymore, and I do not try to engage with it. I simply try to move forward and understand my experiences as best as I can, even if I never get complete answers. I grew up in a small town in Ohio, not far from Wheeling, West Virginia. It was the kind of place where everyone either knew each other directly or at least knew someone in your family. Most of my relatives still live there. It feels like a quiet, stable place from the outside, but like anywhere, people there still have stories they don't always talk about openly unless something reminds them. A couple of nights ago, I was talking to my dad on the phone. I had been telling him about something unusual I had experienced myself, something I still can't fully explain, involving what I would describe as ghost-like footprints. I wasn't really expecting anything in return. It was just a normal conversation between us, catching up and sharing random things. That's when he interrupted me and asked if I had ever heard about something he saw last week while driving home from work. My dad works night shifts at a coal mine in Monroe County, Ohio. His schedule usually has him driving home in the early hours of the morning, somewhere between 4 and 5 a.m. It's dark, quiet, and usually completely empty on the roads at that time. He said that on one of those mornings, something happened that he still can't explain. He told me that while he was driving, he suddenly noticed something large in the road ahead of him. At first, he thought it might be an animal or debris, something common enough for those back roads. But as he got closer, he realized it was crouched in the middle of the road in a way that didn't look natural at all. He said it looked like a large creature. It was not standing or running. It was crouched down low, almost like it was resting there or waiting. What made him stop mentally in his tracks were its eyes. He described them as bright red and glowing, and he said they were locked directly onto his vehicle as he approached. As he got closer, he noticed something else that made the whole thing even more unsettling. The creature had wings. Large wings. He said they were not spread out fully, but partially wrapped or folded around its body as it crouched there in the road. He told me that in all his life, he had never seen anything even remotely like it. And my dad is not someone who usually gets shaken by things. He is very practical, very grounded, and usually the type of person who looks for normal explanations first. Hearing him describe something like this was honestly unexpected. He said he slowed down as he passed it, not sure what he was even looking at. And then, as he looked in the rearview mirror after driving past, it was gone. There was nothing in the road behind him. No movement. No sign of anything having been there at all. He said that part made it even worse, because it didn't feel like something that simply ran away or moved out of sight. It felt like it was just there one moment, and then completely gone the next. When he reached home, he said he actually hesitated before getting out of his car. For a moment, he had this uneasy feeling that whatever he saw might have followed him or somehow still be nearby. He eventually got inside safely, and nothing else happened that night or since, but the experience stayed with him. What surprised me even more was that my dad had never heard of the Mothman before this. He didn't know the stories, didn't know the movie, and had no prior reference for it. He only mentioned what he saw to a few people afterward, and several of them immediately told him it sounded like the Mothman. That's when I started thinking about it more seriously. The Mothman stories are not new, especially around West Virginia and nearby areas. Most people hear about them as folklore, urban legend, or something tied to older accounts that are hard to verify. It's the kind of story people often enjoy talking about, but also quickly dismiss when it comes to credibility. But hearing it from my dad made it different. Because I know him. And I know how he normally reacts to things like this. He is not someone who gets carried away by superstition. He tends to look for logical explanations for almost everything. He is the kind of person who would usually say it was a trick of light, fatigue, or maybe just misinterpretation in the dark. That's why hearing him describe something like this made it difficult to ignore. He wasn't trying to make it sound dramatic. He wasn't exaggerating. He actually seemed more unsettled than anything else, like he was still trying to process it himself. After we hung up, I found myself thinking about it more than I expected. I started reading a bit about similar sightings, not because I was trying to prove anything, but just to understand why this particular story felt different. I came across older accounts and discussions, especially around areas near West Virginia, where similar descriptions had been reported over the years. Large winged figures, glowing red eyes, nighttime sightings, and sudden disappearances. Whether those stories are connected or not, I can't say. I don't have enough information to make that conclusion. But I do know that hearing something like this from someone close to me changes how you process it. There is always a part of me that tries to stay grounded and look for normal explanations. It could be something misidentified in low light. It could be a rare animal seen under unusual conditions. It could even be a moment of visual confusion caused by fatigue after a long shift in the early morning hours. Those are all reasonable possibilities, and I understand why someone would lean toward them first. At the same time, there is another part of me that can't completely dismiss what was described, especially knowing the person who saw it. Not because I want to believe something unusual, but because I don't think my dad would easily misinterpret something so clearly in his mind. I don't know what he saw that night. I can't explain it, and I'm not going to force an answer that I don't have. But I do understand why it left an impression on him. And I also understand why stories like this continue to exist, especially in places where long stretches of empty roads, darkness, and silence are part of everyday life. For now, It remains one of those experiences that sits in between explanation and uncertainty. Something witnessed, something remembered, but not something easily resolved. When I was about 23 years old, like most young men my age, I was curious about almost everything, whether it was something natural or something people called unnatural. I had heard a lot of talk about something known as the Vanderlight, and I became interested in finding out whether it was real or just another story people told each other. A few of my friends had mentioned it before. According to them, there was a stretch of back roads south of Fayetteville where strange things were said to happen on dark, gloomy nights, especially when there were no stars in the sky. They told me the story behind it involved a train accident that had taken place many years ago. As the story went, a man had been working in the rear car of a train, the caboose, acting as a flagman. His job was to warn approaching trains using a lantern. On that night, he had apparently noticed another train coming from behind the one he was on, and he began swinging his lantern from side to side in an attempt to signal danger to the oncoming engineer. The problem, as the story continued, was that the approaching train engineer was either distracted or unaware of what was ahead. A collision eventually happened, and after the accident, it was said that most of the flagman's body was found, except for his head. That detail alone made the story stick in people's minds. Naturally, stories like that tend to grow over time, but I still felt curious enough to see the place for myself. One night when the weather was dark and overcast, the kind of night people usually associate with those kinds of stories, a few of us decided to go and look for it. We parked near the main road and then walked down toward the railroad tracks. We were careful because trains still use the tracks, and none of us wanted to get caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. The further we walked, the quieter everything became, until it felt like we were completely separated from everything else. After walking for a while, we reached a point where the tracks split into a Y shape. One line continued forward, while another branched off to the right. It was around that area where things started to feel strange. Not too far from the split, maybe around 200 feet or so, I noticed something faint in the distance. It looked like a small glowing light moving slowly from side to side. At first, I wasn't sure what I was seeing, but as I focused on it, it became clearer. It looked like a swinging lantern or light, moving back and forth in a steady motion. I wasn't alone, but I was the only one who continued walking toward it. My friends stayed behind, unsure of what to do, but I kept going because I wanted to understand what it was. As I got closer, the movement of the light seemed to respond to my presence. The closer I moved, the more it felt like it was adjusting or shifting toward me. When I reached about 25 feet away, the light suddenly disappeared. It didn't fade slowly or move away. It was just gone. That alone made me stop, but what unsettled me more was what happened when I turned around. As I began walking back toward the road, I saw the same light again, in the exact place I had seen it before. It was still swinging side to side, just like before, at the same distance it had been when I first noticed it. At that point, I started to feel uneasy. I kept walking back, trying to stay calm, but I could feel my attention constantly going back to that light. It behaved the same way again. It seemed to move closer when I moved toward it, and it stayed at a distance when I stepped back. I didn't stay long after that. I went straight back to the car and left the area as quickly as I could. Years later, I returned to the same general area, although I wasn't completely sure I found the exact same spot at first. The local directions were not very clear, so I rode around on a dirt bike until I eventually found a place that matched what I remembered. I chose the dirt bike that time because, honestly, I wanted to be able to leave quickly if something happened again. When I reached the Y-shaped split in the tracks, I didn't see anything unusual at first. There was no visible light, no movement, nothing that stood out. But when I turned around to leave, I noticed something strange in my mirrors. I could see the same kind of light again, even though I wasn't facing it directly. Each time I turned, it seemed like the light would appear or remain visible only in the reflection. It never felt like I could directly confirm its position in a normal way. It was always just there in the mirror, never fully in front of me. That experience unsettled me even more than the first time. I eventually backed up and left the area quickly, not wanting to stay any longer than necessary. I can't say with certainty what I saw either time. I've thought about it many times over the years, trying to explain it in a logical way. It could have been reflections, distance illusions, or something related to train signals or light bouncing in unusual ways under specific conditions. I've considered all of that. But I also know what it felt like in the moment, and how real it seemed when I was there. I don't claim it was anything supernatural, and I don't expect anyone else to simply accept it as such. All I can say is that it was something I experienced, and it left an impression on me that I still remember clearly even now. Maybe it was connected to the history of the place, or maybe it was just a combination of darkness, isolation, and perception playing tricks on the mind. I honestly don't know. What I do know is that I have not forgotten it, and I probably never will. Since my son Chris was born, my mother and I both started noticing something unusual at her house. At first, neither of us spoke about it openly. It was not because we were trying to hide anything, but because we both wanted to be sure of what we were seeing before saying it out loud. My mother actually saw it first. She never mentioned it to me at the beginning, and I later understood why. She wanted to see if I would notice the same thing on my own without being influenced by her. Her house has a simple layout. When you sit in the living room, there is a wide open entryway that leads directly into the dining room. From the couch, you can clearly see that opening and the wall edges around it. One day I was sitting there, relaxing quietly, just watching TV and spending time with Chris. Everything felt normal and calm. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something strange. A dark shape slowly appeared from the edge of the entryway. It was not fully formed like a solid person, but more like a shadow that had weight to it. It leaned just enough around the corner of the wall, almost like it was trying to look into the room. It stayed there for a second, then quickly pulled back out of sight. The movement was very clear. It was not like a trick of light or something passing by quickly. It felt intentional, like something trying to peek into the room. I immediately turned to my mother and asked her if she had seen that. She looked at me calmly and asked what I had seen. When I described it, she went quiet for a moment. Then she told me she had been seeing the same thing for a while but had not said anything. She wanted to make sure she was not imagining it and that I would notice it too. That confirmed to both of us that it was not just one person's imagination. After that, we started paying more attention. It did not feel harmful or aggressive. It felt more like something curious. Days later, I was sitting in the same spot on the couch with Chris beside me. The room was normal, the light was soft, and everything was quiet. Suddenly, I saw the same shadow figure again. It slowly leaned from the edge of the entryway, just like before. This time, something different happened. Chris noticed it too. I did not even have to point it out. He suddenly started laughing. Not a scared laugh, but a happy, amused laugh, like he was watching something funny. I did not look directly at the figure this time. I just watched my son. He seemed completely entertained by whatever he was seeing. The figure appeared and disappeared several times, slowly peeking in and pulling back, almost like it was playing a game. It repeated this action 4 or 5 times. Each time, it would lean out slightly and then go back behind the wall. It felt almost like peek-boo. Then it stopped suddenly after my mother said something from the other room. Her voice was firm but calm, like she was telling it to stop or to settle down. After that, the presence did not show itself again that day. It was strange, but at the same time, it felt like it was aware of us and responding in its own way. A couple of months later, something else happened that was very different. I was at my mother's house again, and this time it was just me and Chris in the living room. Chris was in his crib nearby. I was standing in front of my dresser, and the bathroom door was slightly to my left. The house was quiet, and I was just going about normal things, not thinking about anything unusual. Suddenly, I heard a very distinct sound. It was the sound of a knee or joint popping, like an older person stretching or shifting their weight. Right after that, I heard the sound of bare feet stepping on the kitchen linoleum. It was very clear, and it sounded like someone walking slowly toward the doorway. I looked up toward the bathroom doorway, expecting to see my mother or maybe someone else in the house. Instead, I saw something that made me stop completely. There was a small female figure standing there. She looked like a woman, but she was glowing in a soft white light. Her appearance was only visible for a second, but it was enough for me to clearly register her shape and presence. She was wearing what looked like a long flowing nightgown, and she seemed almost weightless. Before I could fully react, she was gone. There was no sound after that, and no movement. It was as if she had never been there at all. A second sighting happened not long after that. It was in the evening at my mother's house again. The sun had already gone down, and the house was lit only by indoor lights and the faint remaining light from outside. Chris was on the floor playing, and I was sitting nearby watching a movie on television. I don't remember exactly what I was watching because my attention was mostly divided between the screen and my son. During a commercial break, I stood up and quickly went to the bathroom. I did not want to leave Chris alone for too long, so I hurried. I was only gone for a short moment. When I came back into the room, I immediately felt something was different. Standing near the room, I saw the same white glowing female figure again. This time she was not just standing still. I saw her rising upward slowly, as if she was floating or being lifted. She moved upward toward the ceiling, directly above where Chris was playing. I froze for a moment, unable to fully process what I was seeing. Then, just like before, she disappeared completely. After that, I started thinking more seriously about who or what this presence could be. At first, I wondered if it might be my husband's grandmother, since Chris was the newest addition to the family, and sometimes people believe such things are connected to new children. That was my first thought because it felt like she was observing him or visiting him in some way. Later, I went to visit my aunt and grandmother in Virginia. Chris came with me. One night, after everyone had gone to bed and the house was quiet, I went to the kitchen around midnight to get something to eat while watching a late movie. The house was dark except for small lights from appliances and the refrigerator. When I turned away from the fridge, I saw the same female figure again. She was standing near the window in the kitchen. She was completely still, just watching. There was no sound, no movement, and no expression that I could clearly read. I only saw her for a short moment before she disappeared again. After seeing her in 2 different homes, I started questioning my earlier thoughts. I wondered if she was actually connected to my family line at all, or if she was something else entirely. I thought maybe she could be a relative from my side of the family instead, possibly someone like a great-aunt. My mother also suggested that idea, saying that if it was a family spirit, it might be someone who had unfinished business or a strong connection to children in the family. Over time, I kept thinking about these experiences. What stood out to me the most was not fear, but the consistency of what was being seen. The shadow figure at my mother's house behaved almost like a curious presence, something that interacted lightly with the environment and even seemed to respond to attention or voice. The female figure, on the other hand, felt more distant, quiet, and observant. She appeared briefly, never stayed long, and never showed any clear intention other than presence. Even now, I still think about how Chris reacted so naturally during one of those moments. He was not scared at all. He laughed, like he was seeing something playful rather than frightening. That detail has always stayed with me because it felt like he was experiencing it differently than I was. These events left a lasting impression on me. They did not feel like imagination or dreams, because they happened while I was fully awake and aware. At the same time, I cannot fully explain what they were or why they appeared. I only know what I saw and what my mother also confirmed seeing. Since then, I have become more careful about how I interpret these experiences. I do not rush to conclusions anymore, but I also do not ignore what I see. I try to stay balanced between what is possible and what is unknown. But I can say with certainty that something was present in that house, something that both my mother and I noticed without ever planning to look for it. I've had experiences with what people usually call the paranormal for as long as I can remember. I grew up in Connecticut, and I lived there almost my entire life before moving to Florida. I wouldn't really describe Connecticut as a place people think of as haunted, but for some reason I've never had any difficulty sensing or encountering things that feel beyond the normal world. The earliest memory I can clearly recall goes back to when I was in preschool. Even at that age, I had a very strong fear of the dark, and that fear never really went away. It was so intense that I would sometimes wet the bed because I was too scared to leave it in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I always felt like something was in my room when the lights were off. I couldn't see it clearly, but I could feel it there, like a presence watching me from somewhere in the darkness. One night stands out more than the others. I really needed to go to the bathroom, but I was already terrified. I was crying under the blanket because I felt certain that if I got out of bed, whatever was in the room would hurt me. The fear was so strong that I just stayed frozen, hoping it would go away on its own. Then something happened that made everything worse at first. My closet door suddenly opened by itself. I had always been uneasy about that closet. Sometimes I thought I heard noises coming from inside it, but I always tried to ignore it unless I absolutely had to go near it. I tried calling for my older brother, hoping he would wake up and help me, but he didn't respond at all. He was asleep and didn't move. I stayed under the blankets, barely lifting them enough to peek out and watch the closet. I remember feeling like there was something moving inside it. It wasn't the same presence I had already been sensing in the room. This felt different, like another thing entirely had joined whatever was already there. At first, I thought something worse was about to happen. I even imagined that whatever was inside the closet might come out together with the other presence and trap me. But what actually came out did not feel evil at all. A very tall, dark figure slowly emerged from the closet. It was completely black, from head to toe. There was no visible skin tone, clothing detail, or facial features I could clearly make out. It had the shape of a man, but unusually tall, with arms that seemed longer than normal. I couldn't clearly define what was at the end of its arms, but it looked like there were long finger-like shapes, maybe 3 of them on each side. The way it moved was strange, almost like it unfolded or rolled into a standing position rather than walking out normally. It wasn't fast or aggressive. It was slow and controlled. When it fully stood up, it paused and looked around the room as if it was taking in the space. Then its attention turned toward me. Even though I should have been terrified, I wasn't in the way I expected. I remember actually smiling. Somehow, I knew instinctively that this being was not there to hurt me. It felt separate from the fear I had been feeling earlier. In fact, it almost felt like it had come from a different place than whatever presence I was sensing before. The figure moved closer to my bed. It held out what looked like a hand, though it wasn't shaped like a normal human hand. At that moment, I didn't hear a voice, but I still understood what it was communicating. It felt like the message was coming directly into my mind, like thoughts being placed there instead of spoken words. It was asking me if I needed to go to the bathroom. I remember clearly understanding that question. I told it yes, still feeling strangely calm. I took its hand, and it gently led me out of the bed. I wasn't resisting or afraid anymore. It felt like I was being guided by something that understood my fear and was helping me through it. We walked together to the bathroom. The figure stayed outside while I went in, almost like it was keeping watch. When I finished, it was still there waiting. Then it walked me back to my room. I climbed back into bed, and it stayed nearby for a moment. I remember it communicating again in the same way, not with sound but with direct thought. It gave me the impression that it would protect me from anything that tried to harm me. At that age, I believed it completely. It felt safe, like a guardian of some kind. I named it Blackie, mostly because I didn't have a better word for what I was seeing. As time went on, I would sometimes feel like Blackie was still around. I would talk about him as if he was a real presence in the house. My mother thought I had created an imaginary friend, and maybe that is how she understood it. My older brother also knew about him, and said he had seen something similar at times, which made the experience feel even more real to me. In my memory, Blackie wasn't limited to one place. I remember feeling his presence in different parts of the house, sometimes even in places like the kitchen. There are even memories of me insisting that certain spaces needed to be cleared before my mom would use them, like I believed he could appear anywhere. Eventually, as I got older, those experiences became less frequent. It felt like he either left, or I slowly stopped noticing him in the same way. I can't really say for sure which one it was. But even now, there are moments when I feel afraid in the dark, and if I think about him or say his name in my mind, I sometimes get the same familiar feeling of presence again, like something is there with me in a quiet, protective way. I don't fully understand what that experience was or what Blackie actually was, but it remains one of the earliest and clearest memories I have of something I could never explain in normal terms. The early evening was dull and gray, with a heavy mist hanging over the small town of Newland, North Carolina. The air felt still in a way that made everything seem quieter than usual, as if even the sounds of nature had slowed down. On that particular evening, Andrew Sparks made a decision that would forever change what remained of his family, and the history tied to their name. Andrew Sparks had once been known as a steady and respectable man in the town. He was a watchmaker by trade, careful and precise in everything he did, and he also managed a small farm outside town limits. People who knew him would describe him as reliable, calm, and deeply committed to his family. His home life had once been something he took pride in. He had a wife who loved him and supported his work, and 2 young daughters who looked up to him with admiration. Together they had built what appeared to be a stable and peaceful life. But over time, something about Andrew began to change. It did not happen all at once. At first, it was small things that people might not even notice. He became quieter in conversations. He stopped participating in church the way he used to, no longer speaking prayers aloud or engaging in discussions after services. He began to keep to himself more often, spending long hours alone or working without speaking much to anyone. His wife noticed the shift, but like many families facing change, she tried to convince herself it was stress or exhaustion from work. As weeks passed, the distance grew. Andrew seemed to withdraw further into himself. The warmth that once defined him slowly faded, replaced by something heavier and harder to understand. Even when he was physically present, it often felt like his mind was elsewhere, trapped in thoughts that he never shared with anyone. His family still tried to maintain normal life. His wife continued caring for the home and the children, and the daughters still treated their father with love and trust, unaware of the internal struggle building inside him. From the outside, the Sparks family still looked like a typical rural household. But beneath the surface, something was breaking apart. On the evening everything happened, the sky was covered in thick gray clouds, and a cold mist rolled across the ground. It was just before dinner when the usual rhythm of the house was interrupted. The family heard footsteps approaching the front of the home. The sound was slow at first, then heavier as it moved closer. The old steps leading up to the door creaked loudly under the pressure, each step sounding sharp in the quiet evening air. Then came the sound of the screen door being pulled open with unusual force. It was so sudden and rough that it almost sounded like it might break from its frame. Andrew Sparks stood in the doorway. He looked different from the man his family remembered. His appearance was disheveled, his clothes damp with sweat despite the cool air. His breathing was uneven, and his expression carried something distant and unstable, as if he was no longer fully present in the moment. His wife immediately went to him. She moved toward him with concern, hoping to comfort him or understand what was wrong. She reached out as if expecting a familiar greeting, maybe even a moment of relief to see him home. But instead of responding with warmth, Andrew pushed her away. It was not a gentle rejection. It was sudden and filled with an anger that did not match anything she had ever seen from him before. The action shocked her enough that she stepped back, confused and frightened. Without speaking, Andrew turned away and moved quickly through the house toward the room where he kept his rifle. The silence that followed was heavy and uncertain. His wife stood frozen for a moment, trying to understand what had just happened. The daughters, sensing tension but not fully understanding it, remained nearby in fear and confusion. After a few minutes that felt much longer, Andrew returned. This time he was carrying the rifle. He entered the main room where his family had gathered, and everything seemed to slow down. The air felt heavier, and the sense of danger became undeniable. His wife and daughter stood together, watching him in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was unfolding in front of them. Andrew shook his head slightly, as if trying to clear something from his mind. His expression suggested conflict, as though he was struggling with something inside himself. But that struggle did not stop what was coming next. He raised the rifle. What followed was a moment of irreversible tragedy that shattered the family completely. In a state of confusion and instability, Andrew fired the weapon. The sound filled the house and seemed to echo far beyond its walls, as if even the surrounding land itself had absorbed the shock of what had occurred. His wife and children, who had once shared a peaceful home with him, were suddenly caught in an event that destroyed everything they had known. The eldest daughter stood in disbelief, frozen by fear and shock, unable to process what was happening around her. The younger child had already fallen, and the mother lay nearby, leaving the room filled with silence broken only by the weight of what had just taken place. The eldest daughter, overwhelmed by terror, tried to move. Her instincts told her to run, to find safety, to escape what had become unbearable. But there was nowhere to go. The house that had once been a place of safety had become something unrecognizable. In desperation, she moved behind a piece of furniture, hoping it would offer some protection, even though she likely already knew it would not be enough. Andrew remained there, standing in the same space, his actions distant and disconnected from reality. The emotional collapse that had been building within him had fully overtaken him, leaving behind something that no longer resembled the man his family had known. After the tragedy, silence returned to the house, but it was not a peaceful silence. It was heavy and unnatural, as if the home itself had been changed by what had occurred inside it. In the days and years that followed, stories began to circulate about the property. People in the surrounding area spoke of strange occurrences tied to the Sparks home. Some claimed to see faint glowing shapes or orbs of light near the property at night. Others reported sudden drops in temperature when passing nearby. There were accounts of faint sounds, like footsteps moving through empty rooms, or distant cries that seemed to come from nowhere. Some even claimed to hear sounds resembling gunfire when the house was completely still. Over time, the house gained a reputation among locals as a place where something lingered. Whether these experiences were the result of imagination, fear, or something else, the stories continued to grow. Inside the house, many of the family's belongings were reportedly left behind. Furniture remained in place, and personal items were never fully removed. Among those items was said to be a small book belonging to the youngest daughter. Inside that book, there was a handwritten note attributed to Andrew Sparks. The message read simply, "Sleep, my children. It is easier to sleep." Those words, preserved in memory and story, added another layer of sadness to an already tragic history. To this day, the events surrounding the Sparks family remain a subject of local discussion and speculation. Some view it purely as a heartbreaking case of mental decline and violence within a family. Others interpret the later reports as something unexplained tied to the emotional weight of what happened there. What remains certain is that on that gray, misty evening in Newland, something irreversible took place inside the Sparks home, leaving behind a story that continued to echo long after the people involved were gone. I hated it the moment I saw it. The living room floor felt like something out of a funhouse, slanted to one side in a way that made walking across it feel unstable. The bedrooms were even worse. In some spots, you could actually see the soil underneath the house through the gaps in the flooring. The wooden boards were warped, uneven, and broken apart enough that damp, earthy smells constantly seeped up into the rooms. The house was located right across from an elementary school, which was the only reason it seemed even slightly acceptable at first. It was small, cramped, and in very poor condition. My parents had just gone through a divorce, and my mother was left trying to manage everything on her own. She moved my brother, my 3 sisters, and me into this tiny, broken-down place that barely qualified as a home. My sisters and I were forced to share one small bedroom. My brother slept on the couch in the living room because there simply wasn't enough space for everyone. My mother took the smallest room in the house, a closet-sized space tucked behind the kitchen. It wasn't comfortable for anyone, but there weren't many choices at the time. There was something off about the house from the beginning. It wasn't just the condition, it was the feeling. It felt wrong in a way that was hard to explain, like the atmosphere itself was heavy. My mother had already signed a 1-year lease, so we were stuck there whether we liked it or not. The backyard was especially unsettling. None of us wanted to go out there. In the center stood a large fig tree, and the ground around it was messy and neglected, covered in decaying debris and things no one had bothered to clean up. Even during the daytime, it felt uncomfortable to be near it, as if the space had been forgotten for a long time. The only positive thing about the house was its location. It was right across from the school playground, so at least we had somewhere else to go during the day. My mother allowed us to play there after school, as long as homework and chores were finished. We spent as little time in the house as possible. It never felt like a place where we could relax. During the first week, we started noticing insects. They came through the cracks in the floorboards, slipping into the rooms without warning. At night, we would sometimes feel them falling onto our beds or crawling across the sheets in the dark. It was disturbing and uncomfortable, and it made sleeping even harder than it already was. My mother bought bug spray and tried to seal the gaps as best as she could, spraying along the edges of the floor, but it didn't really solve the problem. The insects still found their way inside through other openings. Nothing ever felt fully sealed or safe in that house. Eventually, I started sleeping with my blanket pulled completely over my head. I would wrap myself tightly, trying to block everything out. Even then, I barely slept. The house made rest feel impossible. After one particularly exhausting night, I heard something that made everything worse. It was a sound coming from the backyard. It sounded like a child crying. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but it was clear and emotional, like someone in distress. The strange part was that no one else in the house seemed to notice it. I looked at my mother and siblings, but they continued as normal, completely unaware. The crying continued intermittently for several minutes. It would fade in and out, but it was strong enough to make me uneasy. I got up and went to the back door, looking outside into the yard. There was nothing there. Only the fig tree stood in the middle of the yard, dark and still. I checked the windows on both sides of the house as well. On either side, there were old, empty office buildings. Between them and the house was a narrow gap of space, but nothing was moving there either. I even considered the possibility that maybe an animal was trapped somewhere, but I couldn't see anything that explained the sound. As time went on, the crying didn't stop. In fact, it seemed to get stronger and more frequent. It started to feel like it was targeting me specifically. I didn't understand it, but it became something I couldn't ignore. Still, I didn't tell anyone. It felt like something I would not be able to explain in a way that made sense. One night, I finally decided I couldn't just keep listening to it. I got out of bed and went to the back stoop. I sat there quietly, facing the yard and the fig tree. My goal was simple. I wanted to face whatever this was, instead of running from it. I was tired of being afraid of something I couldn't see. The night air was cold, and I was only wearing pajamas. Winter was close, and the chill made me shiver as I waited. The house behind me was dark and quiet, and I made sure I stayed out of sight from my mother's window. I didn't want anyone to notice me sitting outside in the dark. The fig tree looked different at night. In the darkness, it felt larger and more imposing, like it was taking up more space than it should. The branches stretched out in strange directions, creating shifting shadows that moved across the ground as the wind passed through. At least I thought it was wind, but I couldn't actually feel any air moving. The longer I sat there, the more uneasy I became. The shadows between the branches seemed to shift in unnatural ways, almost like they were moving on their own. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but it didn't feel that simple. The air itself felt heavy, and I noticed a strange metallic taste in my mouth that I couldn't explain. Then the sound started again. the crying returned, but this time it felt closer. It was no longer just coming from the general direction of the yard. It felt like it was coming from the fig tree itself. The branches seemed to react to it, trembling slightly as the sound continued. At that point, I was fully alert and completely afraid. My body felt frozen, but I couldn't bring myself to move. Something about the situation demanded my attention, even though every instinct told me to go back inside. Then something changed. The scene in front of me seemed to shift. The backyard faded in a strange way, almost like a layer was being lifted from it. The modern surroundings disappeared, and in their place, I saw something completely different. The land was no longer developed. There were no houses, no school, and no buildings. Instead, there were open fields and rolling hills stretching into the distance. It felt like I was looking at the same location, but from a time long before anything had been built there. I saw a group of travelers moving across the land. There were about 10 of them, a mix of men and women, all looking worn down and tired. Their clothes were dirty, and they appeared to have been traveling for a long time. Eventually, they stopped near the spot where the fig tree now stood and set up a temporary camp. As night fell in this vision, they gathered around a fire. Their behavior felt rough and unstable, as if they were not well organized or disciplined. Tension quickly grew among them. Arguments started, voices were raised, and before long, the situation turned violent. A fight broke out between several of the men. It was chaotic and uncontrolled, with bodies struggling in the dirt. The women nearby shouted and tried to stop it, but they were ignored. Everything was happening too quickly, fueled by anger and alcohol. Then one of the women stepped forward, holding a gun. She was crying and begging them to stop. But in the confusion, she was struck during the struggle. The impact was sudden and brutal, and she fell to the ground. Her body went still almost immediately. The fighting stopped. Everyone froze as they realized what had happened. The energy shifted instantly from violence to shock and regret. One of the women rushed to her side, screaming, but it was too late. As the scene began to fade, the land around them slowly disappeared again, and the present-day backyard returned. The fig tree stood once more in silence, unmoving. At that moment, I understood the crying in a different way. It wasn't just random sound or imagination. It felt tied to something that had happened there long ago, something tragic that had left an imprint on the place itself. The sound I had been hearing all along was connected to that moment of loss. After that night, I went back inside and never stepped into the backyard again. Eventually, we moved out when the lease ended. Even though I didn't fully understand what I had experienced at the time, I understand it differently now as an adult. It felt like what people sometimes describe as a residual haunting, a kind of memory left behind in a place where something intense once happened. The house itself was eventually torn down, and a small office building now stands where it once was. As far as I know, there have been no further reports of the crying since then, but the memory of that night has never really left me. I was getting ready to take a shower that morning, just a normal start to the day like any other. It was around 9 in the morning. I had plans to go to my boyfriend's house about an hour north of me, so I wanted to get ready early and not rush later. The house was quiet. Only my mother was home, and she was still asleep in her room. Everything felt normal, nothing unusual, nothing that would make me think anything strange was going to happen that day. I went into the bathroom and turned on the shower first, like I always do, so the water could warm up. The bathroom is right next to my bedroom door. When you step out of my bedroom, the bathroom is immediately to the right. Because of that, I can usually hear or see if anything passes by or if the bathroom door moves. It's just close enough that nothing really happens in there without me noticing. After turning the water on, I walked back into my room to grab my towel. I was not thinking about anything except my normal routine. I remembered the small things clearly, like how I walked, where I stepped, and how I was half focused on getting everything ready so I could leave on time. Then something happened that interrupted everything. While I was in my room grabbing my towel, I suddenly heard the bathroom door close. It was not a soft sound. It was a clear, definite closing sound. A solid click and shut, like someone had pulled it closed properly. That made me pause immediately. I stopped what I was doing and listened carefully. At first, I tried to think of a normal explanation. Maybe it was the draft. Maybe the house shifted slightly. Maybe the shower running created a small air pull. I tried to convince myself it was something simple like that because I really did not want to feel uneasy so early in the morning. But even as I thought that, I knew something didn't sit right. The bathroom door in my house is not easy to move on its own. It takes a little effort to close it fully. It doesn't just drift shut. You usually have to push it or pull it properly for it to latch. That's why I noticed it so clearly when I heard it close. I stood still in my room for a second, holding my towel, listening for any other sound. I expected to hear footsteps, maybe my mom waking up, or anything that could explain it. But there was nothing. The house stayed completely quiet. I called out for my mother anyway, just to check. "Mom?" There was no answer. I waited a few seconds and called again, a little louder. "Mom, are you up?" Still nothing. No response at all. That made me pause even more. I knew she was home because she had been asleep earlier, and I had not heard her move around. She was the only other person in the house, and I knew she was not near the bathroom or hallway. I stood there trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to ignore it and continue my routine. Another part of me felt slightly uneasy, like something small had just happened that didn't make sense. I tried to calm myself down. I told myself it was probably just the house settling, or the shower steam, or air pressure. I didn't want to get nervous for no reason. I even remember thinking that I did not want to scare myself before taking a simple shower. So I brushed it off. I shut off the bedroom light, stepped out of my room again, and walked back into the bathroom. The door was closed now, just like I had heard it. That already felt strange, but I tried not to think too much about it. I turned my focus to my shower again, telling myself everything was fine. I stepped into the bathroom, closed the door behind me normally, and took my shower. At first, everything felt completely normal again. The warm water ran, the steam filled the bathroom, and I went through the same routine I always do. Nothing felt off while I was inside the shower. No strange feelings, no sounds, nothing unusual at all. But the moment I finished and stepped out of the shower, everything changed again. The bathroom was foggy from steam. I reached for my towel and wiped myself down, still thinking about my plans for the day. My mind was already moving ahead to getting dressed and leaving the house. Then I looked at the mirror. And that's when I saw something that made my stomach drop. There was a hand smear on it. It was not just a light mark, or a fog streak from steam. It looked like a clear handprint drag, like someone had placed their hand on the mirror and pulled it downward. It was visible enough that I immediately noticed it without even trying. I froze for a second, just staring at it. My first thought was confusion. My second thought was disbelief. Because I knew I had not touched the mirror like that. I don't wipe mirrors when they are steamy because I know it causes streaks. I always let them dry naturally. So I was very sure I had not done that. I also knew I had cleaned the bathroom a few days earlier. The mirror had been completely clean. There was no reason for a fresh hand smear to be there. I stood there for a moment, trying to understand what I was seeing. My mind started going through possible explanations, but none of them made sense. I was alone. My mom was asleep. No one else was in the house. The bathroom door had been closed when I came in. A strange feeling started building up inside me. Not full fear yet, but discomfort. The kind of feeling where you start realizing something is not matching up, even if you can't explain it. I quickly finished drying off and rushed out of the bathroom. I walked fast into my bedroom and closed the door behind me, almost slamming it without thinking. For a moment, I just stood there trying to breathe normally. That's when I noticed something else that didn't make sense. My bedroom lights were on. I stopped again. I clearly remembered turning them off before I went into the bathroom. I had shut them off because I was planning to take my shower and leave shortly after. I would not have left them on. I walked over and looked at the switch just to be sure. It was in the on position. I stood there confused, trying to replay everything in my mind. I had not gone back into my room after entering the bathroom. I had gone straight from towel to bathroom. There was no moment where I could have turned the light back on. Now I started to feel uneasy for real. It was no longer just small strange things. It was multiple things not adding up. I went to my mother's room and she was awake by then. I asked her if she had gone into my room or turned on my light. She said no immediately. She also said she had been sleeping and had not moved around the house. I believed her. She sounded honest and confused when I asked. Now I didn't know what to think. I felt a little shaken, but I still had to leave soon, so I tried to focus on getting ready. I told myself I would deal with it later and just finish what I needed to do. I went back to the hallway toward the bathroom again. As I passed the pantry area, which has open cupboards along the side of the hallway, something happened that made everything feel worse. Right in front of me, a large can of corn suddenly flew out of the cupboard. It didn't fall slowly. It didn't slide. It came out fast, like it had been pushed or thrown, and slammed hard into the opposite wall. The sound was loud. It hit so hard that I jumped back instantly. For a second, I just stood frozen, staring at the spot where it had landed. My mind couldn't process it properly. I was trying to understand how a heavy can could just move like that on its own. There was no one near the pantry. No movement. No sound before it happened. It felt like it came out of nowhere. My body reacted before my mind did. I immediately backed away and went straight into my room again, closing the door quickly. My hands were shaking at this point. I didn't know what was happening in my house, but everything felt off in a way I could not explain. A few moments later, my mother came into my room because she heard the noise and saw my reaction. I was visibly shaken. I was trembling and trying to make sense of everything that had just happened in such a short time. I could barely explain it to her properly because I was still trying to process it myself. After that, I knew I needed to leave the house for a while just to calm down. I still had to finish getting ready, so I forced myself to move quickly and get dressed. Eventually, I left the house. But the day didn't feel normal after that. While I was driving and stopped at a traffic light with multiple lanes, something strange happened again. I was in the middle lane when I noticed the car on my left. The driver was looking straight at me. At first, I thought nothing of it. People look at each other in traffic all the time. But then I saw something that didn't make sense. His eyes looked like they were glowing red. It wasn't just a reflection or normal eye shine. It looked unnatural, like a strong red glow. It reminded me of something out of a horror movie, and it immediately made me uncomfortable. I looked away quickly, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I blinked a few times and tried to reset my focus. Then I looked back again. The red glow was still there. The man was still looking at me. Now I was starting to feel unsettled. I didn't know if I was imagining it or not. I kept looking away and then looking back again, trying to figure out what I was seeing. After a few seconds, I looked again, and suddenly everything looked normal. The man's eyes were just normal. He was just a regular driver waiting at the light. He even looked slightly annoyed, like I had been staring too long. That made me feel embarrassed and confused at the same time. Because now I didn't know what was real and what wasn't. The strange thing is I don't know if the events in my house and what I saw at the traffic light were connected. I can't say for sure. But the feeling I had in both situations was similar. It felt like something was not right, something I couldn't fully understand or explain. Even now, I still think about that morning and everything that happened in such a short span of time. My brother Tim was about 12 or 13 years old when he first started saying there were weird things happening in his bedroom. Our rooms were separated only by a doorway, so I could usually hear everything going on in there. That's why it stood out so much to me, because I never heard anything unusual at first. No noises, no shouting, nothing that would explain what he was going through. That changed one night when I heard a loud thud upstairs. At first, I thought he had fallen out of bed. But when I ran up, I found him on the floor, badly sick. He had vomited everywhere, and he looked extremely pale, almost like he had been drained of all color. My mother heard the noise too and came rushing upstairs. We both tried to calm him down and clean everything up, but it was clear something had really shaken him. When he finally calmed down, we asked him what had happened. He told us it didn't start suddenly. It began with a feeling that he was being watched. After that, he started having trouble sleeping. He said that when I was in the house or nearby, he felt a bit safer and could sometimes fall asleep, but when he was alone, it got worse. He started hearing things at night, like footsteps on the stairs or the sound of floorboards creaking when no one was there. Sometimes he even saw quick flashes of light that didn't make sense. At first, he thought it might just be dreams or his imagination. He tried to ignore it and stay awake until I came home, because he said that when I was around, he could finally relax enough to sleep. But over time, whatever he was experiencing became more intense and more frightening for him. Then he told us about something he saw that completely terrified him. He said he began seeing a woman in his room. According to him, she would appear as if she was coming down from the ceiling. At first, he tried to convince himself it was just a dream, but he started to realize it felt too real to ignore. He described her as having long black hair and red eyes. He said she would call to him, holding out her arms like she wanted him to come closer. He would refuse. He said he would pull the blankets over his head and tell her no, trying to shut her out completely. But instead of going away, she seemed to get more intense, like she was reacting to his fear. When I asked him why he never told anyone sooner, he just shook his head and said no one would believe him. He had been keeping it to himself because he didn't know how to explain something like that. On the night everything escalated, he said he was lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling and the light fixture above him. It had one of those pull strings for the light. He said that's when the woman appeared again, but this time it was different. He said she came out of the light itself, not from a corner or doorway, but directly from the light fixture above him. He said she called to him again, and he could see her red eyes clearly even though there was also a small night light on in the room. He said the presence of that light didn't make her go away, it actually made her more visible. This time, instead of just standing there, he said something much more disturbing happened. He described feeling like he was being pulled upward toward her. He said it felt like his body was no longer fully under his control, and he started spinning or rotating in place, as if something was lifting him and turning him around near the ceiling light. He said it made him extremely dizzy and sick, like his body couldn't handle the motion. He tried to scream at her to stop, to leave him alone. That's when he suddenly hit the floor. After that, he was covered in vomit and completely shaken. It looked like he had fallen out of bed violently, but the way he described it made it feel like something else had been happening at the same time for him. After that night, things changed. I told him to pray and try to tell it to leave him alone, and according to him, whatever it was never bothered him in the same way again. But the fear never really left him. He remembered it clearly for a long time after that, even into adulthood, and he would still talk about it years later, especially before he passed away. Later on, my mother started using his old room upstairs as a sort of storage or workspace. She also said she sometimes felt like she was being watched when she was in there. On one occasion, she even thought she heard Tim's voice call out to her, like he was saying, "Mom," while she was sitting alone thinking about him. But I personally never experienced anything like that while I lived in the house. It wasn't until I moved into my first home with my husband that I started noticing strange things happening to me as well, things I can't easily explain. I'll share those experiences too soon. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this with a family member? It still stays in my mind to this day, because no matter how I try to explain it logically, the memory of how scared he was never really goes away. I was about 13 years old at the time, and even now that I'm much older, I still remember that day very clearly. It happened at my aunt and uncle's house in San Jose, California, a place I had visited many times before. Growing up, our whole family used to gather there for Christmas and other small visits. It was always familiar to me, and nothing about that house ever felt unusual or strange at first. It was just a normal family home where everyone laughed, ate together, and spent time catching up. At least that is what I always believed until that day. My aunt and uncle had lived in that house for many years, around 2 decades if I remember correctly. My mom and my aunt, who was her older sister, had gone out one afternoon to run some errands. My uncle was at work, so I was left alone in the house for a couple of hours. I had been left alone there before, so it was not something that made me nervous at first. I was just spending time inside, doing nothing important, probably walking around, maybe thinking about what I would eat later or waiting for them to come back. The house layout was simple, but I still remember it clearly. There was a main hallway that led straight into the family room. That hallway also ended near the bathroom area. On the right side, there was another short hallway that led toward my aunt and uncle's bedroom. The front door opened directly into the main hallway, and from there you could see into the family room. It was not a large house, and everything felt very connected, like you could hear or see most things from one spot. I was walking slowly through the hallway when something caught my attention from the corner of my eye. It was very quick, almost like a flicker. I thought I saw a tall figure, most likely a man, just slightly leaning or poking his head out from the corner. It happened so fast that I wasn't even sure if I really saw anything. I remember pausing for a moment and thinking maybe I was just imagining it. But still, the feeling it gave me was strange enough that I became a little uneasy. I tried to ignore it and continued walking, telling myself it was nothing. But then it happened again. A similar movement at the edge of my vision. Again, it looked like a tall male figure quickly appearing from the corner, and then pulling back. It was not fully visible, just enough to make me notice it. I remember feeling my body tense up a little, because now it didn't feel like a one-time mistake. It felt like something was actually there, watching me or moving around just out of sight. I was alone in the house, and the TV was off. There were no sounds except the normal quiet of the house. That silence made everything feel even more noticeable. I stopped walking completely and tried to focus. I looked directly at the hallway corner where I had seen the movement. Nothing was there. No sound, no movement, nothing that could explain what I saw. Still, I tried to act normal. I convinced myself that maybe it was just light, or my eyes playing tricks on me. I slowly started walking again. But then it happened a third time. Again, just a quick appearance from the same corner. It felt intentional this time, like something was trying to see me without fully revealing itself. That thought made my heart beat faster. I didn't understand what was going on, but I knew I was getting scared. I stopped again, and this time I called out. I said my uncle's name, thinking maybe he had come home early without me noticing. I called out, "Uncle Marty?" But there was no answer. No footsteps, no movement, nothing at all. The house stayed completely quiet. That was the moment I realized I really might be alone. Even though I knew that logically, I still walked slowly toward the corner where I kept seeing the figure. I don't know why I did that. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that nothing was there. Maybe I just wanted to end the fear by facing it. But when I finally reached the corner and looked around it, there was nothing. No person, no hiding place, no explanation at all. Just an empty hallway. At that point I started questioning everything. I thought maybe I was just imagining it. Maybe I had scared myself for no reason. I stood there for a while trying to calm down, telling myself it was nothing important. I went back to sitting in the house and tried to distract myself until my aunt and mom returned. When they finally came back, I decided to tell my aunt what I had seen. I didn't really expect much from it. I just thought she would laugh it off or say it was my imagination. I explained to her that I had seen what looked like a tall man peeking around the corner of the hallway, but I also told her I knew I was alone, so it didn't make sense. Instead of brushing it off, she reacted differently. She looked at me seriously and told me that I was not the only one who had seen something like that in the house. She said she had also seen the same figure before. According to her, it was not just a shadow or a trick of light. She had seen a full apparition of an older man. She described him as someone wearing glasses and an old-style gray suit or formal clothing. She said that when she saw him, he simply disappeared in front of her eyes. That surprised me a lot because I wasn't expecting her to confirm anything like that. Then she added something else that made it even more real to me. She said that my younger cousin had also seen the same figure. She told me that he had frozen in the hallway one day and said he saw someone standing there, even though no one else was visible. Hearing that made me feel strange. It wasn't just my experience anymore. It was something that had been seen by multiple people in the same house. At that point, I didn't know what to think. I wasn't fully afraid anymore, but I was definitely confused and curious. It felt like something about that house had been noticed by different people at different times. My aunt then explained something else that stayed in my mind. She said that the house used to belong to someone before they moved in. An older man had lived there, and he had passed away inside one of the rooms. She believed that what people were seeing was connected to him. She didn't say it in a dramatic way, just in a calm and matter-of-fact tone, like it was something she had accepted over time. After hearing all of this, I didn't feel the same about the experience anymore. What I saw that day was no longer just a strange moment of imagination or fear. It felt like part of something bigger that other people had also experienced in different ways. I didn't see anything harmful or aggressive that day, and according to my aunt, the presence was not something that caused danger or trouble. It was more like something that remained in the house, appearing briefly and then disappearing again. Even though the experience didn't hurt me, it stayed in my memory for a long time. I became more interested in stories like this after that day. I started paying attention to things people said about similar experiences, and I found myself thinking back to that hallway often. It was the first time I realized that more than one person could see the same thing in the same place, even when it didn't fully make sense. Even now, I still think about that house in San Jose. It looks like an ordinary family home from the outside, and for most people it probably is just that. But for me, it will always be the place where I saw something I couldn't explain, and later found out I wasn't the only one. This happened on the island of Kauai, though I still don't fully understand why I went there in the first place, or why I kept feeling pulled back toward that exact location. It was not something I planned or actively looked for. In fact, I usually avoid exploring old abandoned places. That is not something I enjoy doing, and if I had a choice, I would never willingly go near empty or decaying buildings. But this experience felt different from anything I had felt before, like something outside of me was gently pushing my attention toward it over time. There was an old caretaker cottage in that area, or at least that is what I assumed it was. I was never fully sure of its purpose. The building sat alone in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by emptiness and overgrown land. It was clearly abandoned and falling apart. At some point, there had been electricity going to it, because I remember seeing an old wooden pole with wires attached. But there was no power anymore, and everything about the place looked dead and forgotten. The strange part is that I had actually driven past that area many times before without ever noticing it. It was off a small turnoff that didn't lead anywhere important, so there was never any reason for me to go that way. It almost felt like the building didn't exist to me until the moment it suddenly did. I know that sounds odd, but that is honestly how it felt. One day I simply became aware of it, and after that, I could not stop thinking about it. At first, I didn't do anything about it. I just noticed it from a distance while passing by and moved on with my life. But over time, I started feeling drawn back to it. I don't know how else to explain it except that it felt like a pull. Not fear exactly, and not curiosity in a normal sense, but something quieter and more persistent, like a thought that keeps returning no matter how many times you try to ignore it. Eventually, I gave in to that feeling and decided to look at it more closely during the daytime first. When I saw it properly for the first time, I understood why it had been left alone. The structure was in very bad condition. It looked like it was slowly collapsing into itself. The roof was worn down, the walls looked weak, and the whole building had a tired, forgotten presence to it, like it had been abandoned for a very long time. The place itself was small. There was one main living area, but no proper bedroom that I could clearly identify. On one side, there was what looked like a small outhouse or toilet structure. On the other side, there may have been a small kitchen or laundry area, but it was hard to tell because everything was worn down and partially destroyed. A wooden pole stood nearby, sticking up into the sky in a way that felt out of place compared to the rest of the scene. The surroundings were just as unsettling in their own way. There was old junk scattered around, broken furniture, discarded items, and even abandoned cars sitting in different spots. It felt less like a normal property and more like something forgotten and left behind for decades. What made it even more uncomfortable was the fact that across the road, not far from this lonely structure, there was a cemetery. That detail made the entire area feel heavier, like everything around it carried a quiet sadness. Standing there, I remember feeling a strange sense of pity or sadness, not just for the building but for what it represented. I kept thinking about how anyone could have lived in a place like that. It must have been an extremely isolated and lonely life. There were no nearby homes, no signs of neighbors, and nothing around it that suggested normal living conditions. Just emptiness and silence. At that point, I started forming my own theory. I thought maybe the building had once been used by a caretaker for the cemetery across the road. That idea made the most sense to me. It would explain why it was placed there, away from everything else, and why it was so small and simple compared to a normal house. But even that explanation didn't answer everything I was feeling. There was still something about the place that felt aware, in a strange way. I remember thinking that whatever energy I felt there, I was somehow being led to it by a male presence. I cannot explain how I came to that conclusion. It was not based on logic or evidence. It was just a strong internal feeling that I couldn't ignore. It felt like the building was connected to something that wanted attention, or maybe wanted to be remembered. I always carried my camera with me, so I took a few pictures during that first visit. I told myself I wanted to study the place later, maybe look more closely at details I might miss in person. After that I left, but the image of that building stayed in my mind longer than I expected. I didn't forget it, and over the next few weeks, I found myself thinking about it more often than I wanted to admit. Eventually, I returned again. This time, it was in the evening, around 9 at night. This second visit felt completely different from the first. The atmosphere had changed in a way I cannot fully describe. The air itself felt charged, almost electric, like something was building up around me. The weather was calm, and there was no strong wind. Everything felt still, but also very alive in a strange way. As I drove through the area, I could hear everything clearly. The sound of insects, crickets, and small animals filled the air in a way that felt unusually sharp. The ocean was nearby, and I could hear waves crashing against the rocks and cliffs. I could even smell the salt from the sea drifting through the air. Normally that would feel peaceful, but in that moment, it felt intense, like every sense in my body was turned up. I didn't really know where I was going at first. I just kept driving slowly, waiting for a feeling or instinct to guide me. Eventually, I found myself near the cemetery again. From there, I turned onto the dirt road that led toward the caretaker cottage. As soon as I entered that road, everything changed. There were no streetlights at all. It was completely dark, almost like entering a tunnel with no end. My headlights were the only source of light, and even they seemed weak against the darkness. It felt like the blackness around me was absorbing the light instead of just being lit by it. The road itself was rough, and I could hear the sound of gravel and dirt under my tires. The noise of my car felt too loud in that silence, like I didn't belong there. Every small sound stood out more than it should have. The deeper I went, the more isolated I felt. When I finally reached the cottage, I stopped the car. I did not get out immediately. Something inside me told me to stay inside the vehicle. Instead, I grabbed my camera and began taking pictures through the window and from where I was parked. My heart was beating faster, but I wasn't exactly scared in the normal sense. It felt more like anticipation, like I was waiting for something to reveal itself. As I took the photos, things started to change. After a few shots, I began to notice something unusual. I started hearing sounds coming from inside the building. At first, it was very faint, like movement or footsteps. I paused and tried to listen carefully, but there was nothing visible outside. Then the feeling became stronger. It was not just sound anymore. It felt like a presence, like someone was inside and aware of me. I took another photo, and at that moment, I heard what sounded like a man's voice. It was loud enough for me to notice clearly, but I could not understand the words. It sounded angry, deeply angry, as if it was reacting to my presence. That is when the feeling of danger became real. The presence inside the building no longer felt distant. It felt close, like it had noticed me fully. I remember hearing movement again, like footsteps coming closer, and I felt as if something was approaching the outside. I did not wait to see more. I backed away and drove off quickly, leaving the area as fast as I could. While driving home, my mind kept going back to the photos I had taken. I kept wondering if anything would show up in them, or if I had captured something I shouldn't have. When I finally reached home, I immediately loaded the images onto my computer. I went through them one by one, not knowing what to expect. Most of them were just dark, blurry shots of the building. But the last image changed everything for me. In that final photo, there was something visible that had not been there before in any normal sense. It showed what looked like the upper body of a man emerging from the darkness. His face and hands were visible, but the rest of his body seemed incomplete, as if it was not fully formed or only partially present in the image. His expression looked angry, and his mouth was open as if he was speaking or shouting at the moment the picture was taken. His hands were visible too. One looked clenched, and the other was raised near his chest. His face appeared pale, almost unnaturally so, and there was a strong feeling of hostility coming from the image itself. I remember just staring at it for a long time, trying to understand what I was seeing. After that experience, I tried asking locals and even police about the cottage, but no one had a clear explanation. Some people knew the building existed, but no one seemed to remember who had lived there or what it was originally used for. It was just something that had always been there, sitting abandoned and forgotten. That part confused me the most. A place like that should have had a story, a history, or at least someone who remembered it properly. But it was as if it existed without a clear record, like it had been erased from memory except for its physical presence. In the end, I was left with more questions than answers. Whatever I experienced there, it felt like something that did not want help or attention in a normal sense. It felt more like something that simply wanted to be noticed, even if only for a moment, and then left alone again in the darkness where it had been for so long. It had been a few days, and for the first time in what felt like forever, everything seemed calm again. I was finally getting back into my normal routine. I went to work, I came home, I ate whatever was easy, and I tried to keep my mind busy. I told myself I was fine. I told myself that whatever had happened before, the touch on my face that had scared me so badly, was over now. Maybe it was stress. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe my brain had filled in the blanks in the dark and made a mountain out of nothing. I wanted to believe that. The problem was, even when I tried to forget, my body didn't forget. Sometimes I would be brushing my hair in the mirror and I would suddenly remember the exact feeling of fingertips against my skin, like someone had leaned in close enough to breathe on me and I still hadn't heard a single footstep. Other times, I'd be half asleep and I'd wake up fast, my heart racing, like my body was warning me that something was in the room. But for those few days, nothing happened. No strange sounds. No weird cold spots. No feeling like I was being watched. And then October 28th came. It was my parents' 25th wedding anniversary, and my dad had been planning something special. He was the kind of person who liked surprises, the kind that were sweet and thoughtful, not the kind that made you nervous. He had booked a little getaway for my mom at a Marriott hotel in Hollywood, California. He also got tickets for them to go see a sitcom being filmed at Warner Brothers Studio. I honestly don't remember the name of the show. I just remember how excited my mom sounded when she realized what he had done. She kept saying, "I can't believe you planned all this." And my dad just smiled like he'd been holding that secret in his pocket for weeks. It was actually really nice to see them like that. My parents had worked hard all their lives, and they weren't the type to spoil themselves. My mom was always worried about bills, schedules, responsibilities. My dad was the same way, but he also believed you had to make time for things that mattered. 25 years of marriage mattered. And I could tell he wanted my mom to feel loved, not just in a normal, everyday way, but in a big way. Still, as happy as I was for them, there was one part of it that made my stomach tighten. I would be home alone. My mom hated the idea of me being by myself at night. It didn't matter that I was almost 21. To her, alone was alone. Vulnerable was vulnerable. She worried the way moms worry, sometimes logical, sometimes not, but always intense. If she had her way, she would have had someone sleeping on the couch, a neighbor checking in, and the house lit up like a Christmas tree. I didn't tell her I was nervous too. I acted casual. I said I'd be fine. I said I'd probably just go to bed early. I didn't want to ruin their anniversary with my anxiety. Before they left, my mom stood in the entryway and looked around like she was trying to memorize the house in her head. She asked me if all the doors and windows were locked. She asked me if I had my phone charged. She asked me if I was sure I didn't want to go stay at a friend's place. "I'm fine," I said, trying to sound confident. My dad hugged me and told me to call if I needed anything. My mom hugged me longer, the kind of hug where you can feel her trying to pass her fear out of her body and into yours. Like if she holds on tight enough, she can keep you safe. Then they left. I went to work that day like usual, but I couldn't fully focus. There was this little clock in the back of my mind counting down to nighttime. Every time I glanced at the time, I felt that same familiar knot in my stomach. I kept thinking, it's just one night. Just one night, and then they'll be back. Plenty of people stay home alone. Plenty of people do it every day and nothing happens. After work, I drove home and pulled into the driveway around 6:30 p.m. The sky was already shifting into that early fall darkness, when the sun disappears faster than you expect. The neighborhood looked normal. Quiet. The same houses, the same parked cars, the same porch lights clicking on one by one. Inside, the house felt too still. You know how a house feels different when other people are in it? Like the walls hold warmth and noise and movement? And when it's empty, it feels like the air is just sitting there, waiting? I turned on lights as I moved through the rooms. Not because I was scared, I told myself, but because I didn't like walking into a dark house. I dropped my bag, kicked off my shoes, and tried to settle into the evening. I did have a plan, at least a small one. I had asked a friend to come over. I knew my mom would feel better if someone was with me, and honestly, I would feel better too. My friend came by not long after I got home. The second I heard her knock and then her voice in the hallway, the tension in my shoulders eased. We did normal friend stuff. We talked, we laughed, we snacked. We watched something on TV for a while and scrolled through our phones like the world wasn't full of creepy stories and weird things you don't want to believe in. She asked how my parents' trip was going, and I told her about the hotel and the sitcom taping and how cute my dad was acting about the whole thing. At one point she asked, "Are you okay being here alone later?" I shrugged, trying to be light about it. "Yeah. I mean, I don't love it, but I'll survive." She gave me a look like she didn't fully believe me, but she didn't push. Sometimes friends can tell you're scared even when you're trying not to show it. The hours moved faster than I wanted them to. Before I knew it, it was close to 11 p.m., and she had to go home. She said she wished she could stay, but she had work early and her parents would flip if she didn't come back. I walked her to the door. The moment she stepped outside, it felt like the night rushed in to fill the space she left behind. The porch light made her face look pale for a second, and then she was walking to her car, waving goodbye. I closed the door and locked it. The click of the lock sounded louder than normal. I stood there for a few seconds, just staring at the door, and I remember thinking, Okay. This is it. It's just you now. I went around the house and checked the locks like my mom would have wanted. Front door, back door, windows. Everything was locked. I told myself I was being responsible, not paranoid. To distract myself, I decided to stay in the living room. My bedroom felt too far down the hallway, too separated from everything, like I'd be trapped in there listening to every little sound. The living room felt more open, safer somehow. I could see more. I could hear more clearly what was happening in the house. I turned on the TV and put on some taped shows. My dad and I always watched those kinds of shows together, and there was something comforting about hearing familiar voices and canned laughter. It made the house feel less empty. Like if I kept the TV going, the silence couldn't sneak up on me. For a while it worked. I started to relax. I leaned back into the couch, pulled a blanket over my legs, and let myself get pulled into the show. Every now and then, I'd glance at the hallway without even meaning to, just a quick check like my eyes were doing it on their own. And then I heard something. It wasn't loud. It wasn't a crash or a bang. It was a small sound, the kind that makes you pause and say, "Did I really hear that?" It was like something shifting, or a soft thump, like a cabinet door settling or a footstep that stopped halfway. My whole body went still. My house isn't the kind of house that makes constant noises. Sure, sometimes you hear the heater kick on, or the fridge hum, or the house creak the way houses do. But this didn't sound like that. It sounded placed. Like it came from something that meant to make a sound. I lowered the volume on the TV. The laughter faded into a low background noise. I listened. Nothing. A few seconds went by and I started to feel silly. I told myself it could have been anything. Maybe the ice maker. Maybe the air vent. Maybe the neighbor closing a car door outside and the sound traveled weird. But I couldn't ignore it. Not after everything that had already happened to me. Not after that touch on my face a few days before, the one I'd been trying so hard to pretend didn't matter. So I got up. The living room light was on, bright and normal. I walked toward the kitchen area first, moving slowly, trying to look calm even though no one was watching me. It's weird, but when you're scared, sometimes you try to act normal anyway. Like if you behave like nothing's wrong, then nothing will be wrong. The kitchen looked normal. Counters clear. Sink empty. No open cabinets. No shadow moving where it shouldn't. I stood there and listened again. I could hear my own breathing. I could hear the soft sound of the TV from the other room. I could even hear the tiny sound of the refrigerator running. No footsteps. No voice. No strange movement. I checked the dining room next. It was dark except for the lights spilling in from the kitchen. The table and chairs sat like always. No sign of anything out of place. I told myself, see? Nothing. You're fine. I turned and walked back toward the hallway, heading for the living room. I was already planning how I would laugh at myself later. I was already telling myself to stop letting my mind go crazy. Then, as I stepped into the hallway, it happened. It was like I walked into a wall of cold. I don't mean, "Oh, it's a little chilly in here." I mean it felt like someone opened a freezer door right in front of me and shoved my face into it. The temperature dropped so fast, and so hard that my skin prickled instantly. Goosebumps rose up on my arms like my body was reacting before my brain even understood what was going on. The cold wrapped around me. It felt thick, heavy, wrong. Like it didn't belong in my house. My breath caught. My spine lit up with chills, that deep kind of chill that feels like it's inside your bones. My eyes watered, not because I was crying, but because my body was panicking. I didn't walk slowly anymore. I rushed back into the living room and basically threw myself onto the couch, pulling my legs up under me. I grabbed the blanket tighter like it could protect me from whatever that cold had been. The TV was still on. Bright colors, normal voices, normal life. But the cold followed. It crept into the living room like a shadow, and even though I couldn't see anything change, I could feel it. The air felt different. The room felt smaller. The corners felt darker, even with the lights on. For a second I just sat there, frozen, trying to make sense of it. I wanted to tell myself it was the air conditioner, but we didn't have it blasting. I wanted to tell myself the door was open somewhere, but I had checked everything. And then, not even 2 seconds later, I felt it. It started in my legs. At first it was like my muscles were getting tired all at once, like the energy was draining out of me. It didn't feel like normal tiredness. It felt like something was pulling the strength away, the way a battery dies fast when something is draining it. My legs got heavy. My knees felt weak. The couch cushion beneath me felt like it was sinking. I tried to move, and it was like my body didn't want to respond right away. That's when the feeling got worse, more specific. It felt like someone walked up to me. I couldn't see anyone. The living room was empty. The hallway behind me was empty. The kitchen was empty. But I felt movement in the room the way you feel someone enter your personal space. The air changed. The pressure changed. The sense of being alone vanished in an instant. And then it felt like someone sat down on the couch. Not in a soft, imagined way. In a real way. The cushion shifted. The space beside me felt occupied. The air next to my skin felt warmer for 1 second and then colder again, like something was there and not there at the same time. My heart slammed against my ribs. I couldn't breathe right. My throat tightened like I was choking on fear. And then I felt a hand on my thigh. It wasn't like a random brush or a draft. It felt like a palm resting there, with weight. I could sense exactly where it was, like my body drew a map of the pressure. I could almost feel the shape of fingers, the spread of them, the exact spot where it pressed into me. I looked down so fast I almost made myself dizzy. There was nothing. Nothing on my leg. No hand. No person. No shadow. But the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got clearer, like whatever it was wanted me to know it was real. The weirdest part was how my mind reacted. Half of me was screaming, "Get out! Run!" The other half was stuck in shock, like my brain couldn't accept what my body was feeling. I remember thinking, this isn't possible. This cannot be happening. There's no one here. But my body knew better. I shot up off the couch like it was on fire. I ran out of the living room so fast I didn't even think about what I was leaving behind. The TV was still on. The lights were still on. My phone was still on the couch or the side table. I don't even remember exactly where, because all I could think about was putting distance between me and that spot on the couch. You would think that running would make you feel safer. Like if you can just get away, you're okay. Not that night. As I ran, that heavy cold feeling followed like it was attached to me. It felt like it was right behind me, close enough that if I stopped for even a second, it would catch up. My skin crawled. My hair felt like it was standing on end. I made it into the hallway, heading toward the front door, and that's when I heard it. My name. It came from the living room. Not from the TV. Not from a character on the show. Not from a normal sound that could be mistaken for my name. It sounded like someone calling me. It wasn't a shout. It wasn't loud. It was worse than that. It was clear enough to understand, close enough to feel, like a voice meant only for me. My blood went cold in a new way, like fear dumping ice water into my veins. I didn't stop to listen again. I didn't turn around to check. I didn't try to rationalize it. The moment I heard my name, something inside me snapped from scared to terrified. I thought, I have to get out. Right now. I ran to the front door, unlocked it with shaking hands, yanked it open, and bolted outside like the house was trying to swallow me. The night air hit my face, and even though it was October and cool, it didn't feel like that unnatural freezer cold from inside. Outside felt real. Outside felt normal. Outside felt like a place where I could breathe again. I didn't close the door gently. I pulled it shut hard behind me and stood on the porch, chest heaving, trying to catch my breath. My hands were trembling so badly that I had to press them against my thighs to steady them. The porch light was on, and it made the front yard look flat and strange. Shadows stretched across the grass. The street beyond was quiet, No cars passing right then, just silence and the distant hum of the neighborhood. I realized almost immediately that I had run out without my phone. Of course I had. I'd left everything on. The TV, the lights, my phone, because my brain had only cared about one thing: escape. I also realized I didn't know my neighbors well enough to go knocking on their doors at almost midnight and say, "Hi, I think something invisible just sat next to me and grabbed my leg. Can I hang out in your living room for a while?" So I stood there, trying to decide what to do, and the idea of going back inside made my stomach flip. I stayed outside. At first I told myself it would just be for a few minutes. Just long enough to calm down. Just long enough to stop shaking. Then I'd go back in, grab my phone, maybe turn the TV off, maybe lock myself in my room and wait for morning. But my feet didn't move. Every time I looked at the front door, my chest tightened again. The house looked the same as always from the outside, but now it felt like a mask. Like there was something behind it that I couldn't see. I stepped off the porch and walked down the driveway, then down the sidewalk, keeping my eyes on the houses and the street like I was trying to convince myself I wasn't alone in the world. I didn't want to be near my own front door, but I also didn't want to wander too far. I just walked in a slow loop, back and forth, trying to burn off the panic. It was such a lonely feeling, being outside without my phone, without anyone to call, without anyone even knowing what was happening. I kept thinking about my parents in their hotel room, probably laughing, probably getting ready to sleep, having this sweet anniversary night, completely unaware that I was outside in the dark, scared to go into my own house. I tried to talk myself down. I said things in my head like, "You're fine. You're safe. You're outside. Nothing can happen out here. You're being ridiculous." But another part of me kept whispering back, "You felt it. You heard your name. That wasn't your imagination." Time moved strangely. Minutes felt long, like they stretched out. I kept checking the street, listening for sounds, trying to feel what was around me. I realized that outside, even in the dark, I didn't feel that same heavy pressure. I didn't feel drained. I didn't feel watched the way I had inside. The air outside felt clean, like it moved freely. Inside the house, it had felt trapped and thick. After a while, I began to feel a little calmer. My shaking slowed. My breathing became more normal. I could think again, though my thoughts still ran in circles. I counted in my head, trying to guess how long I'd been out there. At some point I realized it had been close to 45 minutes. That shocked me. I hadn't meant to stay outside that long. I hadn't even meant to run outside at all. But the idea of stepping back into that living room, back into that cold, had kept my feet glued to the pavement. Finally, I forced myself to go back. I walked up to the front door slowly, like I was approaching an animal that might bite. I kept listening, trying to hear anything from inside, even though the door was closed. I couldn't hear much, but I knew the TV was still on. I could see the faint flicker of light through the windows. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. Warm air from the house met my face, but I still felt hesitant, like the doorway was a line I wasn't sure I should cross. The inside looked normal. The lights were on. The living room was lit up. The TV was still playing, laughing and talking like nothing in the world had happened. I stepped in. Nothing jumped out. Nothing moved. No voice called my name again. But the memory of the hand on my thigh was still so strong that my skin felt sore where it had touched, even though there was no mark. I moved quickly, not wanting to stay in the open. I went straight to the living room, grabbed my phone with shaky hands, and then, almost without thinking, started turning things off. TV off. Lights off. One switch after another, like I wanted the house to go quiet and still so it couldn't hide anything behind noise. Or maybe I wanted it dark so I could pretend I was in control of what I could see. I didn't stay to test my bravery. I ran down the hallway into my bedroom, shut the door hard, and locked it. The click of the lock made me feel a tiny bit better, even though deep down I knew a lock wouldn't stop something that didn't need a door. I turned on every light in my room. The overhead light, the lamp, anything I could reach. I sat on my bed and hugged my knees, listening. The house settled. The normal sounds came back, the quiet hum, the distant creak, the kind of noises you usually ignore. My heart was still pounding, but at least I wasn't feeling that freezing wall of cold anymore. At least I wasn't feeling the couch move beside me. I kept my phone close. I thought about calling my parents, but I didn't want to ruin their night. I also didn't know what I would even say. "Hi, happy anniversary!" Something invisible touched me and called my name. I could already hear my mom panicking and my dad trying to stay calm and failing. So I stayed quiet. Eventually I lay down, still fully tense, still with the lights on. I stared at the ceiling for a long time. I kept listening for footsteps, for whispers, for anything that would prove I wasn't imagining things. Nothing happened. At some point, exhaustion won. My body couldn't stay on high alert forever, and I fell asleep with the lights blazing like a shield. The next day, when the sun came up and the house looked normal again, it would have been easy to tell myself it was all in my head. That it was just fear and loneliness and an overactive imagination. But I couldn't. Not with how real it had felt. Not with how clearly I'd sensed that presence beside me. And the truth is, that night didn't feel like a random one-time event. It felt connected. It felt like whatever had been at Chad's house, the place where things first started to feel wrong for me, had not stayed there. It felt like it had followed me, like it had noticed me, like it had decided I was someone it could reach. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it wanted. Sometimes I wonder if it was something dangerous. Sometimes I wonder if it was something lonely. Sometimes I try to tell myself it could have been a friendly ghost. If that even makes sense, something that wasn't trying to hurt me, just trying to be seen. But then I remember my legs going weak. I remember the heavy drain in my body like something feeding off my energy. I remember the cold that felt like a freezer. I remember the weight on the couch. I remember that hand on my thigh, so clear that it felt impossible to deny. And I remember hearing my name. After that night, more things happened. Little things at first, and then bigger ones. Things I haven't even started to put into words properly, because part of me is still trying to pretend I can live a normal life if I just don't talk about it too much. But deep down, I don't think it's over. Sometimes I catch myself thinking the worst, that I have some kind of stalker, something I can't see but can feel, something that knows me. Other times I try to make the thought lighter so I can breathe. Maybe it's just a spirit that attached itself to me, like a shadow that doesn't know how to let go. Either way, one thing is clear to me now. I wasn't alone in that house. Not really. Not the way I thought. And once something knows how to find you, the quiet doesn't feel like peace anymore. It feels like waiting. When my best friend Robbie got pregnant with her first child, she became obsessed with getting everything perfect before the baby arrived. She had always been organized, but after finding out she was going to be a mother, she turned into a completely different person. Every little detail mattered to her. The colors on the walls had to feel warm and peaceful. The blankets had to be soft enough for sensitive baby skin. Even the tiny decorations on the shelves were carefully chosen one by one. About 4 months before her due date, she invited me over for dinner so I could finally see the new apartment she had moved into a few weeks earlier. I had been busy with work and hadn't had the chance to visit yet, so I was excited to see the place she kept bragging about over the phone. She lived in a small apartment complex near the edge of town where the buildings overlooked a deep canyon filled with dry trees and rocky hillsides. During the daytime, it was beautiful. At sunset, though, the canyon always looked darker than the rest of the city, like the shadows gathered there first. When I arrived, the sky was turning orange, and the evening air was cold enough that I hurried to her front door. Robbie answered almost immediately with the biggest smile on her face. Pregnancy looked good on her. She seemed happier than I had seen her in years. "You finally made it," she laughed, pulling me inside. The apartment was small but cozy. It had 2 bedrooms, beige walls, and soft yellow lights that made everything feel warm. The moment I walked in, I noticed the smell of cinnamon candles and fresh food cooking in the kitchen. But more than anything else, I noticed the furniture. Robbie had decided to decorate the baby's room and most of the apartment with antique furniture instead of modern pieces. That sounded strange at first, but somehow she made it work beautifully. Dark cherry wood dressers stood against the walls, polished until they almost reflected light like mirrors. There were old picture frames, hand-carved shelves, and a vintage baby crib that looked like something from another century. She was incredibly proud of it all. "You have no idea how hard it was finding matching pieces," she said while leading me through the apartment. "Some of these came from estate sales, some from little antique shops 2 towns away." I laughed. "Only you would drive 2 towns away for furniture." "It's worth it," she said immediately. "Everything has character." She said that last part while looking toward the corner of the living room. That was where I first noticed the rocking chair. It was beautiful, honestly. The wood was dark and glossy, carved with tiny flowers and twisting vines along the arms and backrest. The seat cushion was pale cream-colored with faded stitching that looked hand-sewn. Compared to the other furniture, this chair looked older. Much older. The rocker sat beside the large living room window that overlooked the canyon outside. Moonlight was already beginning to spread over the hills, and the chair faced directly toward the glass, almost like someone had intentionally positioned it there to enjoy the view. "My mom gave me that," Robbie said proudly. She walked over and gently placed her hand on the top of the chair. "She found it at an estate sale a few months ago. Isn't it gorgeous?" "It really is," I admitted. She lowered herself carefully into the chair and rocked slowly back and forth with one hand resting on her stomach. "This is where I'm going to sit with the baby every night," she said softly. "Can you picture it?" I could. The room was peaceful. The lighting was soft. Outside, the canyon stretched endlessly into darkness. It really did seem like the perfect place for a mother to rock her child to sleep. Still, something about the chair bothered me. I couldn't explain why. Maybe it was because it looked older than everything else. Maybe because the carvings were so detailed they almost looked alive in the dim light. Or maybe it was simply the way the chair seemed to pull attention toward itself no matter where you stood in the room. "You okay?" Robbie asked. I realized I had been staring at it too long. "Yeah," I said quickly. "Just thinking how creepy antiques can look at night." She rolled her eyes immediately. "Oh please. Don't start that haunted furniture nonsense." I laughed because Robbie had never believed in anything paranormal. Ghost stories, haunted houses, spirits, she thought all of it was ridiculous. That was one reason we got along so well. She balanced me out. I had experienced strange things my entire life. Things I couldn't explain. I never called myself psychic or anything dramatic like that, but sometimes I noticed things other people didn't. Feelings. Shapes. Presences. Most of the time I kept it to myself because people either laughed or got uncomfortable. Robbie knew about it though. She didn't necessarily believe me, but she respected that I believed what I saw. Before I could respond, the kitchen timer suddenly beeped loudly. "Oh!" Robbie jumped up from the rocker. "Dinner's ready." She waddled toward the kitchen while I followed behind her. The smell of baked chicken and potatoes filled the apartment as she pulled dishes from the oven. We spent several minutes talking and laughing while making our plates. She told me baby names she was considering, complained about swollen feet, and asked if I thought her child would inherit her curly hair. Normal conversation. Comfortable conversation. Nothing strange. At least not yet. We were probably in the kitchen around 10 minutes total before we headed back toward the dining room carrying our plates. To get there, we had to pass through the living room. The moment we entered, both of us slowed down at the exact same time. The rocking chair was moving. Not gently either. It rocked steadily backward and forward like someone had recently pushed off hard with their feet. The creaking sound filled the room. Creak. Forward. Creak. Back. Robbie stopped walking beside me. We stared at it silently. For a second neither of us spoke because our brains were both trying to find a reasonable explanation. Finally Robbie forced out a laugh. "Okay, that's weird." I nodded slowly. Did you leave the window open? I don't think so. We carried our plates to the small dining table and set them down without taking our eyes off the chair for very long. By the time we walked back into the living room, the rocking had stopped completely. The chair sat perfectly still. Robbie immediately walked to the large window beside it and checked the locks. Close tight, she said. I looked around the room carefully. No ceiling fan. No air vent nearby. No uneven floor that could explain motion like that. And the thing was heavy. You could tell just by looking at it that it wasn't the type of chair that moved easily. We stood there awkwardly for a few moments. Then Robbie shrugged. Maybe we bumped it earlier. Hard enough to keep rocking 10 minutes later? She looked at me. Don't. I smiled slightly. I'm just saying. She folded her arms. There's always a logical explanation. I didn't answer. Because right then, the temperature in the room changed. It became cold. Not normal cold either. It felt concentrated somehow, centered around the chair itself. A familiar feeling crawled across the back of my neck. The tiny hairs on my arms slowly lifted. I knew that feeling. I hated that feeling. Robbie noticed my expression immediately. What? I kept staring at the chair. At first there was nothing unusual. Then I saw movement. Very faint. Like smoke gathering together. A shape slowly formed in the rocker. My stomach tightened instantly. An elderly woman began appearing in the chair. She was tiny and thin with pale gray hair pinned into a loose bun behind her head. Her skin looked soft and wrinkled, and she wore a long dark dress that hid her legs beneath layers of fabric. At first she appeared transparent, barely visible against the chair. Then slowly she became clearer. She noticed me watching her. And she smiled. Not a scary smile. Not evil. Just calm. Gentle. Like a grandmother acknowledging someone across a room. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. The old woman leaned forward slightly and pressed invisible feet against the floor beneath her skirt. The rocking chair began moving again. Creak. Backward. Creak. Forward. This time Robbie saw it happen. What the hell? Her voice cracked. She looked from the chair to me. And that was the moment she knew. Because she knew my face when I was seeing something. I think that terrified her more than the chair itself. What do you see? She whispered. The old woman continued rocking slowly. Her eyes never left mine. I opened my mouth carefully. It's just an old... Robbie screamed. Not a small scream either. A full panic scream that exploded through the apartment. She stumbled backward, knocking into the dining table hard enough to rattle the plates. Then she turned and practically ran toward the front door. Oh my God! Oh my God! She was crying before she even reached the hallway. I hurried after her while glancing back one last time. The old woman was still rocking peacefully in the chair, watching us leave. Robbie yanked open the apartment door and rushed outside into the cold night air. By the time I caught up to her near the front of the building, she was sobbing uncontrollably. I told you not to start this ghost stuff, she cried. I didn't do anything. You saw someone. She didn't seem dangerous. That does not help. I honestly didn't know whether to laugh or panic myself. Part of me understood why Robbie was terrified. Most people spend their entire lives never seeing anything paranormal. Then suddenly watching a rocking chair move by itself while your friend stares at an invisible person is enough to completely destroy your sense of reality. Still, I genuinely didn't think the old woman meant harm. She was just sitting there, I said softly. Honestly, she looked sweet. Robbie stared at me like I had lost my mind. Sweet? Sweet? There's a dead person in my apartment. She probably loved the chair. That's not better. I tried calming her down for almost 20 minutes. Eventually we sat on a curb near the parking lot while she wiped tears from her face and tried to breathe normally again. Finally she whispered, Call my mom. What? Call her. Tell her to come get the chair tonight. Right now? Yes, right now. I hesitated. It's late. I do not care. There was absolutely no chance Robbie was going back inside with that chair still there. So I called her mother. The conversation was awkward. Mostly because I had no idea how to explain why her pregnant daughter was sitting outside crying over a rocking chair. Luckily, Robbie's mother already knew about my unusual experiences. She had always been polite about it, even if she clearly didn't understand. When I carefully explained what happened, there was a long silence on the phone. Then she quietly said, "I'll come get it." An hour later, her mother and stepfather arrived with a small truck. None of us talked much while moving the chair. The apartment felt different when we went back inside. Heavy. Quiet. I glanced toward the rocker several times while they carried it out. For one brief moment, just before it passed through the doorway, I thought I saw the old woman sitting in it again, still smiling peacefully. Then she was gone. Robbie refused to sleep there alone that night, so I stayed over. Neither of us mentioned the chair again before bed. But sometime around 3 in the morning, I woke up suddenly. At first I didn't know why. Then I heard it. Creak. Creak. Very faint. Like distant wood rocking slowly. I sat upright immediately. The apartment was dark and silent except for that sound. Creak. Forward. Creak. Back. My heart started pounding. The chair was gone. I knew it was gone. Still, the sound continued somewhere in the apartment. I carefully got out of bed and walked toward the hallway. The noise stopped instantly. The entire apartment became silent again. I checked the living room. Empty. Moonlight spilled through the big window overlooking the canyon, illuminating the exact spot where the rocker had once sat. Nothing was there now. No movement. No old woman. Nothing. I stood there for several minutes before finally convincing myself it had been a dream. The next morning Robbie looked exhausted. Before I could say anything, she asked quietly, "Did you hear it too?" That sent chills through my entire body. Neither of us talked about it after that. A few days later, Robbie bought a brand new rocking chair from a furniture store. Modern. Plain. No history attached to it. She refused to buy antiques ever again. Months later she gave birth to a healthy baby girl, and life slowly returned to normal. But every once in a while, when I visited her apartment late at night, I would catch myself staring at the empty corner beside the window, half expecting to see that tiny elderly woman rocking peacefully in the darkness. And honestly, I never felt afraid of her. Some people leave pieces of themselves behind in the things they love most. A favorite home. A favorite mirror. A favorite piece of jewelry. Or maybe even a favorite rocking chair. Personally, I think she simply wasn't ready to let it go. Still, Robbie disagreed completely. As far as she was concerned, one harmless haunting was more than enough for a lifetime. This happened to me long before I knew anything about sleep paralysis, shadow people, demons, alien encounters, or any of the strange things people talk about today. Back then, I had no words for what happened to me. I only knew one thing for certain. Something came into my room that night. I was around 20 years old at the time, and my life honestly felt like it was falling apart. Earlier that year, in 1980, I had broken up with the girl I had been living with. The relationship had become toxic toward the end. We fought constantly, and by the time it ended, I felt emotionally exhausted. I didn't have enough money to stay on my own after the breakup, especially because I had recently been laid off from my job too. So with nowhere else to go, I packed my things and moved back into my parents' house for a while. I hated it. Not because my parents were bad people. They were good people who cared about me deeply. But moving back home at 20 felt like failure. Most nights I stayed awake thinking about where my life was headed and whether I would ever get things together again. My parents gave me my old bedroom back. The room hadn't changed much since high school. Same faded wallpaper. Same old dresser. Same closet door that creaked whenever it opened. Across the hallway was another bedroom that used to belong to me years earlier before my parents rearranged things around the house. My parents' bedrooms sat around the corner from mine. They both worked early shifts and usually went to sleep before 10 every night. Since I was unemployed at the time, I stayed up later than they did. I slept in most mornings because I had nowhere to be. That night started normally enough. It was springtime, and cool air drifted through the cracks around the bedroom window. The streetlight outside glowed faintly through the blinds even though the shades were pulled down. Thin lines of pale orange light stretched across the walls and floor. I remember lying in bed listening to a mystery radio show I enjoyed every night. Back then, radio theater was one of the only things that helped distract me from stress. The voices and music gave me something else to focus on besides my problems. I had one of those little radios beside my bed with a timer that automatically shut itself off after an hour. As I lay there listening to the show, I remember staring lazily at a can of Right Guard deodorant sitting on top of my dresser. The streetlight hit it just enough to make the silver can shine faintly in the dark room. It sounds strange now, but that detail stayed burned into my memory all these years later. Eventually my eyes became heavy. The voices from the radio blurred together. And sometime during the broadcast, I fell asleep. I don't know how much time passed before I woke up again. But when I opened my eyes, the room felt wrong immediately. At first I couldn't understand why. Then I noticed the silence. The radio had already shut off after the timer ended, leaving the room completely quiet except for the faint ticking of the clock near my bed. And then I saw the red light. Outside my window, somewhere beyond the blinds, a strange red flashing glow pulsed through the darkness. Flash. Pause. Flash. Pause. It wasn't bright enough to light the room completely, but it was noticeable. Even now, decades later, I still don't know what caused it. It wasn't lightning. It wasn't a police car. It didn't look like headlights either. The red glow felt distant and unnatural somehow. I pushed myself up slightly in bed, still half asleep, trying to understand what I was seeing. That was when I noticed my bedroom door was partly open. I froze. I knew I had closed it before going to sleep. The door now sat open just enough for me to see into the old bedroom across the hall. At first I thought the darkness in that room was playing tricks on my eyes. Then I realized something was moving inside it. In the center of the room was a shape darker than everything around it. Not solid. Not human. It looked almost like black smoke swirling together in a tight spinning cloud. That's honestly the best way I can describe it. A dark mass rotating slowly in midair. Even in the dim light, it looked wrong. Like a hole cut into reality itself. I stared at it, trying to force my brain to make sense of what I was seeing. Then two small red eyes appeared inside the darkness. They opened slowly, watching me. Every hair on my body stood up at once. Fear hit me so hard it almost hurt. The thing felt alive. Not just alive either. Aware. It knew I could see it. For a few seconds neither of us moved. Then suddenly it rushed toward me. I have never seen anything move that fast in my entire life. 1 second it was floating silently in the other room. The next second it slammed into me. I flew backward against the mattress as if someone had shoved me violently down into the bed. Instantly an unbearable pressure crushed my chest. It felt like something incredibly heavy was sitting directly on top of me. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. Couldn't scream. Pure panic exploded through my body. I tried lifting my arms, but nothing responded. My body felt disconnected from my mind. I could feel everything happening, but I had no control over myself at all. The pressure on my chest became stronger. It honestly felt like I was dying. I opened my mouth to yell for my father, but the sound barely came out. All that escaped was a weak, muffled noise that sounded pathetic and distant. I tried harder. Nothing. The thing held me completely helpless. I remember my eyes darting toward the bedside clock while I struggled. The glowing red numbers showed time slowly passing, minute after minute. That was one of the worst parts. It didn't end quickly. It felt endless. I kept fighting mentally, trying to force my body to move. I concentrated on my fingers, my legs, my arms. Nothing worked. Meanwhile, that crushing weight stayed on my chest the entire time. And even though I couldn't fully see the black shape anymore, I could feel its presence leaning over me, watching me suffer. At some point the pressure suddenly vanished. Just like that. I gasped violently and sat upright in bed, sucking air into my lungs. Sweat soaked my body. My shirt clung to my skin, and my heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. For a few seconds I just sat there trying to breathe normally again. This is real, I remember thinking. This is actually happening. I wasn't dreaming. I knew I wasn't dreaming. Then slowly I looked back toward the open bedroom door. And there it was again. The swirling black cloud floated in the other room exactly where it had been before. The red eyes stared directly at me. I felt terror rush through me all over again. And then it charged. The second attack happened faster than the first. Again it slammed me backward into the bed. Again that horrible crushing pressure pinned me down. I fought harder this time. Every muscle in my body strained against whatever held me there, but it was useless. I still couldn't move. Couldn't breathe properly. Couldn't scream loud enough for anyone to hear. At one point tears actually formed in my eyes from fear and frustration. I remember thinking that if this thing wanted to kill me, nobody would even know what happened. I could hear faint sounds from the house around me. Pipes creaking. Wind outside. Somewhere far away, maybe a dog barking in the neighborhood. Normal sounds. Meanwhile, I was trapped in absolute horror only a few feet away from my sleeping parents. The second attack lasted another long stretch of time before finally releasing me again. When it ended, I sat up breathing heavily. I should have jumped out of bed and run straight into my parents' room. But I couldn't. That's something people don't understand unless they've experienced extreme fear. My body felt completely drained. Heavy. Weak. It was like every ounce of energy had been sucked out of me. I knew I was awake, but I also felt strangely detached from reality. The room itself seemed unreal. The shadows looked too dark. The silence felt too deep. Trying to calm myself down, I reached over and turned the radio back on. Static burst through the speaker before music and voices returned. The familiar sound helped a little. It made the room feel normal again. I kept staring toward the open door while the radio played softly beside me. Nothing moved. The other room stayed dark and empty. Eventually I started convincing myself maybe I had imagined the whole thing somehow. Maybe stress had messed with my mind. Maybe I'd had some kind of waking nightmare. Then I saw the darkness move again. The black swirling mass slowly formed inside the other bedroom. The red eyes opened once more. I remember whispering, "No!" But it was already rushing toward me. The third attack was the worst one. By then I was exhausted physically and mentally. Fear had worn me down completely. The pressure on my chest felt heavier than before, almost unbearable. I honestly believed my heart would stop. I remember silently praying during that final attack. Not because I was religious at the time, but because I truly thought I might die. I begged God in my mind to make it stop. Then finally, after what felt like forever, the thing released me one last time. This time it didn't return. I lay there trembling and gasping for air while dawn slowly approached outside. At some point the sky began turning pale blue through the blinds. Birds started chirping faintly outside. The world felt normal again. Safe again. But I was completely shattered inside. When my father eventually woke up to get ready for work, I heard him moving around the house. The ordinary sounds of morning somehow made me feel protected enough to finally relax slightly. That was when I noticed something strange. The right guard deodorant can I had been staring at earlier before falling asleep was now lying on the floor across the room. I froze staring at it. I knew for a fact it had been on the dresser earlier. Maybe I knocked it over somehow during the attacks. Maybe not. I still don't know. The radio clicked off again as its timer ended, and I realized my sheets were still damp with sweat beneath me. Exhaustion finally took over. Once sunlight filled the room completely, I managed to fall asleep for a few hours. When I woke up close to noon, my mother was in the kitchen making lunch. I told her everything. Every detail. The red light. The black cloud. The eyes. The crushing pressure. The paralysis. She listened quietly at first, but eventually she shook her head gently. "You just had a bad dream," she said. But I knew it wasn't a dream. I had dreamed before. Everyone dreams. This was different. This felt real in a way dreams never do. I told her I would never sleep in that room again. She laughed softly and told me I was overreacting. But I meant it. For a long time after that night, I avoided sleeping there whenever possible. Years passed. Life moved on. I found work again eventually and got my own place. I tried forgetting about the experience, but honestly, I never truly could. Then years later, I read the book Communion by Whitley Strieber. Reading it shook me badly. The descriptions of waking up unable to move while strange entities stood nearby sounded terrifyingly familiar to what I experienced. The helplessness. The paralysis. The missing sense of control. For a while I seriously wondered if something extraterrestrial had visited me that night. People who claimed alien encounters often said they couldn't remember everything that happened to them. Some talked about missing time or blocked memories. That idea haunted me for years. I even considered hypnosis at one point to see if hidden memories would surface. But I never went through with it. Then later on I started hearing about something doctors and researchers called sleep paralysis. The descriptions sounded incredibly close to my experience too. People waking up unable to move, feeling pressure on their chest, seeing shadow figures or old hags standing over them, experiencing overwhelming terror while trapped between sleep and wakefulness. According to experts, the brain wakes before the body does, causing hallucinations during temporary paralysis. Maybe that's all it was. Honestly, I can't say for certain. But deep down, part of me still believes something else visited me that night. Something real. Maybe some kind of entity. Maybe something dark that happened to cross my path while I was vulnerable and emotionally broken. Whatever it was, I never experienced anything like it again. And I pray I never do. Because even after all these years, that night remains the single most terrifying experience of my life. Not because I saw something strange, but because for hours, lying there helpless in the darkness, I truly believed I was going to die. The more he searched for power, the weaker he became. And somewhere deep down, I think he knew it. Toward the end, Lawrence stopped looking like a 19-year-old boy. He looked haunted. I remember one specific night more clearly than the others. I found him sitting alone outside a small party while rain fell lightly around us. Everyone else inside laughed loudly with music blasting through the walls, but Lawrence sat silently on the curb staring into darkness. "You okay?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. Then finally he whispered, "I think something followed me." The way he said it sent chills through me. "What do you mean?" "I don't know anymore." He looked genuinely terrified. For the first time since I met him, the confidence was gone completely. "What followed you?" He shook his head slowly. "I hear things at night. You're probably exhausted." "No," he whispered. "You don't understand." He looked over his shoulder toward the dark street behind us. "Sometimes I think I invited something in." I wanted to help him. God knows I tried. But you can't save someone who refuses to let go of the thing destroying them. About a year and a half after he first got involved with all of that darkness, I received a phone call that changed everything. I still remember hearing the phone ring early that morning. The moment I answered, I knew something was wrong. A family friend spoke softly on the other end. "Lawrence is dead." For a second my brain refused to process the words. "What?" "He committed suicide last night." The room felt silent after that. Cold. Heavy. I sat there gripping the phone while shock slowly turned into heartbreak. Then anger. Pure anger. Not at his family. Not even fully at Lawrence himself. I was angry at everything that had pulled him into darkness while convincing him it would save him. The funeral was scheduled quickly, and I was asked if I could come. I booked the next available flight. The entire trip felt unreal. I spent most of the flight staring out the window thinking about the last conversation we had shared only weeks earlier. He had looked exhausted then too. Hollow almost. Part of me wondered if he had already made up his mind. When I arrived, one of Lawrence's relatives picked me up from the airport. She looked devastated. Her eyes were swollen red from crying, and she barely spoke during the drive. Every few minutes she wiped tears away while trying to compose herself. There was nothing anyone could say in moments like that. Suicide destroys more than one life. People who haven't experienced it don't understand that. The person dies once, but the family relives it over and over for years afterward. The guilt, the confusion, the endless questions. Could we have helped? Did we miss signs? Why didn't he talk to someone? Those questions never truly leave. By the time we reached the cemetery, dark clouds had gathered overhead even though rain wasn't forecast that day. The funeral service was planned for 3 in the afternoon. We arrived early. The cemetery itself was old and quiet with large trees swaying gently in cold wind. Rows of weathered headstones stretched across the hills beneath the gray sky. The parish priest already stood near the burial site reading through notes quietly to himself. He looked tired too. Everyone did. As more people arrived, the atmosphere grew heavier. Friends, relatives, neighbors, former classmates, all gathering around the coffin of a boy who should have had his whole life ahead of him. I looked at their faces while they spoke softly among themselves. Some cried openly. Others stared blankly in shock. Lawrence's mother looked completely broken. I will never forget her expression as long as I live. No parent should ever have to bury their child, especially their only child. The service finally began around 3. The priest spoke gently about Lawrence's life, about forgiveness, about pain, about hope and mercy. He quoted scripture softly while cold winds swept through the cemetery. At first, everything seemed normal. Then the birds arrived. It started with a single loud caw somewhere in the distance. Everyone glanced upward briefly. Then another answered. And another. Within moments the sky filled with movement. Large black birds descended from the trees surrounding the cemetery in massive numbers. Crows. Or ravens. To this day I honestly don't know which. But they were huge. Dozens of them. Maybe more. They landed everywhere around us. On nearby graves. On headstones. On tree branches. On the wet grass surrounding the funeral. Some stood only a few feet away staring directly toward the coffin. The sound they made was horrible. Loud. Sharp. Constant. An endless storm of cawing screams echoing across the cemetery. People looked around nervously. Some whispered to each other. Others simply stared in confusion. Then the temperature dropped suddenly. An icy wind tore through the cemetery so sharply that several people grabbed their coats and shivered. The birds continued screaming. The entire scene felt unreal. Like something from a nightmare. Or a horror film. I remember thinking immediately of the movie The Birds because the sight was so disturbing. But this felt worse somehow. Because it was real. And deep inside, I felt a terrible sinking feeling growing heavier with every passing second. I knew what I believed it meant. And I also knew I could never say it aloud. The priest continued speaking despite the chaos around us. The birds screamed through every prayer. Every scripture reading. Every goodbye. The entire time, they never stopped. I glanced toward Lawrence's mother during the service. She was trembling while relatives held her upright. Tears streamed down her face endlessly. Watching her shattered something inside me. Because standing there in that freezing wind, surrounded by those black birds, I felt certain Lawrence had not found peace before dying. Maybe some people will say the birds were coincidence. Maybe they were. But I have lived long enough to trust certain feelings when they come. And the feeling I had standing there that day was pure dread. When the service finally ended, something strange happened. The birds stopped. Almost instantly. The screaming caws faded into silence. Then one by one, the black birds lifted into the air and disappeared beyond the cemetery trees until none remained. The cold wind faded too, leaving only silence behind. People slowly began leaving afterward while Lawrence's family stayed near the grave for final goodbyes. I watched his mother collapse against relatives while sobbing uncontrollably. "My baby!" she cried. Hearing that nearly broke me. Because no matter what Lawrence became later in life, to her he was still the little boy she once held in her arms. I stood there quietly staring at the coffin being lowered into the ground. And for the first time since hearing about his death, I truly felt helpless. Not scared. Not angry. Just helpless. I wanted to believe he had found forgiveness before the end. I prayed he had. But deep down, standing in that cemetery surrounded by unnatural silence after those birds vanished, I feared something terrible had claimed him long before he ever took his own life. Still, I never shared those thoughts with his family. Never. Some burdens are cruel enough already. And his mother had suffered more than enough pain for one lifetime. This story happened many years ago, and even now, after all this time, it still stays in my mind like a shadow that refuses to leave. I have met many strange people in my life. Some were harmless. Some were broken. Some carried darkness around them without even realizing it. But Lawrence was different. When I think about him now, I don't first remember the darkness. I remember a quiet young man who was searching for meaning in the wrong places. A lonely 19-year-old boy who wanted to feel powerful, important, and accepted. And somewhere along the way, he lost himself completely. I met Lawrence through mutual friends sometime in the late 70s. Back then, he was one of those young men who always stood out in a crowd. He dressed differently from everyone else, wore dark clothing even during hot weather, and always seemed tired. He had long black hair that hung over his eyes, pale skin, silver rings on almost every finger, and a heavy chain hanging from his belt. People called it the goth crowd now, but back then it was simply seen as strange or rebellious behavior. Most adults thought it was just a phase. Teenagers trying to shock the world around them. At first, Lawrence seemed harmless enough. Quiet. Polite even. But there was always sadness inside him. You could see it clearly if you looked closely. He laughed with people, but the laughter never reached his eyes. Most of the time he looked distracted, like his mind was somewhere else entirely. The first real conversation I ever had with him happened late one evening at a friend's apartment. A group of people sat around smoking, drinking cheap alcohol, and listening to loud music while rain hammered against the windows outside. Lawrence sat alone near the corner of the room flipping through a thick black book. I remember asking him jokingly, "Homework?" He looked up slowly and smiled faintly. "Something like that." When I sat beside him, I noticed symbols drawn across the pages. Strange circles. Candles. Words written in another language. "What is that?" I asked. "Occult studies," he said casually. I laughed at first because I thought he was kidding. He wasn't. That was the first moment I realized he had started getting involved with witchcraft. At the beginning, it seemed almost harmless. Like a teenager becoming obsessed with horror movies or fantasy stories. He talked about rituals, energy, meditation, spells, and ancient gods. Most people ignored him or rolled their eyes. But over time, things changed. The deeper Lawrence got into those practices, the darker his personality became. He stopped joking around completely. He started talking about power constantly. Control. Hidden knowledge. Secret truths normal people were too blind to understand. One night he admitted to me that he had joined a group that practiced Satanism. Even now, saying those words still feels strange. I remember staring at him in disbelief. "You're serious?" "Very." "You actually worship Satan?" He leaned back in his chair calmly. "You've been lied to your whole life," he told me. "People fear what they don't understand." I didn't know what to say. At 19 years old, Lawrence genuinely believed he had discovered something important. He thought he was unlocking hidden doors to power and freedom. But from the outside, all I saw was a young man slowly destroying himself. At first the rituals excited him. He talked endlessly about ceremonies held in old abandoned buildings outside town. Candles placed in circles. Chanting. Strange symbols painted on floors. Meetings that lasted until sunrise. According to Lawrence, the people in these groups promised him things. Success. Power. Desires fulfilled. Freedom from weakness. They told him he was special. Chosen. And he believed every word. I tried talking sense into him several times. I really did. One evening we sat outside a diner after midnight drinking coffee while cold wind blew trash across the parking lot. You need to walk away from this, I told him seriously. Why? Because you're changing. He smirked slightly. Maybe I'm finally becoming who I'm supposed to be. No, I said quietly. You're becoming someone lost. For a moment his expression softened. Just for a second. Then the wall came back up. You don't understand any of it. Maybe I didn't. But I understood enough to know he was slipping deeper into something dangerous. And it wasn't just spiritual danger either. The people he surrounded himself with lived recklessly. There were constant parties involving drugs, heavy drinking, and things I honestly don't even want to describe in detail. Every time I saw Lawrence after that, he looked worse. Thinner. Paler. More exhausted. His apartment became a disaster zone filled with candles, books, strange drawings, alcohol bottles, and blackout curtains that blocked sunlight completely. The air inside always smelled strange too. Smoke, incense, sweat, and something rotten underneath it all. One night I visited him unexpectedly because I hadn't heard from him in weeks. He opened the door looking half asleep. The apartment was nearly dark except for candles burning in corners. You look terrible, I told him honestly. I'm tired. All you ever do is sleep now. He laughed weakly. You ever feel like something drains you while you sleep? That question unsettled me immediately. What do you mean? He rubbed his face nervously before answering. Forget it. But he didn't forget it. Over the next several months, Lawrence became obsessed with strange experiences happening at night. He claimed he heard whispering voices while trying to sleep. Sometimes he woke up with scratches on his arms he couldn't explain. Other times he talked about nightmares so vivid they felt real. He started sleeping almost constantly. Not normal tiredness either. Exhaustion. The kind that never seemed to go away. No matter how much I sleep, I still feel dead, he admitted once. I remember telling him again that he needed help. Real help. Not rituals. Not drugs. Not people filling his head with darkness. But by then he barely listened to me anymore. He believed the depression was some kind of spiritual test. A necessary sacrifice before he could gain what he wanted from the Dark Lord, as he called it. Even hearing him say those words made my skin crawl. The saddest part was that none of the promises he chased ever came true. His life didn't improve. It got worse. He lost jobs constantly. His relationships fell apart. His mental health crumbled. Every note carried peace inside it. I remember turning toward the beings beside me and asking a question very calmly. Am I dead? The moment I asked, they smiled. Not with mouths exactly. It felt more emotional than physical. Like warmth flowing directly into my soul. Then I heard their voices. Or maybe it was one voice speaking through all of them at once. Their words sounded musical, blending together beautifully in a way that didn't feel human. It is not your time yet. I remember hearing those exact words. You must be patient. Somewhere beyond the operating room, beyond the hospital itself, I sensed another place waiting in the distance. I can't describe it properly except to say it felt welcoming. Safe. Full of peace beyond anything I had ever experienced. Part of me desperately wanted to go there. The beings understood that immediately. Again I heard their voices gently reassuring me. Not yet. Meanwhile below us, the surgery continued. I watched every second of it. And strangely enough, nothing disturbed me. The doctors had opened my body from hip bone to hip bone, trying to clean the infection spreading through my abdomen. I could see blood. Surgical tools. Tubes. One thick black tube extended from my mouth to help me breathe. Yet none of it scared me. I watched the procedure with total emotional detachment, almost like observing doctors work on someone else entirely. The surgeons moved quickly but carefully. I remember hearing their conversations clearly. One doctor spoke about my dangerously low blood pressure. Another mentioned my irregular heartbeat. Someone else commented quietly about how small I was for my age and how I looked younger than nearly 12 years old. I heard every word, every instruction, every concern. At one point they began flushing the infected area around my intestines while discussing how severe the damage had become after the appendix burst. Even watching that didn't upset me. I simply floated above them, filled with curiosity and peace. No pain existed there. No fear. No sickness. Only calmness. I remember noticing how focused the doctors were. Sweat rolled down one surgeon's forehead, while another nurse kept checking monitors nervously. At some point one of the beings beside me guided my attention away from the surgery. Not physically. More emotionally. Like gently reminding me there were more important things than the body below us. The peace surrounding them felt overwhelming. For the first time in my life, I understood what absolute safety felt like. There was no loneliness there. No suffering. Nothing hidden. Everything simply felt connected. Looking back now, I think that was the hardest part about returning. Because eventually they told me it was time. At first I didn't understand. Then the feeling changed. The beings near me became more distant while the operating room below suddenly seemed heavier and darker. I realized they meant I had to go back. I don't want to, I remember saying. And I truly didn't. Compared to where I was, the physical world suddenly felt cold and painful. The idea of returning to sickness and fear felt terrible. But the beings remained calm. Again I heard that beautiful blended voice. You must go back now. Then suddenly I felt movement. Strong movement. It honestly felt like my soul was being pulled downward violently toward my physical body. The sensation shocked me. 1 second I floated freely. The next second I was being dragged backward into myself. Everything became heavy instantly. Pain returned. Coldness returned. Fear returned. And then darkness swallowed everything. The next thing I remember clearly was waking up in the recovery room. Machines beeped softly nearby while nurses moved around checking monitors and 4 lines. My throat hurt badly from the breathing tube. Every inch of my body felt exhausted. But mentally, I felt strangely clear. The experience above the operating room remained perfectly vivid in my memory. As soon as I could speak properly, I began telling the doctors what I saw. I explained how I floated above the surgery, how I heard their conversations, how I watched them operate. At first they smiled politely, probably assuming I was confused from anesthesia. But then I started repeating details I shouldn't have known. Specific comments they made during surgery. Details about my blood pressure and heartbeat. The tube in my mouth. The exact places doctors stood around the table. I still remember the expressions on their faces changing. Several doctors came into recovery afterward just to hear me describe the experience again. They looked amazed. Some looked uncomfortable. Others simply stared quietly without speaking. At 11 years old, though, none of it felt strange to me. To me it had simply happened. I didn't understand until years later how unusual the experience sounded to other people. Even now, I can still remember the feeling of floating peacefully above that room more clearly than most ordinary memories from childhood. And sometimes, late at night when the world becomes quiet, I still think about those beings. Those beautiful voices. That overwhelming sense of peace. I don't know exactly what happened during that surgery. Maybe some people would call it a near-death experience. Others might say it was a hallucination caused by trauma or anesthesia. People can believe whatever they want. But I know what I experienced. And deep down, part of me still believes those angels were real. I want to continue my story from the time right after my brother passed away. I already shared some of the strange things that happened after his death, but there were many more incidents in our home that I still cannot explain to this day. Before my brother died, our home felt normal. Loud sometimes because I have 6 children, but normal. There was always noise, laughter, arguments over little things, and someone running through the hallway at all hours of the day. After his passing, though, everything changed. The atmosphere inside the house felt different somehow. Heavy at times. Quiet in ways that didn't feel natural. It was almost like the grief settled into the walls and stayed there with us. My brother and I had been extremely close our entire lives. Losing him felt like losing a part of myself. Some days I would reach for the phone to call him before suddenly remembering he was gone. That pain never really leaves you. About a month after he passed away, strange things began happening in our home. At first it was small things. Little moments that were easy to brush aside. But over time they became harder and harder to ignore. One afternoon my youngest daughter and I were walking down the hallway toward the living room. She was 13 years old at the time. We were talking casually about school and dinner and normal everyday things. While we were walking, she looked at me and said, "Mama." That wasn't unusual. All of my children have always called me Mama, and over the years even many of their friends started calling me that too because they heard it so often. A couple seconds after my daughter spoke, we both suddenly heard another voice repeat the word, "Mama." But the voice sounded strange. Almost playful. Funny in a teasing kind of way. The second we heard it, both of us froze and looked directly at each other. My daughter's eyes got huge. "Did you hear that?" she whispered immediately. I nodded slowly. "Yes." Then we both repeated exactly what we had heard at the same time. It sounded just like my brother. That's what shook me the most. When he was alive, he constantly teased me by calling me Mama, in silly voices whenever my kids were around. He would joke and say things like, "Mama this," or "Mama that," just to annoy me. And the voice we heard in that hallway sounded exactly like the playful tone he used. Not angry. Not evil. Just familiar. But hearing the voice of someone who had died only a month earlier is enough to make your blood run cold. After that, similar things started happening more often. One day my youngest son came home from school looking nervous. He was around 11 years old at the time. The moment he walked through the front door, I could tell something was bothering him. "What's wrong?" I asked. He hesitated before answering. "Mom, something weird happened today." I sat down with him at the kitchen table and asked him to explain. He told me that while sitting quietly in class earlier that day, he suddenly heard someone call his name clearly. At first he thought another student said it. But when he looked around, nobody seemed to notice anything. Then he quietly told me something that gave me chills. It sounded like Uncle. The way he said it scared me because he genuinely believed it. This wasn't a joke. He looked pale while talking about it. A few days later, my 13-year-old daughter came home acting strangely too. She waited until the other kids left the room before speaking to me privately. "Mama, I need to tell you something." Immediately my stomach tightened because I already knew what she was going to say. She sat beside me quietly for a moment before continuing. "While I was sitting in class today, I heard someone call my name." I stared at her. Then she added softly, "It sounded like Uncle." That same thing continued happening on and off for quite a while. Every now and then one of my children would come home from school with the exact same story. Hearing their names whispered. Or hearing someone call out to them. And every single time they described the voice the same way. Like their uncle. At first I tried explaining it away. Maybe grief was affecting all of us. Maybe we were hearing things because we missed him so badly. But deep down, I wasn't fully convinced of that explanation. There were too many incidents. Too many moments that felt real. And then something happened to my twin son that frightened him badly. One evening he called me sounding completely shaken up. I could tell immediately something was wrong because his voice trembled while he spoke. "Mom," he said quickly, I need to tell you something. At the time he had his own apartment, so he no longer lived with us. I asked him what happened. He explained that he had been standing in the bathroom shaving when he glanced into the mirror. For just a split second, he swore he saw my brother standing behind him. Not like a transparent ghost floating around. He said it looked solid and real for an instant before disappearing. The experience terrified him so badly that he immediately left the bathroom and called me. I know what I saw, he kept repeating. And honestly, hearing fear in his voice scared me too. My son wasn't someone who normally imagined things. Another strange incident happened with my youngest daughter some time later. One morning she came to me looking confused and asked, "Mama, did you come into my room last night?" I told her no. Why? She explained that sometime during the night she suddenly woke up feeling movement near the end of her bed. When she opened her eyes, she saw someone lifting her blankets slightly at the foot of the bed. Not pulling them aggressively. Just gently lifting them. Then she said something that made chills crawl up my arms. "That's how Uncle used to do it. When my brother was alive, he had a habit of teasing the kids by sneaking into rooms and lifting blankets while joking around with them. My daughter insisted the movement felt exactly the same. Hearing these stories over and over started wearing me down emotionally. Part of me wanted to believe my brother was somehow still around us because we all loved him so much. But another part of me became deeply afraid. What if something else was in the house pretending to be him? That fear grew stronger after the incident with the dishes. I mentioned briefly before that dishes once started moving around in the kitchen on their own, but I never fully explained what happened before that. Earlier that same day, I had gone into our hallway bathroom because it was the only quiet place in the house where I could be alone for a few minutes. With 6 children, silence was rare in our home. I locked myself inside and started praying. Not casual prayer either. Deep emotional prayer. I had become terrified that maybe my brother's spirit was somehow trapped or lost because of all the strange things happening around us. I remember kneeling there crying softly while asking God to help him. I prayed for peace. I prayed that if my brother was suffering, God would guide him safely to heaven. I asked God to protect him and watch over him. I prayed harder than I ever had in my life. Then suddenly my children started yelling for me from the kitchen. I rushed out of the bathroom thinking someone was hurt. Instead, I found them standing there frightened while dishes rattled and shifted around strangely in the kitchen. I saw it myself. Plates moving. Utensils shaking. Things sliding slightly without explanation. At first I honestly thought maybe there was a small earthquake or vibrations from something nearby. But nothing else in the house moved. Only the dishes. Fear hit me immediately. Real fear. Not curiosity anymore. Not fascination. Fear. Afterward, my husband became convinced my brother was somehow trying to communicate with me because of how close we had always been. At one point, he even admitted privately that he worried my brother might be trying to take me with him. Hearing those words terrified me. I started losing sleep after that. Every creak in the house made me nervous. Every whisper of sound in the hallway made me sit up in bed listening. I became emotionally exhausted trying to understand what was happening in our home. Finally, I decided to seek help from a church. I met with a preacher and explained everything that had happened since my brother died. The voices. The sightings. The dishes moving. The strange feelings in the house. I expected comfort. Maybe guidance. Instead, the preacher became very serious. He told me he did not believe it was my brother at all. According to him, spirits of dead loved ones do not linger inside homes the way people imagine. He believed the activity came from something darker. Demons. Bad spirits. Hearing that made my stomach turn. I remember asking him nervously if he would come to my home and pray with us. His answer came immediately. No. Not even hesitation. Just no. He told me that I needed to pray over my own home myself and ask God for protection. But honestly, I think he was scared. I truly do. The way he reacted made it obvious he didn't want to step foot inside our house after hearing everything. That didn't exactly comfort me. If even the preacher felt uneasy, what exactly were we dealing with? Still, despite all the fear, part of me never fully believed whatever we experienced was evil. Not completely. Because so many moments felt connected to my brother specifically. The playful voice saying, "Mama!" The way my daughter's blanket lifted exactly how he used to tease her. The familiar tone my children recognized instantly. Those details mattered to me. And maybe grief makes people see meaning where none exists. Maybe our minds desperately search for loved ones after losing them. I know that's possible. But I also know what we experienced felt real. Very real. Even now, years later, I still think about those days sometimes late at night when the house is quiet. I still wonder if my brother somehow stayed close to us after he passed. Or if our sadness opened the door to something else entirely. Honestly, I don't know which answer scares me more. It happened during autumn several years ago, on one of those evenings where darkness comes earlier than expected, and the air outside feels cool and heavy. I had just finished a long day at work, and was exhausted by the time I pulled into the driveway. I remember sitting in my car for a moment before getting out, staring at the porch light glowing faintly against the dark house. I was already tired, my feet hurt, and I still had groceries to carry inside. Like always, I had far too much stuff in my hands. My oversized purse hung painfully from one shoulder, my lunch bag dangled from the other arm, and I carried several plastic grocery bags cutting into my fingers. The bags bumped awkwardly against my legs while I made my way toward the back door. The neighborhood was quiet that night. No voices outside. No cars passing by. Just the distant sound of insects and leaves rustling in the wind. I reached the back door expecting to head straight into the kitchen, but the moment I tried opening the screen door, it wouldn't budge. I sighed immediately in frustration. My husband had accidentally hooked the screen latch before leaving for work that morning, which meant I couldn't get in that way. Already irritated and exhausted, I turned around and started the annoying walk toward the front of the house, balancing all my things while muttering complaints under my breath. The front door opened directly into the living room and dining room area. To get into the den and kitchen, you had to walk through those rooms first. Normally that wouldn't matter much except for one important detail. We had 2 house cats. And those cats were absolutely not allowed in the living room or dining room. I loved my cats dearly, but anyone who owns cats understands exactly why certain rooms become off-limits. Hair everywhere. Clawed furniture. And worst of all, those random moments when they decide to throw up directly onto the nicest rug in the house. After cleaning expensive rugs more times than I cared to remember, I made a strict rule. No cats in the front rooms. Ever. The street lamp outside cast enough pale orange light through the windows that I didn't bother turning on the lights when I entered. I could see well enough to move around. I unlocked the front door carefully while trying not to drop the groceries. The second I stepped inside, I immediately pushed open the folding wooden door that separated the living room from the den area. At the same time, I stuck my foot outward to block the cats from sneaking past me. They had tried it many times before. Usually my large black male cat was the troublemaker. He treated escaping into the living room like a game. And sure enough, just as I expected, I saw him dart swiftly past my leg. It happened so quickly. One black blur slipping around my foot and disappearing silently into the shadows of the living room. "Oh no you don't," I muttered angrily. I knew exactly what would happen next because he always did the same thing. He would run into the dark living room, crawl underneath the couch, and refuse to come out while I crawled around trying to drag him back into the den. I quickly shut the folding door behind me before the female cat could follow him. Still irritated, I carried my groceries through the den and into the kitchen. The second I flipped on the kitchen light, I froze. Both cats stood there side by side beside their food bowls staring up at me, waiting to be fed. I remember blinking several times because my brain simply refused to process what I was seeing. The black cat stood directly in front of me in the kitchen. But I had just watched him run into the living room seconds earlier. I stood there completely confused. At first I tried explaining it logically. Maybe he somehow doubled back around me without me noticing. But that made no sense. The folding door had been shut immediately after he slipped past me. And even if he had somehow returned, I absolutely would have seen him run through the den or heard him. Besides, that cat never gave up the chance to play his little hiding game under the couch. Once he escaped into the living room, he stayed there until physically removed. That was his routine every single time. Yet there he stood calmly by the food dish as if nothing unusual had happened. I remember staring at him for several moments while he meowed impatiently for dinner. Eventually I laughed nervously and shook it off. Maybe I was just exhausted from work. Maybe the shadows fooled me. I fed the cats and didn't think too deeply about it afterward. At least not at first. But then it happened again. A few weeks later, almost the exact same thing occurred. That night I came home around the same time after work carrying the usual mountain of belongings. Purse, lunch bag, groceries. The routine never changed. This time, however, the back screen porch door was unlocked, so I entered through the back instead of walking around front. The porch light was dim, casting strange shadows across the screened walls while cool autumn air drifted inside. I balanced the grocery bags awkwardly while opening the door leading from the porch into the house. As I stepped through the doorway struggling with all my things, I suddenly saw movement near my feet. My gray female cat. At least I thought it was her. I clearly saw something small, gray, and cat's eyes dart quickly past me and onto the back porch just as the inside door swung shut between us. The movement looked completely normal. Natural. Exactly the way a cat moves when slipping around someone's legs. I remember immediately feeling annoyed again. Well, you're going to regret that when you realize I'm about to feed you, I thought to myself while setting down the groceries. Then I turned on the kitchen light. And once again both cats already stood there waiting beside their food bowls. I felt genuine fear that time. Not overwhelming terror, but enough to send chills crawling across my skin. Because now I knew the first incident hadn't simply been exhaustion or imagination. I had seen something. Twice. And both times it looked exactly like one of my cats. I slowly turned around and looked back toward the dark hallway leading to the porch. Nothing was there. The house remained completely silent except for the soft sound of the cats meowing for food. I remember standing perfectly still for a long moment trying to understand what had just happened. The strange part was that whatever I saw never looked ghostly or unnatural. It didn't glow. It wasn't transparent. It simply looked like a real cat moving naturally through the shadows. Small, fast, silent, yet impossible. After that second incident, I became mildly obsessed with trying to explain it logically. Over the next several weeks I paid close attention every time I entered the house. I watched how shadows moved across the rooms. I tested different lighting conditions from the street lamp outside. I observed how quickly the cats could move from room to room. I even intentionally recreated my entrances carrying bags and pushing doors open the same way to see if shadows or movement could somehow create an illusion. Nothing explained it. No matter how many times I tried, I could never recreate what I had seen. And deep down, I knew it hadn't been imagination. Both experiences felt completely real. Clear. Instant. Like seeing an actual cat pass directly beside my legs. The strange thing is, nothing else unusual ever happened in that house before or afterward. No voices. No objects moving. No strange feelings or hauntings. Just those two moments. Two quick shadows shaped like cats slipping silently past me where they shouldn't have been. Over the years I've tried many times to explain those experiences rationally. Maybe my eyes misinterpreted movement in low light. Maybe exhaustion played tricks on my perception. Maybe there's some perfectly normal explanation I simply haven't figured out. But honestly, I'm not convinced. Even now, when I think back to those evenings, I can still picture those quick darting movements perfectly. Something small and shadowy brushed past my legs in that house. Twice. And whatever it was not my cat's. My stepdad worked as a county social worker, and part of his job sometimes required him to visit the local sanitarium, the mental health hospital. It was the kind of place people only talked about in lowered voices. Everyone in town knew it existed, but no one really wanted to think about what went on inside. It wasn't far from the regular hospital where I used to volunteer, just a block or so away, but the feeling between the two places couldn't have been more different. The general hospital felt busy and clinical, full of routine and normal medical life. The mental hospital, on the other hand, always felt heavier, even from the outside. Every time I passed by it, I felt something strange. Not fear exactly, but something close to it. Almost like an invisible pressure, as if the building itself was silently trying to get my attention. It wasn't a sound or a voice. More like a feeling pulling at me, urging me to come closer. I never wanted to go inside. But over time, curiosity started to grow stronger than discomfort. I kept wondering what it was really like in there. What kind of people were inside? What kind of energy a place like that held? Eventually, I asked my stepdad directly, "Would it be possible for me to get a tour sometime?" He looked at me for a moment, and then smiled in a way I still remember clearly. There was something slightly playful in his expression, almost like he didn't expect me to actually ask. "You sure about that?" he said. I hesitated, but I nodded. "I think so." He studied me for a second longer, then said he would make arrangements. "Can you come after work tomorrow?" I agreed, even though I already felt nervous just thinking about it. What he didn't know, and what I never told him, was that I sometimes experienced things I couldn't explain. I never discussed it with him because I knew he didn't believe in anything like that. He was practical, grounded, and very much the kind of person who only trusted what could be proven. So I kept that part of myself quiet. The part that sometimes sensed things others didn't. The next day at work felt longer than usual. I kept thinking about what I had agreed to do. The idea of stepping inside that hospital made my stomach tighten, but at the same time, I felt strangely drawn to it. By the time my shift ended, it was already around 8 in the evening. The sky outside was dark, and the air had that cold, quiet feeling that comes when most of the city has already gone home. I changed out of my work clothes and met my stepdad in the lobby of the main hospital. He looked at me carefully. "You're still sure you want to do this?" I nodded again, more firmly this time. "Yes." We left together and walked toward the sanitarium. The moment we entered, the atmosphere changed. It wasn't dramatic at first. On the surface, it still looked like a hospital. Clean floors, white walls, fluorescent lighting. But there was something different about it. The doors were heavier. The locks were stronger. Everything felt more controlled. We were buzzed inside by a large man dressed in white. He didn't look like a doctor. He looked more like security. Strong, quiet, observant. Someone who had seen a lot and didn't feel the need to say much about it. Inside, patients moved through the hallways. Some walked slowly, others sat quietly on benches. At a glance, they didn't all look dangerous or chaotic. Some just looked lost. Some looked tired. Some looked like they were simply trying to exist within their own thoughts. I remember thinking that more than anything, it felt sad. At one point, a young man suddenly came out from a dim hallway and approached me quickly. It startled me because I didn't see him until he was already close. Before I could react, he gently touched my face. "Pretty," he said softly. My stepdad immediately stepped in, took the young man's hand, and calmly guided him back toward his room. "Joel, get back in bed," he said in a steady voice. The patient looked about my age. Maybe even younger. Something about him stayed with me. The confusion in his eyes, the way he spoke so softly, like he wasn't fully anchored in reality. I remember feeling a deep sadness for him in that moment. Wondering what life had been like for him before he ended up there. Whether he had always been like this, or whether something had changed him over time. We continued walking deeper into the building. The further we went, the more the atmosphere shifted. Then suddenly, somewhere ahead of us, chaos broke out. I heard shouting first. Then the sound of chairs scraping violently against the floor. Then screaming. My stepdad immediately ran toward the noise without hesitation. I was left standing alone in the hallway. And that's when everything started to feel wrong. The air felt heavier. The lights above me seemed to dim slightly, even though I couldn't tell if that was real or just my perception changing. Shadows along the ceiling seemed darker than they should have been, like they were slowly spreading outward. I suddenly felt extremely aware of how alone I was. I took a few steps back instinctively. Something didn't feel right at all. It felt like something was approaching, even though I couldn't see anything yet. My body started to react before my mind fully understood why. My hands felt cold. My breathing became shallow. My knees weakened slightly as if my body wanted to leave before I even made a conscious decision. And then I saw it. At first, just shapes. Dark forms appearing in front of me one by one. One. Then two. Then more. They didn't move like people. They didn't fully form like solid objects either. It was more like their presence was pushing into visibility, overlapping with the hallway lights in a way that made everything feel distorted. I started backing away quickly, but my foot slipped and I fell onto my back. The impact knocked the breath out of me. When I looked up, I was staring straight at the young patient from earlier. Joel. He was standing above me now, much closer than before. But something was different about him. He looked aware. Focused. Like he understood something that I didn't. He reached down and helped me up without hesitation. Then he stepped forward slightly, placing himself between me and the dark shapes I had been seeing. And that's when he spoke. Go away. His voice wasn't soft anymore. It was strong, clear, commanding. The moment he said it, I noticed something strange. The dark forms hesitated. Not fully gone, but no longer advancing. Joel then dropped to his knees and began to pray. I don't even remember deciding to do it, but I found myself kneeling beside him. In that moment, I just needed something grounding. Something real. Something that made sense in a situation that didn't feel normal anymore. As we prayed, the atmosphere slowly began to shift. The heaviness in the air started to lift. The shadows that had felt so close began to retreat, as if they were being pushed back into the deeper parts of the building. Not disappearing completely, just withdrawing. A few moments later, I heard footsteps approaching quickly. Orderlies arrived and moved into the hallway with urgency. My stepdad was with them. They immediately went to Joel and carefully took him away, lifting him up and carrying him down the hall while he cried out softly, calling for his mother. Then a door closed. And the sound stopped. Just like that. The hallway fell silent again. My stepdad came back to me immediately. He looked concerned, asking if I was okay, but I couldn't fully process his words at first. My mind felt distant, like I had just stepped out of something I wasn't supposed to witness. He apologized, though I don't remember everything he said. He guided me out of the building quickly. As we left, I kept turning around. It felt like something might follow us. Not physically, but like the feeling itself might try to come with us. Once we were outside, the air felt lighter again. The world felt normal in a way it hadn't inside that building. But it took me a long time to settle down after that. Days passed before the fear finally started to fade. Even then, I couldn't fully explain what I had experienced. Whether what I saw was real, symbolic, emotional, or something else entirely, I still don't know. What stayed with me the most wasn't the fear, though. It was Joel. That moment when he stood between me and whatever those dark shapes were. Even now, I still think about him sometimes. And I still wonder what he saw that I couldn't. My little sister is 7 years old, and she spends a lot of her time with her grandparents. They live in a small town in Kennard, Texas, and since they are retired, she often stays with them on weekends and during holidays. She is very close to them. That house has always been like a second home for her, and she feels comfortable there in a way that only a child can when they trust the people around them completely. But the last time she stayed there, something happened that she still talks about the same way every time, without changing a single detail. It started one night when she was watching television in her grandparents' house. She suddenly noticed a strong smell of smoke in the air. At first, she thought something might be burning, so she got up and walked from the bedroom toward the living room to check. When she looked outside, she said she saw something unusual. There was a large fire in the distance, and around it were people moving and dancing. She described them as Indians dancing around a fire. The sight frightened her, and she quickly ran back into the bedroom where she was staying with her grandparents. After that night, for a couple of days, she said nothing unusual happened. No smoke. No visions. Everything seemed normal again, and she continued her stay without mentioning it. But then, on a Saturday night, the smell of smoke returned. This time she told her grandmother right away. Her grandmother checked everything carefully and reassured her that there was no fire and nothing burning in or around the house. Even after being told that, my sister insisted she could still smell smoke. She just couldn't see anything this time. Later that same night, she was sitting and watching cartoons, SpongeBob specifically, when the smell came back again, even stronger than before. The house was quiet. Everyone else had already gone to sleep. She said she didn't feel scared at that moment. Instead, she felt something she described as a strong pull, like she needed to go and look outside again. She walked to the back door and looked out into the darkness. That's when she said she saw it again. A large fire burning outside, just like before. And around it, people were dancing again. She described a tall man among them, wearing feathers in his hair. She said he looked different from the others, more noticeable somehow, like he stood out. She said she could hear faint sounds too. Bells ringing softly. People speaking in whispers. And the smell of smoke was very strong, like a real fire was right there. What made this story even stranger is what she said about communication. She told us the man did not speak English out loud, but she said she understood him anyway. She said it was like the message came directly into her mind. He told her to go back. She insisted he didn't speak the words physically, but she still heard them clearly in her head. At that moment, she became frightened. Even though she said earlier she didn't feel scared, once she heard that message, everything changed. She ran back to her grandparents' room crying. That was the first time she showed real fear during the experience. Her grandparents comforted her and stayed with her until she fell asleep. The next day, my mother came to pick her up. Before she left, my grandparents called ahead and explained what they believed had happened. They described it as a dream or imagination, something a child might confuse with reality during sleep or half-awake moments. But when my sister came home, she told the exact same story again. Word for word, detail for detail. She repeated it to multiple people over time, and every single time the story stayed consistent. Nothing changed. Nothing was added. Nothing was forgotten. That consistency is what made it harder to dismiss. One night, I actually stayed with her so she wouldn't feel alone after everything she had experienced. She told me again about the man she kept seeing. She said he was still there sometimes, appearing and watching her. She said he kept trying to tell her something, but she didn't understand what it was. She told me she would sometimes tell him to leave because he scared her, even though she also said there were moments when she didn't feel afraid of him at all. That part confused me the most. The mixed feelings. Fear at times, but also sadness and curiosity. She said this continued for about a month. Then one day, she told us something unexpected. She said the man was gone. Just like that. No explanation. No gradual fading. She simply said she no longer saw him anymore. But instead of feeling relieved, she said she felt sad. When we asked why, she said something that stayed with me. She said she knew where he went, but she didn't know where there was. She just felt like he was gone somewhere far away, and she felt sorry for him. Hearing a 7-year-old say something like that is hard to forget. After that incident, life mostly returned to normal for her. She still goes to her grandparents' house, and nothing like that fire scene has happened again in the same way. But she still mentions seeing things sometimes. A little girl crying. A small cat that appears and disappears quickly. And recently, she said she sometimes sees a man wearing a black and gold uniform. She doesn't describe them with fear the way she used to at first. It's more like she simply notices them, as if they are part of her environment in a way others can't see. As a family, we've discussed it many times. Some of us think it could be imagination, dreams blending into memory, or a child's mind interpreting things in unusual ways. Others believe there might be something more to it, especially considering how similar sensitivities seem to appear in parts of our family. There is even family history of people who claim to sense or perceive things others could not. My mother has questioned it too, wondering if there is some inherited sensitivity in our family line, especially from my father's side, where similar experiences have been mentioned before. Still, there is no clear answer. And maybe there never will be. What I do know is this. My sister is healthy. She is loved. She is safe. And whatever she experienced it in a way that felt completely real to her at the time. Whether it was dreams, perception, memory, or something else entirely, it has stayed with her in quiet ways. And sometimes, even now, she still mentions the things she sees. As a family, we just listen carefully. Because whether we understand it or not, it is her reality in those moments. This experience is something I have carried with me for a very long time, and even though many years have passed since it happened, I still remember it with a level of clarity that surprises me. Time has moved forward, I have grown up, and life has taken me in different directions, but this one moment from my childhood never really faded. It sits in my memory like it happened yesterday. When I was younger, I used to attend a summer camp that was organized through my former preschool and kindergarten. It was not just an ordinary school program. The entire place had a very unique feeling to it, something that made it different from other schools I later attended in life. The building itself was part of a large old estate. It had originally been built and owned by Charlie Ruggles, the actor who played the grandfather in the original version of The Parent Trap. Even as a child, I didn't fully understand what that meant in terms of history, but I remember adults talking about it as something special, like the place had once belonged to someone important. The estate had been converted into a school many years before I attended it. There were large rooms with tall ceilings, long hallways that echoed when you walked through them, and windows that let in soft, natural light during the day. It wasn't modern or polished in the way newer schools are. Instead, it had a warm, slightly old-fashioned charm that made it feel almost like stepping into another time. The woman who ran the school was the person who made it truly unforgettable. She was the one who had purchased the estate and turned it into a functioning school and summer camp. She was energetic, creative, and full of personality in a way that left a strong impression on everyone who met her. Even as a child, you could feel that she was someone who liked to make life interesting for children, not boring or strict in a dull way, but fun and memorable. She had a very theatrical presence. She would sometimes show up dressed in outfits that were far more dramatic than what a typical school director would wear. Long black clothing, sparkles, unusual accessories, and her hair often styled in a way that looked wild and expressive. She carried herself with confidence and humor at the same time. She did things that made the school experience feel magical to us as children. I still remember how she would arrange for someone dressed as the Easter Bunny to come and visit the school, surprising all of us during spring events. It wasn't just a costume walking around handing out candy. She made it feel real and exciting for us at that age. During Halloween, she would completely transform the basement of the school into what she called her witch's lair. It was decorated with dim lighting, themed decorations, and spooky but playful setups that made it feel like stepping into a fantasy world. One of the activities we did there was making poisoned apples, which were really just candy apples, but the way she presented everything made it feel like part of a story. Even though she was fun and creative, she was also very clear about rules and discipline. If children misbehaved, she would not ignore it. She would give timeouts when needed and correct behavior firmly, but never in a way that felt cruel. There was always a sense that she cared deeply about the children and wanted them to learn and enjoy themselves at the same time. Sadly, she passed away when I was about 7 years old. I remember hearing about it, and not fully understanding what it meant at the time, but I remember the feeling of change that followed. Something about the school felt different afterward, even though everything continued. Fortunately, her daughter had already been working with her for quite some time before she passed away. She knew how everything operated and understood the vision her mother had created for the school. After her passing, the daughter took over completely and made the decision to continue things in the same spirit. Because of that, the school and summer camp stayed open, and life there continued in a way that still felt familiar to us children. So I kept attending summer camp like I always had, returning every year with the same sense of routine and comfort. It was during one of those summers, when I was still quite young, that something happened that I have never been able to fully explain. One day, my friends and I were waiting for our group to leave for an outing or scheduled activity. We were bored, restless, and like most children, curious about places we weren't supposed to go. There was a particular room in the back of the building that we knew was off limits. It was one of the parlor rooms where teachers stored storytelling materials and learning tools. Inside that room were boards and boxes filled with story pieces used for educational games. We had seen them before but were never allowed to play with them without supervision. Of course, that made them even more interesting to us. So on that day, we made a decision we weren't supposed to make. We quietly slipped away from the group and went into the back of the building. We opened the door to the parlor room and stepped inside carefully, trying not to draw attention. The room itself was quiet and slightly dim even before we turned on the lights. It had an old, slightly formal feeling, like a room that was used for important activities but not for everyday play. We walked over to the far corner of the room where there was a built-in bench along the wall. From there, we climbed up so we could reach the higher shelf where the boxes of story pieces were kept. We were focused entirely on what we were doing, stretching our arms upward, trying to grab the boxes we wanted. At that exact moment, everything changed. The lights went out. The room became completely dark in an instant. It wasn't a gradual dimming or a flicker. It was immediate, like someone had flipped a switch. We all froze. At first, I thought one of our friends outside the room had turned the lights off as a prank. That seemed like the most logical explanation in a child's mind. So instinctively, we all turned our heads toward the door, ready to yell at whoever had done it. But no one was there. Instead, standing in the doorway, was a figure we all immediately recognized. It was the woman who had once run the school. The one who had passed away. The moment I saw her, my mind struggled to understand what I was looking at. There was nothing unclear or transparent about her appearance. She looked solid, like any living person standing in the room. At the same time, there was something unusual about her presence. She seemed to emit a faint glow, not bright enough to light the room fully, but enough to make her stand out against the darkness. She stood with her hands on her hips in a familiar posture. That stance alone made my heart drop, because it was exactly how she used to stand when she caught children misbehaving. Her expression was firm, almost disappointed, but not angry in a frightening way. It was the same look she used to give us when she knew we had broken a rule. She was wearing one of her usual black dresses decorated with sequins. Her hair looked wild and slightly uncontained, just like I remembered from school events. Everything about her appearance matched how she used to be when she was alive, which made the moment even more confusing. My body completely froze. I couldn't move my hands, which were still reaching toward the shelf above me. My friend beside me was also frozen in place, both of us staring at her in shock. No one spoke. No one moved. It felt like time itself had slowed down in that moment. Then our other friend, who was standing on the floor near the doorway, suddenly screamed. The scream broke the silence instantly. She turned and ran across the room toward the opposite exit, disappearing into the darkness. The moment she ran, something shifted. The lights came back on. Just like that. The room was bright again, normal again, as if nothing had happened. But the woman was gone. There was no sign of her in the doorway anymore. No movement. No sound. No trace of anything unusual. It was as if she had never been there at all. For a few seconds, none of us moved. We all just stood there, trying to process what had just happened. Our minds were struggling to connect what we had seen with reality. Then fear took over. My friend and I quickly climbed down from the bench and ran out of the room without hesitation. We didn't even look back properly. We just ran. Our hearts were racing so fast it felt like they were going to burst out of our chests. We didn't speak to each other until we were far away from that hallway. Even then, we didn't have any explanation for what we had seen. After that day, I continued attending the summer camp for several more years, until I was about 13. I walked through those same hallways countless times afterward. I went into different rooms, played games, attended activities, and lived normal camp days like any other child. But I never saw her again. Not once. And over time, life continued forward. The memory slowly became something I carried quietly instead of something I talked about often. But I never forgot it. Even now, many years later, I can still picture that moment perfectly. The dark room. The sudden silence. The figure standing in the doorway. The way everything felt frozen for a few seconds before the lights returned. I don't know what I saw that day. I don't know if it was my imagination, a memory shaped by childhood fear, or something else entirely that I still cannot explain. But I do know this. It felt real at the time. Completely real. And some memories, no matter how much time passes, never lose that feeling. When I was very young, around 4 years old, I began experiencing something that I still remember with unusual clarity, even though most memories from that age are usually faded or incomplete. It always started at night. I would wake up suddenly in the middle of the dark, often without any clear reason. The room would be quiet in that deep, heavy way that only happens in the middle of the night, when everything in the house feels completely still. At first, I didn't understand what I was seeing. In the corner of my bedroom, there would be a figure standing there. It wore a long, black robe that hung down loosely, and it had a hood pulled up over its head. The strange part was its face. Or rather, the lack of it. Where a face should have been, there was only darkness. Not a shadow that shifted or changed, but a deep, solid blackness, like the inside of a void. It didn't reflect any light from the room, and it didn't move. It just stood there, completely still, watching. I remember that clearly even now, the way it would remain in the same position, as if it had been standing there long before I woke up and would continue standing there long after I fell asleep again. What is even more confusing to me now, looking back, is my reaction at that age. I wasn't always scared. That is the part that still doesn't fully make sense to me. Sometimes I would just lie there and look at it for a while. I would watch it stand in the corner, silent and motionless, and eventually I would just turn over and go back to sleep, as if it was something normal that simply existed in my room. Other times, however, it made me uncomfortable. Not terrified in the way you might expect, but uneasy enough that I would get out of bed and go to my parents' room. I would wake my mother and tell her that there was something in my room. Every single time, she would come with me to check. We would walk back into my bedroom together, turn on the light, and look around the corners and the closet. And every single time, it would be gone. There was never anything there. No explanation. No trace of anything unusual. After a while, I stopped seeing it altogether. The experiences faded, and as I grew older, I eventually stopped thinking about it. It became just one of those strange childhood memories that I didn't really know what to do with. For years, nothing like that ever happened again. Not even close. Then, last year, something unexpected happened. I saw it again. It began one morning, very early, just before sunrise. The house was still quiet, and the light outside was beginning to shift from dark to soft gray. I was lying in bed half awake when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye in the hallway. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, or my imagination waking up too quickly. But when I turned my head and looked more clearly, I saw it. Standing in the doorway. The same figure. The same dark shape. The same hooded form with no visible face. For a second, my mind completely froze, like it refused to accept what I was seeing. Then fear hit me all at once. I remember shouting out instinctively, overwhelmed by shock. And then, in a sudden motion that didn't feel natural, the figure moved. It didn't walk like a person. It glided. Fast and silent, it shifted away from the doorway and disappeared from sight. A moment later, my mother came rushing into the room, asking what was wrong. I tried to explain what I had seen, but even as I was speaking, I could already hear the doubt in her response. She told me it was probably just a dream, or my imagination. But I knew I was awake. A week or so passed after that incident, and nothing else happened. I started to think maybe it was a one-time experience, something my mind had misinterpreted. Then one afternoon, I was home alone. I was sitting in the living room watching television when I saw movement at the edge of my vision. I turned slightly and noticed something dark moving down the stairs. It was the same shape. The same presence. I remember my reaction was instant. I got up and ran out of the house without thinking. I didn't want to stay inside and confirm what I already felt I knew. I waited outside in the driveway until my parents returned home. That was the moment I realized something that scared me more than the sighting itself. I started to believe that whatever this was, it was not just appearing randomly. It was in the house. That thought stayed with me for a while. After that, I made a decision to try to change how I reacted. I told myself I wouldn't run anymore. I wouldn't panic. I would try to face it or at least not react in fear. For a few weeks, nothing happened. The house felt normal again. Days passed quietly. Nights were uneventful. Then one evening, while I was alone again, I was sitting on my bed reading a Stephen King novel. My parents had gone out to run errands, so I had the house to myself. The room was quiet except for the occasional sound of pages turning. As I was reading, I noticed something dark at the doorway. At first, I tried not to look directly at it. I remember thinking that if I didn't focus on it, maybe I could convince myself it wasn't real. My heart started beating faster anyway. And then I heard something. A voice. It was very faint, but clear enough that I knew I wasn't imagining it completely. It said, "Don't be afraid." The moment I heard that, I reacted instinctively. I closed my eyes tightly and screamed. When I opened them again, it was gone. The doorway was empty. The hallway was normal. There was nothing there at all. That experience unsettled me deeply because of the voice. It didn't sound aggressive or threatening, but the fact that something had spoken at all made everything feel more real, not less. A short time later, another incident occurred. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning. I had woken up suddenly and felt thirsty, so I went downstairs to get a glass of water. The house was completely dark except for faint light from outside. I walked into the kitchen, filled a glass, and stood there for a moment. That's when I saw it again. Out of the corner of my eye. The same dark shape. I didn't want to look directly at it this time. I stayed still, holding the glass, trying to control my breathing. My mind was racing, but I also felt something different compared to before. Instead of running or screaming immediately, I spoke. I said out loud, "You scare me a lot, and I don't want to see you again." My voice was shaky, but I said it anyway. There was a moment of silence. Then, just like that, it was gone. No movement. No sound. No fading away that I could clearly observe. It was simply no longer there. After that night, I never saw it again. Not in the hallway. Not in my room. Not anywhere in the house. It never returned. Looking back now, I still don't have a clear explanation for what I experienced. As a child, I didn't have the knowledge to understand sleep-related phenomena, perception errors, or how the mind can interpret fear in unusual ways. And even now, I can only reflect on it with uncertainty. What I do know is how it felt at the time. It never felt exactly evil, even though it looked like something that should have been terrifying. There was a presence to it, something silent and watchful, but not necessarily hostile in a way I could fully understand. Still, the appearance alone was enough to trigger fear. A hooded figure. A faceless darkness. Something that resembled the idea of a grim reaper, even if I never consciously thought of it that way as a child. And maybe that is why it affected me so strongly. Because sometimes fear doesn't come from what something is, but from what it looks like in the dark, when you are alone and too young to understand what you're seeing. Even now, years later, I still remember it clearly. Not as something that returns to my life, but as something that once did. In 1961, the world I grew up in felt very different from the way things are now. Life was slower, quieter in many ways, and shaped more by imagination than by screens or constant noise. I had roller skates with metal wheels that clattered loudly on the pavement, a single bicycle that I treated like treasure, and more free time than I ever realized was rare in the world. There was no constant entertainment pulling my attention in every direction. Instead, I had a library card, a neighborhood park, and the endless space inside my own mind. Most afternoons, the neighborhood kids were outside playing. We weren't inside watching television all day or sitting with devices. We were out in the streets, in backyards, in alleys, and in empty spaces that felt like they belonged to us. Nobody was really out of shape, in the way people talk about today, because movement was just part of life. Running, climbing, exploring, it was normal. There was a kind of freedom in those days that I didn't fully understand at the time, but I can see it clearly now when I look back. We would often go down to the end of the alley near my home, where the older eucalyptus trees grew tall and slightly twisted. Those trees became entire worlds for us. We climbed them like they were ships or towers, turning simple afternoons into adventures that felt larger than life. Sometimes I would imagine I was a pirate sailing across an endless ocean, standing on the deck of a great wooden ship, calling out orders to a crew that only existed in my imagination. Other times I would picture myself as an acrobat in a traveling circus, balancing on invisible ropes high above the ground. As a child, my imagination was always active. I didn't want to miss anything, even at night when most children were supposed to be asleep. In fact, nighttime felt like the most interesting part of the day. That was when I started noticing things others didn't talk about. I had what I believed at the time were gifts. I didn't have a name for it, and I never tried to explain it to anyone, because I knew adults would simply dismiss it. So I kept it to myself. At night, I would lie in bed and wait. I would pretend to be asleep until I heard my mother's bedroom door finally close down the hall. That was my signal. Once I was sure the house had settled, I would quietly get out of bed and move to the window seat beside my room. From there, I could look out into the darkness. The street outside was dimly lit, and the world beyond the glass felt different at night, less solid, more open, like something between reality and dream. I would sit there quietly and watch. At first, I thought I was just imagining things. But then I started noticing movement. Shapes. Figures that didn't quite look like anything alive in the usual sense, but also didn't feel completely unreal. They would pass through the street, sometimes moving slowly, sometimes drifting in ways that didn't match normal walking. They didn't seem to notice the world in the same way I did. But sometimes they noticed me. I would sit very still, pretending I wasn't there, watching as they moved past the houses. Some of them would pause briefly, almost as if sensing that I could see them, and then continue on. Others would simply drift out of sight without reacting at all. Every now and then, I would even see one pass through our own house. That was the most unsettling part, though at the time I didn't fully understand why it should have been unsettling. I would quietly slip out of my room afterward, trying to find where it had gone, but there was never anything there. No sound. No trace. It became a kind of nightly routine for me. Not something I talked about. Not something I questioned too deeply at the time. Just something I watched. One of the earliest and clearest memories from those nights involved something that looked like a dog. At first, I only saw it from a distance. It moved quickly along the street, running with an energy that made it stand out from the other shapes I had seen. Even from my window, I could tell it was different. It looked like a golden retriever, or at least something similar in shape and movement. Its coat seemed soft, almost glowing faintly, with a sandy or golden tone that shifted slightly as it moved. There was something strangely peaceful about it. It looked almost happy, as if it were searching for something familiar. When it passed my house the first time, it slowed down. It looked directly at me, and then it wagged its tail. That moment stayed with me. It felt personal, like it had acknowledged me specifically. Then it continued on its way, disappearing into the distance. After that, everything changed. I started waiting for it. Night after night, I would sit in the window seat longer than before, hoping to see it again. It became something I looked forward to, even though I didn't fully understand why. I began staying up later and later, ignoring how tired I was the next morning. My mother would notice and scold me, thinking I was simply refusing to sleep properly, but I could never explain what I thought I was seeing. Because I knew if I tried, I would be punished or dismissed. So I kept it to myself. Then, one night, it came closer than ever before. It didn't just pass by the street this time. It stopped in front of my house. It stood on the front lawn, facing my window, tail moving slowly from side to side as if it was waiting for me to notice it. There was something in its posture that felt intentional, like it was inviting me. Something inside me reacted before I could think it through. I decided to go outside. Even now, I can remember the feeling of that decision forming in my mind. It wasn't carefully planned. It was just a child reacting to something that felt familiar and comforting. I thought it was my dog, or at least something that wanted me to come closer. So I moved quietly. I slipped out of the house without making much noise, careful not to wake my mother. I remember the cold air hitting me the moment I stepped outside. The grass was damp, and I wasn't properly dressed. I didn't have shoes or a robe. I just stepped out into the night, focused entirely on the figure in front of me. The dog was still there. But now, at ground level, everything felt different. It was larger than I remembered. Much larger. Standing there in the yard, it no longer felt gentle. The softness I had seen from the window was gone, replaced by something heavier, darker, and more intense. Its shape still resembled a dog, but something about it felt distorted, as if the idea of a dog had been stretched into something else. It turned toward me. At first I thought it was still the same friendly presence I had seen from the window. But then I noticed a change in its posture. Its head lowered slightly. Its body stiffened. The feeling it gave off shifted in a way I couldn't fully explain, but I understood it immediately on an instinctive level. Something was wrong. Very wrong. I took a small step forward, trying to calm myself, trying to convince myself that it was still what I had seen before. But as I moved closer, it reacted. It stepped forward too. Just one small step. But that was enough. The feeling I had once associated with it completely disappeared. Whatever warmth or familiarity I had imagined was gone. In its place was something cold, sharp, and deeply unsettling. Its expression changed. Not in a way that should have been possible for a dog, but in a way that my mind interpreted as hostility. The smile I had thought I saw from the window was gone, replaced by something that felt like a threat. A low sound came from it. A growl. Deep and unnatural. That was when fear fully took over. I turned and ran. I didn't think. I didn't look back. I just ran as fast as I could toward the house, my feet hitting the ground hard, my breathing panicked. Behind me, I could hear movement, close enough that I believed, in that moment, it was chasing me. I rushed through the back door and slammed it shut behind me. The sound echoed through the house. My mother woke up immediately, upset and confused, demanding to know what I was doing outside at that hour. I was shaking, out of breath, unable to explain anything in a way that made sense. All I could do was stand there, terrified, trying to calm myself. She was angry, concerned, frustrated. She didn't believe what I was trying to tell her. After she brought me back to my room and lectured me about safety and not leaving the house at night, she eventually left me alone. But I didn't feel safe. The moment I heard her bedroom door close again, I got out of bed and went straight back to the window. I had to see. And there it was, standing in the darkness outside, watching, waiting. For a moment, I couldn't breathe properly. My mind raced between fear and confusion, trying to understand what I was looking at. It no longer looked like the gentle presence I thought I had seen before. It looked darker, heavier, more intense. And when it saw me again, it reacted. Its posture changed. Its presence felt sharper, more focused, as if it was now aware that I understood it differently than before. That was when something clicked in my young mind, something shaped by what I had heard in Sunday school and the way adults described good and evil. I didn't have the language for anything more complex, so I labeled it the only way I could understand. A deceiver. Something not what it seemed. A warning. And from that moment on, I decided I would not go outside again. No matter what it did, no matter how long it stayed, I would stay inside and wait it out. Over the following week, I still saw it from the window. It would appear sometimes, pacing or standing at a distance, but I no longer reacted the same way. I didn't go outside. I didn't engage with it. Eventually, over time, it stopped appearing. One night it simply wasn't there anymore. And after that, it never came back. The street returned to normal. The nights became quiet again. And slowly, my childhood life moved forward as if nothing unusual had ever happened. But I never forgot it. Not the excitement of those nights. Not the feeling of being watched. And not the moment when something I once thought was safe turned into something I ran from in fear. Throughout my life, I have been unlucky, or maybe lucky, depending on how you look at it, to live in several homes that felt different. Not just old houses with strange noises like most people experience, but places where something about the atmosphere itself seemed off, as if the space had its own memory. I'll start with the most intense one I ever lived in, the house on 2nd Street. About 10 years ago, I lived in a Victorian-style house in downtown San Jose, California. It wasn't the whole house, just the downstairs portion, which I rented with my then-boyfriend and a roommate. Our section included a large front parlor, a living room, a dine-in kitchen, a storage area, a backyard, and a detached garage. The building itself was beautiful in that old, slightly worn-down way Victorian homes tend to be: tall ceilings, heavy woodwork, and long hallways that carried sound further than you expected. What made the location even more unsettling, at least in hindsight, was what surrounded it. On one side stood an old abandoned church that had clearly not been used in years. Directly across the street was a funeral home. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but later it always felt like a strange combination, like the house was sitting between silence and endings. Maybe that environment had nothing to do with what I experienced. Or maybe it amplified things that were already there. I honestly can't say for sure. But I can say that unusual things started happening there almost immediately. The very first experience I had in that house happened one evening while I was sitting alone in the front parlor. It was quiet, and I was reading on my L-shaped couch that faced the large bay windows at the front of the house. The room had a warm but slightly dim feel to it, lit mostly by the fading light outside and a few lamps scattered around. To my left, beyond a set of wooden pillars, was the entryway that led toward the rest of the house. My cat, Luna, a tabby I later discovered was actually male despite what I had initially believed, was playing near that entryway. He was focused on a small metal bottle cap he had somehow found, sliding it back and forth across the linoleum floor. The sound was light and repetitive, a normal, comforting kind of noise that made the house feel lived in. At the time, I was reading a book about intuition and perception. I remember that detail clearly because I had just started getting interested in topics like that, and I was trying to understand whether instincts and feelings meant anything beyond coincidence. In hindsight, that interest almost feels ironic. While I was reading, I noticed something odd with my hearing. My right ear had been feeling slightly blocked for a while. Nothing serious, just a kind of muffled sensation I had gotten used to. Because of that, sound felt uneven, like the world was slightly tilted in how it reached me. Then I heard a voice. It came from the right side of the room. It was a man's voice. I immediately stopped reading and turned my head toward the direction it came from. I stared at the wall, trying to make sense of it. The sound felt like it was inside the room itself, not muffled or distant, but present, like someone had spoken directly beside me. For a moment, my mind tried to explain it logically. Maybe it came from the stairway entrance on the other side of that wall. The house had upstairs units, and sound could travel strangely through old structures like this. That explanation helped me calm down enough to continue sitting there. But something had already shifted. I realized I couldn't hear my cat anymore. That caught my attention more than anything else. The absence of sound was sudden and noticeable. When I looked over, Luna had stopped playing completely. He was still in the same position, one paw resting on the bottle cap, but he was frozen. Not relaxed or distracted, completely still. His head was turned in the same direction where I had heard the voice. That detail made my stomach tighten slightly. A few seconds later, he shifted his gaze briefly toward me. For just a moment, our eyes met. Then, as if nothing had happened, he went back to the bottle cap and resumed playing. I tried to convince myself I had overreacted. That it was just coincidence. That animals sometimes freeze for no reason, and old houses make strange sounds all the time. I returned to reading, though I wasn't fully focused anymore. Several minutes passed. Then it happened again. The cat stopped playing. This time, it was more deliberate. He didn't just pause. He became completely still in a way that felt intentional. His body remained frozen in a half-crouched position, as if something had interrupted him mid-movement. But this time, his attention wasn't directed toward the entryway. It was slightly to the right of me, just past where I was sitting. Not directly at me, but close enough that it felt uncomfortable. At the same moment, I felt it. A sudden drop in temperature in the room. It wasn't gradual. It was like a wave passing through the space, as if the air itself had shifted. The feeling wasn't just physical, it carried a kind of pressure with it. A heaviness that seemed to settle on my shoulders and chest. I remember thinking I should stand up, or call out, or do something logical. But I couldn't move properly. It felt like my body had slowed down, like there was resistance in the air itself. And then I heard it. Right next to my right ear. A whisper. It was unmistakably close. Not echoing, not distant, not unclear in the way normal noise gets distorted in old houses. It was directly beside me. The voice was male, but low and strained, almost breathy. I couldn't understand the words. It sounded like a sentence, maybe 7 or 8 syllables, but it wasn't recognizable speech in any language I knew. What I do remember clearly is the tone. It didn't feel neutral. It didn't feel calm. It sounded displeased. Whatever it said, it carried intention, even though I couldn't interpret it. Something in me broke at that point. The pressure I had been feeling became overwhelming, and I suddenly managed to move. I pushed myself up, leaving the couch almost instantly, and ran down the hallway toward my bedroom. I don't remember turning lights on. I don't remember looking back. I only remember the feeling of needing distance from that space immediately. I closed myself in my room and stayed there for the rest of the night, shaken and unable to calm down. My body was still reacting as if I had been physically startled, even long after nothing else happened. The next morning, I tried to rationalize everything. Maybe I had misheard something through my ear issue. Maybe I had fallen into a brief panic state. Maybe the cat had simply reacted to a normal sound I didn't understand. But I never felt fully convinced by those explanations. And more importantly, I never stayed alone in that parlor again, not comfortably, not willingly, not day or night. Months later, we hosted a Halloween party in the house. The place was full of people, noise, music, and laughter. For a while, everything felt normal. Almost too normal, like the house was temporarily pretending to be just an ordinary home. During the party, I ended up talking with a group of friends and eventually shared what I had experienced in that parlor room. I didn't expect much reaction. Some people laughed it off, others got curious, and a few simply listened without saying much. But later that night, something unexpected happened. A few of those friends came to me separately and told me they had experienced strange things too, specifically that same night. One friend said she had been sitting near the bay windows when she repeatedly heard someone call her name from her left side. She thought it was someone in the room messing with her, but when she turned, no one was there. Another guest, a boyfriend of a friend, shared something more physical. He had gone to the bathroom at the far end of the house. While inside, he said he clearly felt a sudden force pass through his body, like a pressure moving straight through him from front to back. It startled him enough that he stumbled. He said he didn't believe in anything supernatural, but he couldn't explain that sensation. Hearing those accounts made me uneasy in a different way. It wasn't just my experience anymore. It was multiple people, independently noticing something unusual in the same environment. Still, life continued in that house. A few months after that, I had another experience while alone in my room. It started in an ordinary way. I was sitting on my bed reading, my cat nearby, the house quiet except for the occasional settling sound old buildings make. At some point, I realized the main light in the living room had burned out earlier that day. I had planned to replace it but hadn't gotten around to it yet. As the evening progressed, the house gradually became darker than usual. I remember deciding to stay in my room because I didn't want to walk through dark hallways to fix the light. It felt easier just to remain where I was. Then I heard it. A loud sound from the living room. A crash. Followed by a metallic clanking noise. I immediately recognized it. It was the tall metal ladder we kept there for changing light bulbs. I had used it earlier, and I knew exactly where it had been placed. That meant something, or someone, had moved it. My body reacted before my thoughts fully formed. I stood up quickly, my attention locked on the direction of the sound. And then I heard scratching. On the wall near me. My cat reacted instantly, turning his head sharply toward the same direction. That alone made my nerves spike, because animals often respond to things before we fully understand them. I followed his gaze. He looked toward the left side of the room, then upward toward the ceiling, then across to the opposite side above my dresser. That movement made no sense in terms of normal behavior. It looked like he was tracking something moving through the room. And then I saw it. Something struck the wall. Not gently. Not accidentally. It hit with force. A plastic hanger slid down the wall behind the dresser and dropped out of sight. That detail changed everything for me in that moment. It wasn't just sound anymore. Something had physically moved an object. I didn't stay to analyze it. I ran. I turned toward the kitchen and moved as fast as I could, aiming for the back door. But as I reached that area, something else happened that I still remember clearly. The back door opened on its own. It swung inward, revealing the backyard lights spilling into the house. There was no one there. No footsteps. No movement outside. No explanation for how it opened. I stopped for a fraction of a second, unsure whether to go back or step outside. Then I heard movement from the front of the house. My boyfriend had just arrived home from work. That moment ended everything abruptly. The tension broke, the house returned to normal activity, and I remember feeling an immediate shift in atmosphere as soon as another living person entered the space. But even after that night, I never fully stopped feeling like that house had moments where it behaved differently when it was empty. Not constantly. Not in a dramatic way. But in small, unexplainable ways that stayed in the back of my mind until the day I finally left it behind.